Sorry about that, but we are back now, and we're already in this first game, in this next series. It's going to be Birds versus Starter Reborn. Let's see how this is going to pan out. I mean, we've got that Boomkin Druid Ret composition. We've got the Ret. Oh, it's a mirror right now. Wow, I thought that one of them would be at least playing Feral. It's all about who's going to play this better. So, Glink, talk me through real quick before the gates open. What do you think the typical setup's going to be coming out of these teams?
Right, so we're going to see Brightening and Burgundy going at it with each other, both the Rets, both the melee. But I want to see Lenny Druid and Gucci. I think whoever gets more space to cast, more room, kind of be comfortable, is going to have more damage and more burst setup possible. So we're going to see what's coming out. Not too much CC other than Hodge and Fear, of course, from the Ret and the Priest, respectively. Looks like Gucci is actually sitting in stealth. Good play by him. It's going to be delaying a little bit of his damage, but Lunar Daddy already going, Lenny Druid actually rather, already getting these Lunar Strikes off, doing some damage, measurable damage right here onto Brightening, 47%, taking some heat right now, trying to retreat, trying to recover.
He does throw out that Hodge, though, and it does get trinketed up. No, it doesn't get trinketed up, I mean, but Lenny is taking a bit of damage out now, throwing some heals onto himself, but Guccimon's in a lot of trouble here. The damage is going in. Is it going to be an offensive penalty? Though doesn't look like it. The Hodge coming over onto Gucci to the DR War Stomp, but it's not going to be enough as he does trinket that right up. Berg now on that Paladin taking a bit of damage, and he has used his trinket there as well. Any stuns over to him in the next minute could cause a lot of damage onto him. But there's execution sentence that's been thrown out though onto Gucci. It looks like he's going to be the target of choice, and Birds are going to be able to recover and stay stable at this point.
Yeah, Burgundy was looking pretty low right there. Used himself heals to top himself off. But now Dr. Doom is looking like the target of choice right now for the team of Birds. It looks like he's going to be going down possibly. There's the execution sentence onto him right there. He's trying to recover. He's at 50% health. Burgundy, meanwhile, just, again, off-healing himself and his team, trying to stabilize. Dr. Doom, though, needs to watch his positioning, watch his health. Lenny Druid could use some off-heals if he needs to. Actually using one right there with that regrowth. Couple regrowths pumping in onto Dr. Doom. Looks like he's going to be fine for now. Team of Starter Reborn looking to regroup, trying to find a target right now, and they're little bit of positioning issues here from, actually it looks like Brightening is coming down up. Oh, Gucci is caught alone at the top at 2% health, 8% health, trying to regrow himself, just gets caught way out of position once again. Again, I don't know what's up with these teams. Just, one half the team is on the bottom, and then you have Gucci at the top. So that was costly right there. I was trying to figure out what was going on. I was like, why is he up in top by himself? But absolutely fantastic there by Starter to just see him out of position there and just go all in, balls deep, straight on him and taking him straight out of the game there. A great job by that. I mean, Dr. Doom even had his trinket left before Gucci went down. He just randomly used it at the end there to show that he still had that available. So great job coming out here in the first game of this series by Starter Reborn in that mirror matchup. I'm all about Team Start. I know the guys up over on their team. I know Lenny. I know Berg. Really good friends with those guys. I like them both. So I'm vouching for you guys. I'm sure you can win it if it ends up being these mirror matches all the way through the series. But now it's going to be the other team is going to be able to get the counter pick choice if they wish and choose to do so. So I think what we should do now, Glink, is take a look at the other compositions they might have available to them and maybe theorize any kind of counter play that they could make in this next match. Yeah, I mean, they certainly might want to change their comp, even though, I mean, it obviously can go either way since it is a mirror. But, Birds does have those mages, available to them. Brightening and Arcane Loots actually both have mage available to them. So it seems like the next logical thing would be for one of them to pull out the mage here and see what they can do with that. Interestingly, I mean, Burgundy and Brightening both did pretty much the same damage that game, but the real difference, I guess you could say, was that with Lenny Druid and Gucci Lenny Druid did 21k, Gucci only did 16k right there. So, a little bit more offensive on that Moonkin, but we're going to see what happens here if they change up the composition. If we see an Arcane Mage being pulled out, that will be interesting.
Yeah, it will be really interesting for sure. And I just wanted to point out that the losing team decided to choose to go again onto Blade's Edge Arena. I mean, you'd think that they would have learned from the mistakes, Well, apparently I'm getting word now that it is against the rules, and the rules are that they have to pick another map that's not yet been chosen up until all maps have been done and used, and then after that they can retake and the recycled map. So it looks like that they're going to have to re-queue up another map there. But that was an interesting choice. I mean, what was they thinking going back into that? I know it was a misplay in position, but that can easily happen again because we've seen it so consecutively and consistently throughout this tournament. It's a common mistake that people are making. So that leads me to think that maybe, you don't want to be taking a map with a y-axis. You want to kind of keep it simple. Maybe just play out Lordaeron, a little bit more spacious. Granted, it's not as good defensively when you're playing around the midsection of the map, unless you take the stairs and the starting area, but I mean, it's a mirror composition. It could go either way, but I would not have expected that team to take Blades Edge Arena.
Yeah, and it did look like they were playing mirror comps again, right? If I saw that correctly, look, they were just mirroring once again.
Yeah, it looks like that they was going for that mirror. That's you are right. So we're going to expect to see. I'm going to think and that they're going to go for something like Dalaran Sewers. Now, I know it's a very, very small map. It's going to be much better for the Retribution Paladins, allowing them to connect if they do decide to go with Dalaran, which they do because we've just locked that straight in there. We're going straight into this game. But I just want to say, I think it's going to be much better for the Paladins, but it's going to be a much harder time for these priest healers because when the team pull back defensively around the box, those Blood Elf silences can come out, catching a double or even a triple silence out onto the whole enemy team if they fall back too defensively, in a huddle. And the triple phase can also land here. So this could actually be beneficial for both teams with it being a mirror. But which teams can actually capitalize on the positioning of the other team.
Yeah, it looks like Birds is missing a player though. They don't have their third yet, it looks like.
Yeah, he's not joined us yet, but he's still got some time to join. We're going to see if he's going to join. If not, we'll have to re-queue it up. But Dalaran Sewers is the map of choice, regardless. It's going to be the same composition, I think. I just can't wait to see how this next game's going to go. Yeah, it looks like the Birds have left this one. You are right. We're just going to re-queue that straight back up. But anyway, we're going into Dalaran, probably the mirror composition, because we've entered the arena before. They're not allowed to change that composition up just yet until the next game has been won by one of the teams. So yeah, what do you think that Birds could do a little bit differently, and what kind of game plan do you think they should go in for to try and get the good opener onto?
Yeah, I think their positioning is going to be key. They got to watch their positioning a little bit better than they did last time. Again, just once you're caught out of positioning, one small mistake, you're punished for it. It's pretty decisive. There's no real recovering from that. So they have to stay tight knit. I'd rather stay tight knit and maybe even risk getting feared than having one guy off alone and just getting decimated on his own. So they have to stay a little bit closer together, position themselves a little bit smarter, and just kind of coordinate a little bit better.
Yeah, I mean, you are right. It just kind of seems that is the thing that all teams need to do. It's like in this low level bracket, it just feels like the positioning is the CC. That you can CC yourself very easily by being out of position. Like as we'd have seen when Gucciamon just was on that bridge literally for 3 seconds and just died up there whilst his healer was down bottom. You don't really see that kind of thing at any other area of the game. So that is the CC, the position. You are right. I think that they really, really need to figure out some kind of formation on this map because it is a mirrored map on either side. I think that they can find a way to try and drag starter and maybe play the defensive role, but not too defensive that they can get hit by that triple fear and hopefully capitalize on an overextension. But the gates are open. Let's take it away.
Yeah, so we do have Lenny Druid again opting for that stealth. Actually, Gucciamon also going for that stealth here this time. Both of them going for stealth. Looks like Chanvi was open on right there, but now there's going to be some pressure here onto it. Looks like Lenny Druid if they can connect, but he's actually cutting away pretty well. There's the Moonfires coming out, and there's a Lunar Strike coming out right here onto, I believe, Lenny, and the counter Lunar Strike coming in. Burgundy and that caught on that full hodge. There comes the regrowths, trying to keep him up. Gucciamon taking a little bit of heat right now. Chanvi just spamming those flash shields, trying to keep him up. Brightening, meanwhile, both of them just kind of getting chunked down. And again, Birds is just taking the heat of this team right now, and it's kind of an even exchange of blows, but I think Bird came out a little bit on the bottom there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it just looks like the starter is putting out a lot more damage than Birds, even though they're playing this mirror composition, and I know that Dr. Doom is playing with Schism, whereas the Cheney, the other priest, he's playing with a Penitent, so he can use a defensive penalty. So he's not as confident as being aggressive as Dr. Doom, but that might be the difference in a win or a loss here. But Gucciamon is target of choice. He's taking a lot of damage now, throwing out them Solar Wrath. Penance comes out defensively onto Gucciamon here. Burgundy's pushing really, really far, and he really wants to get a lot of damage out here. The triple fear does come out, though. It does break on both Brightening and Gucciamon, but Cheney's sitting at full fear. No trinket available, but Burgundy has to bubble here. Lenny Druid throwing out them Regos onto himself. Dr. Doom trying to keep up, but he does go down through that, though, with that Star Surge damage. And Birds have managed to bring this series back up to 1 apiece. Great job by them. I did not expect that. That was a crazy turn of events. I mean, Team Starter was looking really dominant all the way for the duration of that game, all the way up until the end. Did you see what actually happened there in the micro game?
Yeah, I mean, it just looked like they were doing more damage, setting up their burst better. So they kind of exchanged, they traded the burst windows. It looked like Starter Reborn got their burst window, but Gucciamon was spamming those regrowths along with those flash heals all the meanwhile. And I think it just looked like Starter Reborn got less heals off when Birds was bursting on them. And that seemed to be deciding, and they just were not able to keep up with that damage. Obviously, the bubble was used maybe a little bit late. Maybe he could have bubbled a little bit earlier because it didn't look like he got too many heals off. If that's what he was going for. I mean, obviously he's not Holy Paladin, but maybe he's trying to go for some off heals there.
Yeah, I think he was. I think he was trying to go for those off heals in that bubble there, but he just wasn't fast enough. The cast time, it's just he just wasn't there to just keep Lenny alive at the end of that point. So that's one apiece for these teams now. I mean, it's a mirror match. This could go either way. Both teams showing strengths and weaknesses against each other. I mean, it's clear that Starter's got a lot of great pressure that they're pulling out there. They're doing a great job of getting out the earlier CC over Birds, but right at the end there, Birds had like a crazy turnaround. To my surprise, and by the sounds of it, your surprise as well. Maybe that they have a little bit of a game plan to try and bait them in, make them get over aggressive, and then unload all the CC and catching easy trinkets while they've committed to be over aggressive. Because that seems to be what happened there in that last game. We should be getting into this next game, and I do believe that the next map is going to have to be Ruins of Lordaeron, the next map, because that's the only map that's not been picked yet. After that, we're going to be able to get into the reset maps. We're probably going to see Blaze Edge again after that, and here we are. We're going straight into the Lordaeron now. I'm very interested to see if Starter decide to swap up the composition or not. What we're about to find out, because we've just got into this game now, waiting for these teams to join.
Yeah, it looks like we have that mirror composition once again, and you can't blame them because both of these teams have obviously had success with this composition. So this is an interesting series because it is first time we're seeing a mirror, first time we're seeing, I think, games this close in a lot of ways. It's just kind of back and forth. So definitely it's going to be interesting to see if Birds can, sort of bring this back to it seemed like the first game they, were struggling a little bit with positioning maybe and a little bit out of position, but the second game they really brought it together and they were able to put out a little bit more pressure, I think, than Starter Reborn. So maybe if they just are able to watch their positioning and watch their coordination, maybe they have the better pressure and they can just win consistently.
Maybe so. Maybe you're right. 5 seconds left on the gates. Let's see what's about to happen. It's Team Birds against Starter Reborn 1-1 in this best of 5 series. Who is going to take this game now? Lenny Druid looking to take the middle pillar, diving straight into stealth there. Burgundy as well going for that early damage up over onto Brian. It looks like he's going to be the target of choice. These pallies going head on at each other, but the execution sentence early coming over onto Burgundy. Maybe some damage going to come off this. They're going to line anything up. The Hodge comes out. A bit of burst coming in. So dropping below 50%. This is Bubble in the opener there. Great job by Birds. They have the lead. They have this ahead. Maybe they're going to take this game as well as the last.
Yeah, and Lenny Druid also falling low. It looks like Burgundy, again, was caught badly there. He lost his bubble already. That's going to be huge. But Gucci-mon trying to be the target of choice right now. He's cutting away, getting bursted down, though. 3% Lunar Strike coming in, just taking him out. Oh, wow. Just that damage when they're connecting, when Lenny Druid and Burgundy are able to connect, they just tore through Gucci-mon's health bar like it was nothing.
They absolutely just cut through like a hot knife through butter. You're right. He just got melted. That was crazy. I mean, I almost feel sad for Birds right now because I feel like if in the opener that initial damage went out onto Lenny, they would have won in the opener, but they chose to do it on Burgundy. I think that was definitely they just went over aggro there. He had the combo points to be able to do that execution sentence, so he decided to throw it out on the nearest target. If he'd held that a couple seconds longer and just thrown that out onto Lenny and got a connection there, they could have easily won in the opener with that kind of burst damage. So it shows both teams have the burst available. They know how to line it up. They know what they're doing with the burst damage. It's all about the who and the when, which is going to decide which team comes out victorious in this best of 5 series. So after what we've seen so far, with this being 2-1 to Birds, who do you think is going to take this best of 5 series, Glinks, and why?
Yeah, I feel like if Birds is able to keep up that kind of pressure in the opener, they'll have a chance for the next game. Again, I just think they picked the wrong target. I mean, the Rets just do not seem like a good target. That bubble, as long as they get it off, that's a guaranteed at least 10 more seconds they're going to live. And they're probably going to get topped during that bubble. So that's essentially 2 health bars in 10 seconds. Whereas they can just target that Druid and destroy him, as we just saw that Starter Reborn did against Gucci-mon there. So, yeah, I feel like they need to pick the Druid when they can, but it's just a matter of getting the target, getting that burst out, and it's honestly a race. In a lot of ways, it is a race. Whoever can get that burst out first. So they got the burst out first, just on the wrong target.
Yeah, these mirror matchups are so confusing. I mean, I just said that Birds won the last game when it wasn't. It was Star who took the last game. I mean, I hope you guys knew what I meant. You knew what I was talking about. It was Starter who took that last game, making that 2-1 in this best of 5 series. But yeah, to see these mirror compositions and, you just get a little confused from time to time. But we're back into the arena. It's going to be Blade's Edge Arena again. I think this was Bird's map choice as well. They did want to take that in the second game after losing the first game on here. So maybe this is going to be great for Starter to come and fly out over here. But then again, Birds, we've seen what they can do. We've seen the damage they can pull out. Maybe they can get an early give, even onto Dr. Boom or Lenny Druid in this opening of the fight.
Right, and the Starter wins this. They are winning the whole series, so this is a lot on the line here for Birds. They don't want to get knocked down to the loser's bracket, and Starter Reborn is going to want to be moving up and taking this series pretty definitive.
Yeah, Gucci Mom, he's already in stealth now. He does not want to be the target of choice in the open. He's really wise to that. He knows that being the Druid, he's going to be the most vulnerable target. Lenny Druid choosing to be out of stealth here, though, just jumping in these mountains. Does catch the stealth at the middle, throwing out the Moonflyers now onto Brightening and over onto Shani as well. But you can see Gucci Mom down the bottom now, throwing out the dots here too. It just looks like it's going to be a dot wall right now. Both the Pallies going at it again, but Brighton's still on his mount. He's looking to connect over onto Lenny Druid. The triple fear coming out. Trinket come out here by Shani. Lenny Druid gets hit by a fear there as well. No damage. He's looking to follow, but Burgundy is sitting that full onto Gucci-Mon, but it does not do a lot. But Brighton take a lot of damage, but also Lenny Druid is the full Hodge over onto Dr. Doom. Now, going to pull down silences or anything, but Lenny Druid, he's sitting around 50% HP, and maybe he's going to be able to survive this burst damage coming out from Birds.
Yeah, and there's a lot of stuff going on right now. There's double execution sentence and that Lunar Strike coming out from Lenny Druid's at 18% health. He might just go down right here, trying to spam those regrowths, trying to stay alive desperately. And Burgundy also taking some heat. Gucci-Mon and Burgundy both dipping kind of low, but Burgundy you forced into that bubble already, actually, and that's going to be a pretty big cooldown. Gucci-Mon, meanwhile, just pumping damage into Lenny Druid, who's also, they're just kind of the War of the Moonkins right now. There's that execution sentence. Lenny Druid might go down. There's that 4% health. If they could just finish him off right there, barely killing. But Gucci-Mon might also go down. They might see a crosskill right here. No, it looks like he's going to be able to survive just barely. Wow, that was insanely close. Both of the Druids were just going at it.
Absolutely. Both those Druids were just standing there, taking the damage, throwing out those casts. It was a damage race at that point. Both of them knew it. It looked like an absolute bloodbath, but it looks like that Team Birds, they managed to be the aggressors there, taking down Lenny Druid. Making this going to be 2-all in this best of 5 series. It's good to see this, though, when you see a mirror matchup go all the way to the final game, because it shows that they're both very evenly matched teams, both have strengths, they both have weaknesses, and they're both able to point out and really expose each other's team's weaknesses and really exploit that and eventually get the kills out of it. And it's just great to see these teams are both identifying the holes and the gaps in the enemy team's strategies and play styles. So this is going to get down to the final game. I mean, from what we've seen so far, it looks like Birds might be able to take this, in my opinion. Although I'm all Team Starter, I love Bird, I love Lenny, but I mean, Birds have coming out strong in the past couple games.
Right. I still think it's just a toss-up. I mean, it's almost just like a DPS race between them two. We saw that fear come into play, though. It did force those trinkets, maybe a little bit more CC, and we can see some more control in these games. But winding down at the end there, it was just a matter of, a couple health points, basically, with those Druids just going at it. So pretty close games.
Yeah, they were so close, but you can see there Burgundy up on that Rep Paladin, dropping out the 2.3 execution sentence, whereas Brightoning's execution sentence only peaking at 1.5. Gucci-Mon Star Surge rocking around 800 damage, whereas Lenny Druids again is around 800 damage. But do know Dr. Boom, notice that he's playing with Schism, critting around 1.1k there too. And Shani, he's playing with a Penitence, so he can use those defensive penances. So he's only topping out at 500 damage with that penance offensive ticks there. But the overall healing done.
Gucci-Mon, I believe, is the troll, right? And so he has that troll racial, which is going to be really beneficial for that Moonkin damage, and those casts can be making those casts so much shorter, making that damage tick faster. That might be one reason why he seems to be coming out on top damage, certainly in that game. He almost doubled Lenny Druid's damage, actually. So that might be a big factor as well.
It might be a big factor, but I do think that Lenny Druid, for a lot of the time during that last game, he was in a very, very offensive position. He was positioned out in the middle. Granted, his priest was right next to him, but it almost felt like the way that, because he was going aggressive at that point, he should have been pushed a little further in so he had more room to fall back, because it felt like if he fell back any further, he'd be falling back on top of his priest. And with a Hodge being available, that Hodge just could easily get dumped over onto him if the Paladin was to swap over onto Lenny, which he did at the end there, and that was essentially why he fell. I feel like that him and Dr. Doom, they need to spread out a little more, be really mindful of their positions, and be able to pre-off heal himself on the incoming damage. Anticipate as soon as you see execution sentence, needs to be making sure his health pool's tops, running away, shifting into that bare form to mitigate as much damage as possible. Don't try and cast through it, because I feel like if you survive the execution sentence go, that then it's all about your turn. Wait for the right opportunity to strike, clean and hard, and they should be able to score a kill onto
Yeah.
Birds, I do believe. But this is going to be the final game of this series, Glenn. 2-2 between Starter and Birds. Gates are about to open. Could go either way.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be an interesting matchup. And as we saw last game, they seem to be pretty evenly keeled with those execution sentences often going on at the same time. Those casts from the Druids often going on at the same time. So we're going to see if one team can get a clear advantage here. There's the Moonfire already coming out from Lenny Druid, already dotting up, brightening right there as he likes to do so well. But Gucciman opting to sit in that stealth, he likes to do that more so than Lenny, just trying to sit in stealth, waiting for that opportune moment. But Brightening taking a lot of damage from these dots, actually. That Moonfire is doing a toll on him. Chanvi actually having to use those flash shields. It looks like Lenny Druid just sitting back. They're trying to play a little bit conservative this time, maybe waiting for Gucciman to come out. He does come out with that troll racial immediately, that Solar Wrath coming out onto Lenny Druid. It looks like they're just trying to get as much damage as they can, but Gucciman actually taking the heat of this exchange right now instead, and both of them are just exchanging blows. There's a Lunar Strike coming out onto Gucciman. It's not going to be doing too much due to that Power Word Shield. They're just kind of sitting back, and there's that those dots are just ticking away.
Yeah, you are right. They're just looking to fall back now at this point, Birds, because they did use the opening. They did use that troll racial and was very, very ineffective with it. So that was kind of wasted there, I do believe. They kind of know that. Cheney now, he's still behind them. They're really, really clumped up at this point. I'm not sure what the plan of attack is. Maybe they're going to wait for the dots to fall off to allow Gucci to dive back into stealth and get a really good position to get some hard opening damage onto Team Starter. But I'm not sure what's going on. Dr. Doom pushing up a little bit. The offensive pen is coming out onto it. Brighton's taking this as his opportunity. The full Hodge coming out over onto him, instantaneously trinketing. The execution sentence does come out. The Star Surge connects. Maybe this execution sentence is going to tip before the heal, and he could go down, but he doesn't. He manages to pick himself right back up. But that was the trinket that got used there by Dr. Doom.
Yeah, Dr. Doom using that position, using those crates very effectively. Again, clumping with this team, getting those heals off. Gucciman exchanging blows right now, though. They're just doing so much damage to each other, even from a distance, even with these heals going off. I mean, these bursts, these Solar Wraths, these Lunar Strikes, even these Moonfires ticking away is doing a toll on them. So if they can get some good bursts lined up, even from range, look at this. Gucciman's at 40% health behind the pillar, forced to use that regrowth. And both teams are just opting to sit back. No one really wants to go in and fully commit quite yet.
Absolutely. I mean, it looks like Bears, they're kind of a little scared right now. They know that a lot's on. And it feels like they just don't want to commit that full level of aggression that we know that they can deliver. And I mean, Starter, they're kind of confident. They're out in the open. They're saying, hey, we're not going to push in over on you. We know you got that Hodge available. Our healer has no trinket. He wants to stay way clear of Brighton and that devastating Hodge. I mean, it's all about Shani now. I feel like that if he can get a good fear over onto Dr. Doom or even any of the DPS, that it's going to really, really give some momentum to the Birds. And they can actually push in further onto Dr. Doom and hopefully clump up there and land a full CC and take that kill over onto Lenny. That's how I feel that Birds need to approach this. But again, they're kind of playing the defensive role. And a lot's on the line, but I do feel like that they should be the aggressors. But Starter, again, they're stood at the back over here, maintaining this great position in the open here. Lunar Strike coming out over onto Gucciman, taking it down to 50% HP. The full Hodge over onto Dr. Doom. No trinket available, though. Burgundy's going to be the target of choice. The off heals are coming out. The War Stomp denying that heal there. Great job there by Channing. The flash heals coming out by Burgundy, but Lenny's in a lot of trouble. Dropping into Bear form here. The dash comes out. He tries to get away, and he just goes down there from dots. Great job again by Birds, asserting that aggression, showing their dominance, and telling Starter, no, you are not going to take us down in this best of 5 series because they are the better mirror players. Great job by them. Starter, guys, you let me down. I was vouching for you guys. I gave you all my energy, but apparently it wasn't enough. But it did take 2 games off Birds, and that's going to allow Birds to go further into the tournament through the winners bracket, which is pretty interesting because that's going to put them up against TBA in their next series that they're going to be playing. And as we know, TBA, they're a very, very strong side in this tournament.
Yeah, Gucciman looking like the alpha moonkin here. And he's just, as I said, from a range, I mean, you saw where Lenny died. Look where his body is. Look where Gucci was. He was basically by those crates, and he's just able to pump out so much damage from range. As long as Brightening is able to connect, maybe with those judgments, get a little bit of extra damage and burst out, especially with that execution sentence as well. They're able to just destroy Lenny even from afar. And that is, I think, one of the huge advantages of this comp is that with that Moonkin damage, if he's able to sit back, he can devastate, anyone that they're trying to kill.
Absolutely. I mean, the Moonkins can do so much damage, but it's all about getting the damage out on time, because landing the damage in the right window of time is so important, because you don't want to be landing that burst damage out 3 or 4 seconds after or before the execution sentence dot ticks out. You need to really line that up well, which is what the Birds have done a great job at, and it's really punished Team Starter all the way to the point that they've lost the whole series. Once they was ahead in the series, they was 2-1. They had only 1 game to take, but Birds brought that back 3-2. Great job by them. Clearly the most adaptive team in these mirror combos that we've just seen, and it paid off for them. So great job.
Yeah, so that was an interesting series for sure. The mirrors, it was cool to see that both teams committing to the mirrors the whole series through, just feeling confident with their own skill set. So
Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't agree more. They all have the strengths, they all have the weaknesses, but at the end of the day, a lot of it has got to do with synergy between the
yeah,
teams. But with that being said, let's take a look at the brackets right now. So we've got in the upper bracket, we've got Hebart, Akari, NA that are going to go up against Top Shelf next in the next best of 5 series. Two very, very solid teams that we've seen play. Both of them playing that mirror composition that we've seen. We both of them see them play that Rep Mage Priest team. And I mean, by the sounds of things, by the way that you was articulating it, Glinks, I almost feel like that you felt that he bought a carry, that they was, in your opinion, the stronger
yeah,
Rep Mage Priest on what you've seen going up against Rosetta Stone. But I mean, both of these teams are really strong, and they've got some very notable players in these teams on them rosters. It could actually go either way. And I mean, I say that quite a lot, but this is, in my mind, is 50-50 because I know players on both those teams. Two great teams, so that's going to be really, really exciting to see that in our next best of 5 series. But coming up after that is going to be TBA versus Birds. And again, TBA rocking that Windwalker Monk Mage Priest composition, that Mage Priest synergy that we've been speaking about so much over the course of this tournament. They're going to have that in that comp as well, whereas Birds are not going to be running that composition. So I think that might be really, really difficult for Birds to take that. But let's focus a little more on the next up and coming game. So he bought a carry. They have the potential to play, obviously, the Rep Mage Priest team, but they also have the potential to bring out the Warlock and the Shaman as well, which is pretty interesting. I wonder if they're going to decide to stick with that Rep Mage Priest, or if they're going to decide to bring out any of these other curious compositions. But we're about to find out anyway as we get into these games. So, Glinks, you give me a quick rundown. What do you think is going to happen, and who do you think is going to win?
All right, so we see TSC Blue with the comp. We were just seeing series that whole time with that Moonkin, that Priest. So we know that's a deadly comp. We know it has huge potential. And then we're seeing this Ret Windwalker Monk, which I think we've seen maybe once before, maybe once or twice actually, even before. Pretty staple, double melee setup here with that Ret's going to be those off heals, that bubble is going to be reliable for him to live, and that Monk burst. So this is going to be an interesting matchup, but I feel like TSC Blue might have the advantage if they play this smart, just because they have that huge, burst from range. They don't have to necessarily go in there, and they can just kite away from the team of Rosetta Stone and do what they need to do. So is this Rosetta Stone? I think the names might be wrong actually.
Yeah, just right-click the name at the top if you want to swap them around. But Rosetta Stone is going to be Bop upon that Boon Druid original on that Ret Pally and IMFX upon that Dis Priest. So the gates are open and the fighters engage. Original remounting back up there. It looks like that Rosetta Stone, they're taking the top of the bridge. They want to keep the dominance on this y-axis right now, whereas you can see TSC Blue, they like the sound of the bottom down there because they want to be able to get some clutch phase off, and they want Bongo to be able to kite where necessary. Because Bop as well, being a caster, it's going to be much more difficult for him to get his offensive damage off other than his instant Lunar Strikes. So it's again, it's as it always is on Blaze Edge in these lower brackets, a bit of a stalemate. But Original is dropping down, Blade of Wrath coming out over onto Borg, got a lot of damage to Fear coming out over onto Naughty. Is he going to trinket it? It doesn't look like it. It just broke on damage, but the full Hodge comes out instantly. Trinket, the penny's coming out to Borg while he's sitting through that War Stomp there. Great job by IMFX by throwing that out on there, but the rock damage is real coming out by Rosetta Stone now. But IMFX is the target of choice. He's getting bursted down really, really hard. The regrowths are coming out here from Bop. He's taking so much damage. Is he going to be able to recover? The blanket silence come out. Is this going to be it? Is he going to go down? The flash heals are connecting, but it's not healing through the damage, and he does go down. Wow. TSC Blue coming out hella strong there onto Rosetta Stone, not letting IMFX get away at all, forcing him to stand there like a totem pole, just throwing up those heals onto himself, knowing that he wouldn't be able to heal through that damage. I mean, is that a strategy, or is that just, let's go with it? I mean, you talk to me, Glinks. What would you think?
I mean, they seemed like they were just going with whatever worked. They're trying to exploit the weaknesses of Rosetta Stone and IMFX. We've seen him drop before. He does seem to be the target of choice pretty consistently. These priests, we can see that, that they can basically just fall over if you have enough pressure. They don't have too much tools to mitigate that. Obviously, the Ret has the bubble. The Druid even has the mobility, but the priest doesn't have too much other than fear to keep himself alive and keep people off of him. So they were able to just connect very easily on Time Effects and take him down despite all, any heals and anything like that, which, again, that pressure is just going to be really hard to deal with.
Yeah, I agree. But I do think that the error there by that team was the fact that that he did drop down to the bottom there, and because he's seen his teammates were down the bottom, but he kind of huddled up with them rather than playing the max range play, which I think he will have learned that lesson now. You know, just he needs to force those melee to overextend so that they can be punished for the overextension. You know, drag them line of sight for a couple seconds, because as we know in this bracket, that is enough to completely take a player out in this bracket. I feel like that he just didn't expect the kind of damage to come out from a Rhett Windwalker team, you know, but the Fist of Fury did come out there and he absolutely just destroyed him as well. There, you know, he sat that whole stun and he trinketed a Hodge before that as well. There's not a lot that he could do. I mean, he tried his best. I mean, he was throwing out the heals, doing a great healing rotation, using the shield off cooldown.
Yeah.
Regrowth was coming out from the Druid, but it just wasn't enough. He just cannot afford to ever get connected on by both of those melees in the future.
I think positioning, again, as you just mentioned, is key. And if you find yourself in the wrong spot as the priest, you know, you're really screwed, because you have to be max range as often as possible, especially if you don't have a trinket available. I mean, you're basically a sitting duck for these melee if you're not able to keep some distance between you and them.
Yeah, I think so too. But so we'll have to see in this next game. I mean, you know, it can either be Dalaran Sewers, it can be Runes of Lordaeron. And I do think that as on the losing side, I would pick Runes of Lordaeron. They need a more open map where they can actually punish overextenders by dragging them deep into the room, down the stairs, down that LOS. You know, I think that's one of the best ways that they can actually defend against this Rhett Windwalker composition at this point. They need to have that open area to be able to free cast and force the enemy healer off a pillar to a point where they can actually land some CC out themselves, you know, to be able to counter punish that. You know, some easy Hodges in the open, some hard swaps there and stuff like that. I feel like that's completely necessary. I don't think that the Boom King team, they should be trying to push in for a fear at all. They just need to stay max range, hold that fear defensively onto the melee, so that you know, he's got some kind of peels on himself. But then again, Glink, it might be wise for the Paladin on that Boom King team to hold the Hodge for a DPS, you know, to try and catch the trinket, so when they do connect, it could sit a full fear after that, you know. I think that'd be a really, really wise thing to do. And if the Paladin at trinkets, he would then bubble, but then his bubble would be down. So that could be a potential swap for them then as well. That'd be a very, very strategic thing to do for Rosetta Stone at this point. But TSC Blue coming out really, really strong, looking great. So what are your thoughts at this point, Glink?
Yeah, I mean, I think for Rosetta Stone, as long as they're able to keep up that kind of pressure, they'll be fine this game, especially on this map. I mean, this is even more close quarters than Blade's Edge, and that's exactly what they want. If they can really connect to anyone, if they can connect to IMFX, especially on this map, in that cubbyhole or just wherever he's at, they'll pretty much be able to stick on him. I mean, there's not much room for him to kite around here and get away from them. So I'm going to see what's going to be happening here. I am interested to see maybe a Hodge from Original to deny some of that pressure, or just more counter pressure from Bop to shut down, make them retreat, you know, and make them have to sit back a little bit.
Absolutely, but you can see Original jumping over that center tomb, miles out of line of sight of his priest there, throwing out some damage. He could be a great target now, but he knows he has to fall back there. He's baiting light off the pillar there. A lot of damage going to come in, but Original's taking a lot of damage now, though. The execution sentence is up over onto him, throwing those flash heals onto himself. He is going to stabilize there. IMFX doing a great job at keeping him up, though. The Hodge has not yet come out there by Original. He really needs to be able to land that Hodge, catch an early trinket, so that they can set up for a later point during the game. Bop's having a real rough time at getting damage out here as well. He's just managed to throw out a couple of dots, but he's really not being able to capitalize on anyone coming out in the open, because Rosetta Stone are doing a great job at just keeping away from him, keeping their distance, knowing that the only way they can lose is if Bop can get hold of them.
Yeah, and it looks like the TSC Rosetta Stone rather is just sitting behind this pillar. They don't want to go out there. They know that this Moonkin has huge damage potential if they're exposed. It looks like they're going for the kill right now onto IMFX. They're trying to get this huge offensive going on, but Borngud going down right here is at 40% health, just taking so much damage. And TSC Blue looking to fund that gaming house, the Skill Cap gaming house, and just taking out Borngud in a blink of an eye. That's what happens when you're caught out of position right there. Wow.
Absolutely. That Hodge coming out over onto that monk. He did have his trinket available, but he just chose not to use it because he thought, I don't need to trinket this. My healer's not in CC. There should be a off healing there. He thought he could sit that, but it just wasn't enough. The damage that came out there from that Boomkin Ret, that was fantastic to see. Original starting out with those early combo points there as well that he gathered earlier. Still had 3 holy power, so he led with a huge Templar's Verdict there as well. Wow. Sorry, Execution Sentence. So great job by them, just setting that whole thing up. It honestly looks like that the Ret Paladin Monk team was going to do some significant damage to IMFX. You know, when the Monk went rolled in there, the Paladin was charging across there as well. but they just got denied with that Hodge. That one Hodge won the game. So really,
yeah,
really
that's the
good job
Hodge we
there.
were talking about too. You were saying, what if he uses that Hodge on one of the DPS, and he did it, and they did very effectively. And when you leave that Moonkin alone to basically free cast and just have free reign over everything in that open map, I mean, he's going to shut someone down, and they just took out that monk almost instantly. That was, Born Good had almost no chance there. I don't even think they put too much of a dent into IMFX's health bar before they took out Born Good.
Absolutely. I mean, that was, like I say, is what I was talking about. It's all about that Hodge. You can't trinket that Hodge because of the fear, and it's going to be an AoE peel. So he knew that he couldn't trinket that. He had to hold out for the fear, and they punished him in that Hodge, and even his priest cannot heal through that damage, Just because you got healer free casting in Legion does not mean that you are going to be safe at all. And we've seen that at every area of the game. We see that at 110 as well. Healers desperately just trying to heal through damage, and it ends up being too much. I mean, it's the World of Warcraft that we're playing. We've got to get used to it. We've got to figure out ways around it. But I do think that this team, this Ret Monk team, they are one of the teams where I feel like they will be able to feel out the weaknesses of the enemy team, maybe even be able to play the bait game, find any kind of lead that they can get to kind of figure out a way to take down a team. I feel like these are one of the few teams in this tournament that can do that. So I'd like to see them figure out how they're going to stop that Boomkin throwing out all that damage whilst maintaining the level of aggression that they want to go for. Maybe it would just have to be a simple choice of changing the target that they want to kill. They need to hit the Boomkin, stop him getting those casts out.
Well, the problem with that, though, of course, is that if the Moonkin is able to effectively kite away, then of course, even if they choose to go on the Moonkin, that's not going to be as good of a target, because again, the priest has less tools to kite away to get away. But the Moonkin, he can dash away, he can displace away. Did they have displace actually?
No, they don't. They only have dash now.
Do have that dash though, and that's going to be huge. I mean, any movement, there's not too many snares and there's not too many freedoms at this low level, and so any huge movement speed increase is actually more significant than you might think.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, but what we have noticed, though, guys, let's point this out, is that Rosetta Stone have changed the composition. They're now rocking that Ret Mage Priest that we are oh so fearful of. We've seen these Ret Mage Priest teams absolutely destroy anything that they've came up against. But are they going to be able to take down TSC Blue, who are rocking this Boomkin Ret composition? I mean, we was talking about this earlier, Boomkin Ret against Mage Ret, weren't we, where both of them can deliver damage, one can deliver off heals, one can deliver polys, which is the stronger team. I mean, we're about to find out now, two teams that are very, very competent at playing the specific compositions, going head-to-head in such a small map as Dalaran Su is. Nice amount of line of sight. It does have a Y-axis. Let's see how this is going to play out. Glink, I'll let you take it from here, buddy. I want to see what your thoughts are on this.
I think Rosetta Stone with this Arcane Mage is going to be the favorite to win here. And we've seen Arcane Mages obviously do very well throughout this tournament, but we've also seen this Ret Moonkin composition be very strong as well. So it's going to be interesting to see them go head to head. Those Moonfires already going out onto Fondle. He's going to be kind of retreating back to the pillar here. Again, they're going to be opting to sit behind these crates. They know that Moonkin has deadly pressure, even from range. Naughty being caught right there with that Moonfire. These Moonfires just racking up at this point. And Bop, going in a little bit, actually getting a little bit aggressive with his positioning, and has to watch himself a little bit. Doesn't want to go too close.
Yeah, he doesn't want to get too close to the Wrath of Light there, because again, it can go either way, trinketing those Hodges on the DPS. They need to kind of hold that for the fear, in case the priest is ever a target of choice on either team. But we know TSC Blue, they don't like to go for the healers. They choose to take out one of the DPS. But Light, he's out in the open now. Fondle's Bay is all the way down at the bottom. I feel like that may should be pushed up a little more, trying to get some stacks up, because he is playing that Arcane spec, I mean, he really needs to get some stacks up now so that he can unload some big damage with that Presence of Mind.
Looks like he's going for it now.
Yeah, he's going for it now. He is playing Presence of Mind there as well. But they're just going to sit in the pillar. Maybe IMFX should honestly think about going in for a triple fear here, or at least crossing the map on his mount to force Rosetta Stone to spread her out a little bit. Maybe the rest of the team could push in at that point and get an early fear out of the way from Naughty and try and capitalize on that, because I do feel that in close quarters that it's better to have a Boomkin than a Mage at this bracket, because there's more instant damage that can come out from them. Here it comes, the Arcane Blast now coming out over onto Light. Onto the Druid, but nothing actually comes of it. Both teams playing very, very defensively at this point, Glink. I mean, I can't see this who's going to go first there at this point?
It looks like TSC Blue is probably going to be the one who's going in because Original right now is actually taking some heat. They're actually converging in the middle right now. It's about 70% health, going to be topping himself off with those flash of lights. Bob trying to get those solar ass off. Fondles himself is actually taking some heat right now. And he's not in the best position either. He needs to retreat to the pillar if he wants to live right now. That 40% health. He's not doing very much at all, just trying to survive right now. Those are the instant star searches coming out. That trinket was forced there by Bop and Naughty as well, also trinketing. That's going to be the trinket. Fondles might just go down right. Is that 10% health, 1% health? He has nothing available, really not materializing anything that game offensive wise. And you see Light, who was way out of position, not really sure what he was going for. Maybe a Hodge on IMFX, but they were just not in the same mindset at that moment. As you can see, Bop and Original just converging onto Fondles and just taking him out.
Absolutely. They turned that into a 1v1 and a 2v2 there. And with the Mage being so far behind on HP at that point, there was pretty much no way that he was going to be able to recover very, very quickly at that point. Light, he was trying to put out some damage there onto that Priest, I believe. I didn't see if he'd got a Hodge off and whether he got trinketed or not, but I do think that he would have landed that Hodge because I did see that he managed to land a Blade of Wrath down there as well. So he was in line with that Priest at some point. And I mean, he just wasn't doing all that much. He was just massively out of position, which it's really disappointing to see.
Bop did almost 30k damage, which was more than pretty much everyone else in the arena put together, by the way. So, I mean, obviously a lot of that was just the Moonfire ticks, but still all that pressure adds up. It keeps the team of Rosetta Stone on their toes, and he's just able to completely bully them around. I think there needs to be some more counter pressure and more, even if they're going to take some damage, I think Fondles needs to just go out there, get those stacks like you were saying, and push for that one shot with that presence of mind. Because if you just delay the whole time, I mean, it seems like TSC Blue is just able to capitalize on that.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, at this point, I don't really know what to think because after that last game, I'm a little knocked off like my mindset right now because I was so adamant about how I felt both teams need to approach the game. But once I seen that Paladin chasing that Priest, I honestly feel like that maybe that Rep Mage Priest team, they did bring out that Rep Mage because there was the losers and was able to swap comp and they brought that out, and they brought that out just through tilt maybe, or maybe just through panic, and they've never really practiced it, or they've tried to pull out some unconstructive strategy or something, because there's no justification as to why that Rep was chasing that Priest around the pillar due to the circumstances that was going on with his Mage back there. He could have been easily in position to throw out heals. So I don't really have much to comment on what I feel like each team's capable of at this point. I just like to get straight into the next game, get some more light shed onto both these teams and the capabilities and the way that they're executed, the goals and stuff in these compositions. How about you? How do you feel about it?
Yeah, they just didn't seem too confident with that Mage setup there. I mean, they just didn't seem like they felt really confident. They didn't seem totally coordinated. Obviously, we saw Light on the other side of the map during that whole exchange. I mean, it was just a little bit disorganized. I think you're right. Maybe they don't have enough practice with that comp or with those specs, or else they probably would have come out swinging more so than just sitting back and kind of waiting to get punished.
Absolutely, because you just see the way that the other Rep Mage Priest teams have been playing, also aggressively. They are the ones who are just the domineering on Blade's Edge. They're on the Y-axis. The other teams on the, on the ground floor, and I just felt like the whole game they was being the defensive team, and that's not how you play that composition. Yeah. You got so much instant damage, and you have CC, so you need to push up to get the CC that you need onto the Priest to follow off them Hodges, or even just get a 3 poly off in the open if you can catch that. And then that's going to force a trinket. An 8-second poly in this bracket is going to force an early trinket. Land that straight into a Hodge. You pretty much got your kill right there onto one of the DPS. And I don't see why that this isn't happening, why they're not trying to play the game like they want that to happen. They just try to split that up, is how it looked like. I bet they was thinking, like, we'll send the Ret in. The Ret was over there thinking he's keeping the healer out of the fight so that they could have a 2v2 and the Priest Mage go aggressive and actually win that 2v2. But they were so far behind, they was never going to recover very easily at that point, and they did go down because of it. That Blood silence that came out there by Original up over on that Ret, he just took them down with that, he just completely shut them out.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what happens in this next game here. It looks like we're getting both teams ready. I think should be getting in any...
Yeah, it looks like that one of the teams is taking a technical break now because they're going to be using some of their technical time because they're just having a quick tactic talk, maybe swap a comp around a little bit. So what we're going to do, guys, we're going to jump over to some music. So this is a good time for you guys to go grab a drink, go to the toilet, do whatever you need to do, take a smoke. But we'll be back in a couple of minutes, guys. So sit tight. We'll be back really, really soon. Hey guys, welcome back. We're going to get straight into these next games now. Rosetta Stone versus TSC Blue in Ruins of Lordaeron. Glinks, man, in this break we've been talking about these compositions and whatnot. So again, just enlighten me again and the stream as to what you think is going to be the outcome here, knowing that TSC are already up 2-1 against Rosetta Stone.
Right. So the strategy we've been seeing with TSC is that basically we have Bop going in, dotting them up with the Moonfires, getting as much damage as they can from range, and then when Original can converge, they're just focusing on a target, taking them out pretty quickly, especially with that Hodge if they're able to use it effectively. Rosetta Stone, we've seen this comp before. We've seen this match before. Of course, they're running against, usually against IMFX, but they might try to change it up now. We've seen them just get caught out in the open, especially on this map. Born Good usually being the target of choice and getting just annihilated. So it looks like TSC Blue is going to have the advantage here as they've beaten them before with this exact comp matchup. So we're going to see exactly what happens here.
Yeah, the gates are open, and it looks like this Malik Cleave is relentlessly going to throw themselves into TSC Blue. Actually, change of heart, they're going to take the pillar, whilst TSC Blue, they're looking to spread themselves out. Original was almost in range on Naughty there to get that Hodge over onto her, but as you can see, the fight's engaged now. Bongo taking a lot of damage right now. The defensive penance coming out over onto him. Flash shield's being pumped out over there as well. Bop taking a bit of damage now, catching that power word shield. Also safe right now up over on TSC Blue. Rosetta Stone team Priest is going to get hit by that Hodge. The War Stomp coming out with Bongo. The blanket signs onto Naughty now. Bongo's in so much trouble. The flashing lights coming out onto him from Light as well. It looks like they're going to stabilize here. They really need to get some counterplay going out. The full Hodge over onto IMFX, and he does trinket that. And the fear comes out over onto both Melee and Rosetta Stone. But it looks like at this point that both teams are going to be absolutely fine.
Yeah, neither healer has any trinket available. IMFX looking like the target of choice, and both Light and Borngit are converging onto him right now. He's trying to get those heals off desperately, and it looks like Bob is forced to use those regrowths, not getting too much pressure, and he just falls right there between two casts. Again, when Light and Borngit converge onto him and are uninterrupted, it's just momentous pressure. Like, they cannot deal with that pressure unless they have their own counter pressure, and Bob was not able to do that. He was forced to use that regrowth to try to keep up IMFX, but it was not enough in the end.
Absolutely. I mean, when we spoke about this last time, the way that they played it was the Hodge came out over onto the Windwalker monk there, and he wasn't able to trinket that because the Fear was available. But you have to notice that IMFX, he used his Fear before then onto the DPS, and the Hodge was down as well, so they knew there was nothing that could stop them. All they had to do was rush in. So the Priest, Naughty, she came crashing in there as well, throwing out a couple of dots and an offensive penance, which finished the job up there. So great job there.
That's going to be tying up the series.
That's right. That is going to be tying up the series. Interestingly enough, this could now go either way, but we have to realize as well that the map choices that are still available is going to be Dalaran Sewers and Blade's Edge Arena. Now, both of those are pretty small maps, and the previous time on Dalaran Sewers, we did see Light kind of aimlessly chasing the IMFX around the pillar, kind of doing nothing earlier on. So I hope that they've kind of got the stuff together and they're going to make something happen if they get Dalaran Sewers again. When it comes to Blade's Edge, though, I mean, having that caster on the Y-axis, it's been really, really effective so far throughout the whole duration of this tournament. The Melee teams have struggled quite a lot on Blade's Edge, so I wonder if there's going to be any composition changes here or not, although I don't believe that Rosetta Stone are going to be able to change the composition because they did win the last game.
Yeah, they're going to most likely stick with this. Well, they're able to change, I believe, but not without seeing... They can't see what TSC Blue does, right?
That's correct, yeah. You are right, yeah.
Yeah, and we saw, there's no way they're going to go back to the Arcane Mage setup. I think they're going to stick with this, stick to their guns, and ride on through this. I mean, they must feel pretty confident with this setup now. But again, like you said, I mean, we've seen on Dalaran that, especially Bop and just other, even when Gucciman was playing, these Moonkins are able to just capitalize on this map, and anyone that's even out of the crates for 1 second just gets Moonfired up, gets Solar Wrath. I mean, it's a lot of damage to be dealing with on that map and a lot of exposed situations. So I think TSC Blue is probably going to still go with their setup as well, and we're just going to see them go head to head here.
Yeah, I think it's just going to be an all-out bloodbath. I mean, they're just going to have to go all in, guns blazing, to see who comes out on top at this point, because I feel like that every single time the way that the kills are being set up and executed is kind of random a lot of the time. But other than that last game, when they knew that Fear was down, you seen them push in there even further. He was not going to retreat at that point. They knew that they had to. The call would have came out on Skype there for their Priest to push in with them. I mean, and they managed to win off that. So great job by them. I think that Original really needs to hold out on his Hodge rather than going for the early Hodge on the Priest, saving it for those DPS.
I agree.
Because he did hop like full Hodge over onto Naughty. She did trinket that up and he put her straight into a Blood Elf Silence as well, but it wasn't enough to finish the job for him, because the Melee that on the other team, they was 35 yards away, so he was not able to throw out any damage there. So it's kind of a waste of a Hodge and a Blood Elf Silence there. He only really wants to invest that onto the healer when it's in a clumped up situation where he can land damage off of it.
Yeah, I think if they can live till 2 Hodges, especially, so I guess 2 minutes, that's a huge marker for them, because as long as they can get that trinket out of the way with the first Hodge and then survive till the next one, they're going to be guaranteed shutting someone down, I think, with that second Hodge.
Absolutely. I mean, even on the first go, catching the trinket there off the first Hodge is absolutely fine, because if you can follow it up with the Blood Elf Silence, but in that Hodge trinket and Blood Elf Silence time, he can throw out a couple of globals of damage. That will be enough to secure a kill alongside that Moonkin instant damage with a Disciplined Priest following up there with a penance or something, But the fact of the matter was, in that game when he invested it, he was so far away. That Naughty was playing really, really, like literally max range, 40 yards, pretty much to the yard away, and he still went for that Hodge, which is only 10-yard range at this level. So I kind of feel that was really wasted, and I think that it all snowballed from that mistake there, because he had no Hodge to peel. Later on, shortly after that point, that's when his Priest went down.
Yeah, and we should be getting into the next game right here. We're going to see if either team switches it up. But again, most likely we're going to see similar comps. I think both of them feel pretty confident with the comps that they have. The next map, I believe, is well, they have choices, I think, of Dalaran or Blades, right?
Yes, that's exactly right. Yeah, they played Runes of Lordaeron twice now. It's going to be Dalaran or Blades Edge Arena. And if I was I'm not sure whose map pick it is, but let's say if I was the Boomkin team, I would pick Blades Edge Arena because they've been showing strong colours when they've been playing on that map. But I feel like for the other team, granted, last time they played on Dalaran, they kind of had a split tactic, the 2v2, 1v1 scenario. But if they kind of keep things tight, that would be the best map choice.
Yeah, and we are actually going to Dalaran right now, so this is going to be probably the advantageous map again for TSC. And looks like both teams are actually sticking with their tried and true compositions. We do have TSC Blue with that Moonkin, Ret, Priest, and then we have, of course, Rosetta Stone, that Ret, Windwalker, Monk, Priest as well. And this is going to be, last time they actually played on this map, it was definitely a win for TSC Blue. They were able to just destroy, I believe it was Born Good, if I recall. Or actually, no, they were playing a different comp. Yeah, they were playing the Arcane Mage Ret. But nonetheless, Rosetta Stone was caught out of position and punished immediately for it. We're going to see if they keep a tighter position this time, if they're able to coordinate a little bit better. This comp, they do feel more confident with this comp, so could be a different result.
Yeah, absolutely. And I was going to point out there that Light was going to run with the Final Verdict talent, but he did last minute swap up over to the Execution Sentence talent. I thought they maybe had a strategy, a train kind of strategy coming out there with that, but it looks like he swapped that talent over. But now the gates are open and these teams are ready to shed some blood right now. So let's see what's going to happen here. Rosetta Stone looking to take one side of the box. Light is pushing over all the way onto Original. He is dismounted there, running back behind the pillar. They're connecting over onto bot right now. That power word shield coming out. Solar has to be thrown in there. And Mortal Strike's coming out to Bop as well. A healing reduction going in with that rising sun kick from Born, but a lot of damage is coming out. The huge blanket silence, the bubble coming out from Light here. He's throwing out the flash of lights over onto Borngood, taking so much damage right now. Naughty having to trinket up that Hodge there as well. It looks like that Light was looking to make the swap over onto IMFX, but he's not going to be able to. So TSC at this point are looking really, really strong with Light not having that bubble available to him.
Yeah, Borngood just taking so much damage. All three of his teammates, including himself, having to spam heal. He might just go down right here, do this instant damage. Oh my gosh, this damage is unreal. There's the War Stomp, canceling that Fist of Fury, taking him out right there. Bob just not having any of it. They were trying to converge onto IMFX, but it was not going to be enough. TSC Blue, they want this funding for their gaming house. The team skill cap, the skill cap pride is coming in here, and they're trying to get out of this losers bracket, go straight to the top, win that prize money, that imaginary prize money, and just completely take home this victory.
Absolutely. That whole huge prize money of 0. This is all for fun and games, guys. That's all we're here for. But TSC Blue taking this series 3-2, like Glink just said. So let's take a look at the brackets real quick once we see those updated. So Rosetta Stone have now progressed into losers round 2. And no, sorry, it was Skill Caps that won that, right?
It was Skill Cap that won that.
It's TSC that won that, right? So yeah, they're going to be progressing.
They're sending Rosetta Stone back home, back to wherever they came from. They flew all the way out here to our headquarters in Los Angeles, and they just were not able to pull through a victory. That's going to be a crushing loss for them.
Absolutely, but Rosetta Stone,
they're going back to Shanghai.
Yeah, absolutely. Rosetta Stone did a fantastic job throughout this tournament, and but unfortunately, they're going to get knocked out. And they're not going to be able to play any more games. But guys, thank you very much for taking part. It was great watching you guys. You guys can tune into the stream and check out the rest of these games.
And these crazy intense matches, we're still in the losers bracket. These aren't even the fun. Like, this is pretty intense for people that already got eliminated before. So this is, shaping up to be a pretty interesting tournament.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's the thing in these low-level brackets. It can go either way. Just because you progressed into the winner's bracket does not reflect the level of skill of your team, And you can say that about any level tournament, but I feel even more so in these lower-level brackets because there's so many small, very, very minor variables that can happen that can completely sway the direction of a game, Like, literally one critical strike on one specific ability can be the difference between winning and losing. But by a massive percentage, because it's like a critical strike on one of these big hitting abilities is about 30% of someone's health in difference in damage from a non-crit. It's a significant amount of damage. So with these variables coming into it, you know, you are going to see strong teams in these lower brackets, and hopefully the strongest of those teams are going to be the one progressing further and further into this tournament, keeping this tournament as exciting as possible the more that we go on. But coming up next, guys, it's going to be Twink Skill Capped Red going up against Team Starter Reborn. Now, I mean, I know you like Team Skill Capped. You want them to go head to head.
That's true.
In this
I can't
losers
deny
round.
it.
Yeah, I know that you do. You want to,
but
see
I know
these
there's a
guys
lot
go
of starter
head-to-head.
fans out there. I know there's definitely a lot of starter fans. You yourself are not the least of which one of them. So this is going to be an interesting rivalry between these two teams.
Absolutely. I mean, just the fact that both teams have a lot of support coming from like members of the community and some of the viewers and myself, you know, there's a lot of split like intentions behind these teams and whatnot. So there is definitely going to be some kind of rivalry, and there's a lot on the line here. So there's not only kind of like, oh, you know, who's the fan favorite, who's going to come through kind of thing. It's like who's going to remain in the tournament, right?
Yeah.
So
there's a lot on the line here for sure.
There's
And who's going to go back home? I mean, nobody wants to go home after flying, 18 hours here to our headquarters. So it's a lot on the line. Stress, the mental stress has to be piling up for both of these teams. But we're going to see who can perform the best under this pressure here with this crowd watching. We have a live audience in the studio. You guys can't hear them; they're all muted. But
absolutely, it was only momentarily when we was taking that commercial break. I went down to the bathroom to speak to Lenny Drew when he was playing from my bathtub.
Oh yeah,
he absolutely loving that, soaking up the bubbles in that bath right there. I mean, guys,
let me tell you now,
so much effort has been put into this.
If Lenny Drew loses this, he might throw a toaster in that bathtub. So we got to be careful for that. We got to get the chaperones on him.
Yeah, as soon as if Lenny Drew's team seems to get knocked out in this tournament, I'll definitely run downstairs and just check that he's still alive and kicking down there, and unplug any kind of appliances anywhere near vicinity.
Exactly.
Absolutely. But anyway, moving on, we've got Twink Skill Cat Red going up against Starter Reborn. Let's see who's going to be able to take the best of 5 out of these teams. But let's take a quick look back at their compositions right now, Glink. So we've got Starter Reborn, Lenny up on that Druid, Berg playing Warrior or Paladin, and Sam Hain up on that Priest. We've seen these guys earlier. They were doing a great job, but they did lose that mirror match. But then again, a mirror match is a good representation of one team's skill playing a specific comp, but it is playing against the same comp, whereas some people kind of don't really excel playing mirror compositions. It's a very, very common and known fact that, some people thrive better against different compositions because they kind of feel like that, there's more loopholes or whatever that they can kind of exploit. And it's very, very hard to figure out what pace needs to be set in a mirror composition, because you kind of almost want to mirror the enemy team's pace so that, you don't overinvest or underinvest any resources. But sometimes just going in as hard as you can kind of wins in these mirror compositions, which is kind of what we've seen in this previous matchup. So they could potentially run that same Boomkin Rep composition again, which would be going up against TSC Red, and available to them. This is that Destruction Warlock team that we've seen earlier on with Trialmot playing that Warlock called Fail, kind of the joke name there, but we also got Resto who could play a Paladin / a Druid, Fake who could play Warrior, and Greasy up on that Priest, who we're definitely going to be seen in these games. So let's take a look right now. We'll dive straight over into Blades Edge Arena. As expected, we can see TSC Red rocking that Destruction Warlock. Oh, sorry, it's an Affliction Warlock. That's an interesting choice that they've gone to go with there over that Destruction. So that Affliction Warlock, Rep Paladin, Discipline Priest, that was one of my main compositions earlier this season on my main. But Starter Reborn going up with the same composition as earlier, Boomkin, Rep, Discipline Priest. I feel that Dr. Doom on that Priest, he's a really, really strong player up over on that Priest. I've seen a very well-timed and fast trinkets on the key CCs that he knew that he needed to break out of as quick as possible. He knows where he has to use his trinket, how he has to place that, and he does the best that he can to avoid CC. So Fail might have a hard time landing these phases over onto him unless his team force him to overextend off of that pillar.
Yeah, Starter Reborn coming out of the gate. They even though they lost the mirror match earlier, they're a very strong team, and they're not to be tooled with at all. TSC Red, though, at the same time, they're actually opting to go on the bottom right now, which may be a better option for them, but might also be, since they're clumping together, might not be the best thing, since Dr. Doom can actually get a triple fear. There's the Schism coming out with the offensive penance onto Fail, actually. He's actually caught a little bit out of position there. He's trying to get his dots out, but it looks like he's taking the worst of that exchange right there, and they're actually trying to kill his Imp right now. His Imp looks like it's going to be going down right now, and Fail caught without his Imp, maybe he's going to be able to resurrect it. Actually getting a Voidwalker right now, opting for that instead, which is going to be a little bit better defensively. And again, both of them are just kind of a stalemate right now. None of them is really budging, just poking in and out, trying to get those dots. And there's the execution sentence on to Lenny. Not too many Warlock dots, though, coming out from Fail.
He has managed to get some corruptions out, which is very important, at this point. He's playing that with that Haunt talent, bear that in mind. He needs those shards, so having them dots up is going to allow him to get them shards. But the big swat coming over onto Lenny with the full fit onto Berg. Execution sentence about to tick out while he's below 50% HP. This could be a kill over onto Lenny here.
Wow.
Dr. Doom was sitting absolutely nothing. He did throw out a heal, and Lenny went down. Wow. I mean, did anyone see Dr. Doom's position right there? Dr. Doom's position? I mean,
it was that, plus it was just they converged at a very good time. I mean, Xanax was, I feel like, just waiting that whole time for Lenny to come there so he could just swing on him in melee range. We saw that execution sentence come out. We did finally see those Warlock dots ramping up, and it was just way too much pressure for them to again, one mistake and he's just punished immediately for it. That bear form was not going to be enough, certainly, to keep him alive, and he was just taken out right there.
Absolutely. I mean, if I was Team Starter right now, I would reassess my situation. I would sit here and think about the Priest. I would sit here and think, well, I know he's rocking that Schism talent, but what he loses for that Schism talent is an on-demand instant heal, which is so huge. Which, he can move while casting that as well, which is even more huge. So we can keep line of sight from those fears that can come out from the Warlock, or any Hodges from the Paladin. He can line those whilst keeping some heals out there, because he's not really capitalized on playing that Schism talent. He's getting the Schisms off, but not at the right times, and he's not following them up.
I agree.
He's kind of throwing them out a little bit randomly. He needs to change that Pendant talent and maximize his healing output to buy team time, because he can still deal damage without that Schism talent. You need to remember that, guys. He can still use the offensive penance. It still ticks around 550 a tick with crits, so that it's a lot of damage on top of all the boomkin damage that can come out there. And the retribution
I agree with the point you just made about he's doing it at the wrong times. And when we saw that he was kind of using it when they were poking in and out, if they could have set up a situation where they can all sort of use their damage at a similar time on the same target, someone who's caught out of position, being a little bit more patient than just going in, I certainly think the Schism would be better used then. But of course, I mean, not to underestimate the fact that TSC Red was just able to capitalize on the situation immediately. They acted fast, they acted quickly. And, I feel like Starter Reborn was maybe baited a little bit. They felt a little bit confident maybe after killing Fail's, Imp Pet, and they felt like, okay, well, it's time to go in now. But it was definitely not, they maybe a little bit too hasty with that decision.
I think so too. I mean, I don't know. I'm just worried about this Warlock and Fears right now on this specific map. I think he might have a hard time if Starter decides to play a little bit defensive here, because he needs to be able to land those Fears onto Berg when they go on Lenny, because it's going to be so important to catch that trinket there over onto him. I think that landing that into a Hodge afterwards, it could even swap onto him to catch a bubble. So I think that's pretty important that he gets those Fears out. So if he positions himself well, Berg, they will be able to deny those fears. That they both decide to play on one pillar here. The Haunts coming out over onto Lenny Druid. Here's the big damage coming in now. The execution sentence should connect really soon. Actually, Xanax is not choosing to do that. He's throwing out those heals onto Fail. Fail uses Hellstone there as well. Full fear coming out onto Burgundy, though, instantly triggered. The execution sentence coming out onto Fail, taking a lot of damage. Is it going to go down there? It does connect the execution sentence, but the tick does not land the kill. The bubble coming out onto Berg on that Hodge there. Like I said, it should happen. And it looks like right now it's a bit of a stalemate, but the Haunt does connect onto Lenny Druid. This is goal number 2. The shield is caught there by Dr. Doom. The full Hodge comes out. He's got nothing available because he triggered the fear before, but Lenny Druid does manage to keep himself alive with the regrowth and the flash shield from Berg. Great job.
Yeah, everyone's come together here. These fears are going to be super important from these priests, and we just saw that full fear on Dr. Doom from Fail. Well done by him, but they're trying to get some setups here, trying to keep those fears going. There's a re-fear onto Dr. Doom. They're trying to set up onto Lenny Druid right here. They're just taking so much damage right now. That with that offensive penance in that schism, we just saw right there. Wow, Greasy Sorrow using that effectively. We just talked about how deadly that can be, and they just had a perfect setup. Dr. Doom was in that DR fear. Fail had those dots going. Of course, Xanax had his pressure the whole time, but that schism, that penance, that offensive penance onto Lenny was just way too much pressure. And that was exactly what we're talking about, lining up those offensive abilities and just using them perfectly.
Absolutely. And I mean, Fail there, he landed that Haunt at the same time as that Schism went off. So Schism can crit up around 1.1k. Haunt can do the same. And then the penance followed onto that. So there was just so much constant damage that was coming out onto Lenny Druid there. It wasn't like just burst damage like as individual figures. It was consistent high lower amounts of damage, so to heal through that is substantially harder to do with these low health pools to high damage ratios in this low
and
level
as you
bracket.
said, the fears were they were very important in that game, and Fail was actually able to get a chain fears onto Dr. Doom there, and that I think was what sealed them. And they had good CC and good damage all lined up. good, well done by them for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. They did a great job. I mean, we need to point this out here, though. Dr. Doom sat 19 seconds of CC in that short game. Look at everyone else. There was Greasy Sorrow who sat 7 seconds of CC that whole game in total, coming up in second. That was just a full Hodge that was sat there, I do believe, into a war stomp that would have been. I mean, that's a lot. I mean, 19 seconds of CC is a lot of time in such a short game. So that is exactly what sealed the kill. Like we said, it's all about catching those trinkets with the Hodges and getting the phase off of it. Absolutely.
Yeah, and we're going to be going into the next game here. And this could be the last game, I believe. We're gonna have to see how this plays out. Looks like we're getting both the teams. What map? Okay, we're gonna have Runes of Lordran. Looks like actually here, and let's see if both the teams looks like they're sticking with their compositions. I believe
that's how it is looking. You are right, but what I want you to give me a quick breakdown is how you feel that Runes of Lordran is going to play into TSC Red's kind of play style. Do you think it's going to be beneficial to them, or do you think it's going to be much more difficult, giving Lenny more time to freecast?
Well, I think actually the benefit that happened on Dalaran, we're going to see the same thing here, which is that open playing field, Dr. Doom being in line, everyone being in line of the fell is what gives him that advantage. He's able to dot whatever he wants freely and able to get those fears off, which is essential. I mean, those fears is going to allow them to have control, to have, dominance of this game, of this match. Dr. Doom, I think he needs to stay by the tomb. He needs to stay by the tomb, needs to play it safe, bob in and out. He can't be out there going offensive, going for fears, or else he will be punished for it. He will get feared first, I think. So yeah, I do think this is in favor of TSC Red, and we're going to see what they want. They want to win this prize pool. They want to go home. They want to make that skill cap gaming house and start a reborn. They certainly don't want to go back home to China. So we're going to find out what's going to
happen. Absolutely, but I do feel if Dr. Doom chose to play around the tombstones as well as the center tomb, that would be much more of an advantageous position for him. But it looks like he wants to get aggressive, coming out, throwing that schism out over onto Fail there, taking so much damage. A full hard jump to Greasy Sour, instantly trigger into the full fear. Fail should take some damage here, but it looks like nothing is going on. The Lunar Strikes are being thrown into him. The execution sentence does connect, but it came out too late. The fear ended on Greasy Sour, but it still is not enough. And he goes down. Great job there by Team Starter. They know what they need to do. They need to hit that wall and hit him hard. And
that triple fear was phenomenal. Dr. Doom he actually saw an opportunity. I thought he would get punished for even running out there, but he just did it quickly, saw the opportunity, ran in there, triple feared, and then they were able to set up so just effortlessly onto Fail QT. Oh, wow. Excellent turn of events now. We're going to have a series on our hands. I mean, this is looking interesting now.
Yeah, it really is. I think that they've stepped up the game now. They realize what they need to do. They need to win in the open. They need to win fast. They can't let that Warlock get all of those soul shards by keeping up all of them corruption ticks going on onto their team. They just need to get in there before he can get out multiple haunts and whatnot. So they're doing a great job with that. I mean, if they keep up that kind of momentum, that kind of pace, I feel is too fast for the Warlock rep composition, whereas the Boomkins damage, it's there, it's on demand, it's Lunar Strike, it's a 2 instant Lunar Strike straight after that, off the bat. That's what they need to go with. They need to really capitalize on that. Dr. Doom loves pushing in anyway, so this kind of fits his playstyle. He threw out that schism into the penance, into the fear. Fantastic stuff. Great job by them. So that's 2-1 now to TSC. Starter potentially bringing back this series.
Yeah, and we pointed out how Dr. Doom actually did line up that schism with that penance. He actually did 5.5k damage that game, which was double what Greasy Sorrow did. Really, everyone on his team excelled. Actually, Burgundy topped the charts for his team, and in fact, the whole game. You'd think Lenny would do the most. He was only at about 6.4k, but Burgundy did 13.6k damage that game with that huge Templar's Verdict. Looks like he was just able to have maximum uptime, and being a melee class, he was able to just totally capitalize on that against Phil, who was just kind of standing there and trying to get those fears off, but at the end, he wasn't able to do much.
Yeah, he really wasn't able to do much, but it is a bit of a shame that really. But at the same time, Starter, they played fantastically. So go on, Team Starter. I'm rooting for you guys. Come on, Lenny, do me proud, brother. I want to keep you in this tournament. I want to see more of that. I want to keep you untoasted in the bathtub. But let's see. Anyway, we should be getting into this next game very soon. But this, I do believe. Let me just check this out real quick. Potentially, we have this series and then one more series before we're going to take.
Are they allowed to do Ruins again?
I do believe so, because they played 3 matches.
Okay.
That was the 4th. Yeah, because that was the 3rd match, so it's reset now. So they can now pick and choose all the maps again. So they can do Ruins twice in a row now, yeah. So I wonder which team picked this. I'm not sure who had the first initial pick to begin with. in the second game.
Looks like they might be leaving, or what's going on?
Interesting. Both teams chose to leave here. I'm not quite sure of what's happened. Oh, it looks like that the guy who's queuing up sent the wrong map. Yeah, it was just a bit of a misclick there. No problem. So that's fine. I was hoping not to see Ruins of Lordaeron again this early. I kind of wanted that to be like a deciding game because it's a great map for both teams, and I think it would make the most interesting game. I just feel like the teams want to feel each other out a little more before, going in for the best. Because that map, realistically, is the best for both of these teams. It's got great open space. You just have enough line of sight. It's a very, very wide map. There's a lot of range to kite there from the Druid's perspective. There's a lot of max range that you can play on the healer on either team to really stop those Hodges come crashing in with connecting damage to follow. But I think on a map like that, going back to before when Original fell for that trick against the Rep Windwalker team that eventually punished his priest, he went for that ranged Hodge into that silence. But I feel like if he execution sentence before he went for the Hodge, he still would have got damage out whilst he was away. And maybe using that kind of strategy, if the healer's playing max range throughout the execution sentence, then go for the Hodge, then blanket silence off it. That should be just about when the execution sentence will tick out. And then maybe forcing like a Hellstone out of fail, for example, or maybe even force death.
Yeah, I agree. Lining up of those cooldowns is pretty essential here, as we've seen. So we're going to go back on Dalaran. And again, this has proved last time we saw TSC Red capitalize on this map with Fail getting those fears, getting that damage out. But we've also seen this map be good to Lenny and to Moonkins in general. So I think this is a pretty even keel map. I mean, I don't think either team has a strong advantage, but again, you got to watch out for those fears because those seem to be pretty game deciding. Last game, Fail wasn't really able to get out too many fears. He had to use them defensively because he was taking so much damage. But if he's able to get him out offensively onto Dr. Doom, onto the healer, I think that's the best use of it.
Absolutely. You should have played the room on Ruins of Lordaeron. I do believe I played way further back and not pushed into the center of the map. But the gates are about to open, and both teams are coming rallying out of their battle stations. Let's see who's going to make the initial aggression here. You can see Burgundy and Lenny looking to push straight across the mid here. But Burgundy is going all the way onto Fail here. Does he drop off? Yes, wisely choosing not to drop off there. Not line of sight, and he's healed. Great job by him there. Well read. The full fear, though, he's going to come out over onto Burgundy, which he does instantly break, and he does not trinket. Interestingly enough, I don't know how that happened, but the triple fear coming out over onto Starter right now. Dr. Doom doing a lot of damage here. Onto Fail, the full Hodge onto Greasy Sorrow. He does get trinketed instantly, but is it going to be enough? Is Greasy Sorrow going to be able to pick up Fail right now? The off heals coming out from Xanax in that bubble onto Fail. The Hellstone is used as well, but it looks like the relentless damage coming out of TSC Red is too much for Starter Reborn to handle.
Yeah, Fail's trying desperately to drain life to keep his health bar up, fearing Burgundy, trying to keep that red off of him and just spam fearing him. Lenny, though, going down, you're taking so much damage. Dr. Doom was a little bit out of position there, not able to heal him as much as he wanted. Lenny dashing away, trying to heal himself now. He doesn't want to take any chances. He's on a 20% health, dipped so low there. Xanax, though, chasing after him, might be able to take him out here. There's that execution sentence. Lenny answering with that bear form immediately. Dr. Doom actually caught that fear. There's that schism, that penance. This might be just the end of Lenny Druid right here. He actually gets that fear onto Burgundy as well, denying those off heals. So much damage here coming out from Fail. All these dots racking up. I don't think Dr. Doom can heal this. Lenny Druid's at 20% health. He might just go down, but Dr. Doom's actually keeping him up very well, and Fail himself is looking to be in a little bit of trouble right now.
That was a wasted fear there that Greasy Sorrow used onto Burgundy. A triple DR fear, putting his fear on a minute cooldown now, though, but it may not matter because Lenny Druid is taking so much damage. Connecting, the Drain Life comes out here as well, but Fail also on the back foot. He's completely oomed. If he life taps, he may actually go down. Lunar Strikes being thrown relentlessly over onto Fail.
That life tap
does come out, and he's taking so much damage now. But it looks like they did recover that. Great job there by Team Starter, picking back up. But Lenny Druid is now out of trouble just yet. The full fear coming out onto Dr. Boom. He's taking so much damage. He's falling down. The regrowths are coming out. The flash of lights are going to connect as well. Is he going to be able to stay alive? It looks like he may.
Oh my gosh, 1% health. Lenny goes down.
Great job there. Absolutely by TSC Red, doing an immaculate job executing all that damage, keeping the high sustained damage rolling, what I was talking about before, rocking that Affliction Warlock, the unstable afflictions, them haunts ticking away. Great job by them right there. And that's going to be TSC Red taking that. Be right back, going downstairs, making sure the toaster isn't in the back.
Please do. Like, Lenny is just in a state of, constant depression right now. Like, there's no way. He flew all the way here, but TSC Red, you got to be happy for them. I mean, they came this far. They're looking to progress. I mean, they might even face TSC Blue at some point, and that's going to be an interesting matchup. But this was an interesting series. That last game was just back and forth every second. It could have gone either way. Super crazy matchup right there.
Absolutely. That was a really good game. Both the Warlock and the Druid was so low. I mean, I'm just looking at this on the replay right now. Absolutely fantastic. I mean, the damage that just came out in the end there, Lenny Druid there at 1% HP, but he did just drop. That's just fantastic. I mean, great stuff. But that's going to be TSC Red taking this series against Starter. Unfortunately, guys, that's it, Starter. You know, you had 2 shots at keeping yourself in the tournament, but you failed on both accords there. Really sorry to see you guys go, though, but much love coming out from me and probably the rest of the guys in chat. Thanks for taking part in today's tournament, but this is Twink Skill Cap Red going to be progressing further into the tournament through the lower brackets.
Definitely some crazy matches, and we're still in the losers bracket. And all these teams just actually, you know, fighting till the bitter end. You know, there's no real big shutouts in this tournament, which was pretty cool. Like, you know, it was every team kind of went back and forth. Look at all these matchups. We have, you know, 3-2, 3-2, you know.
Absolutely. So while we're talking about it, let's take a look at the brackets. So, Glink, talk me through those brackets, our next upcoming games and whatnot.
Well, actually, I'm not totally sure. Are we going to the losers still, or are we going to
we're going to go up to losers round 2, and we're going to play vertically from there all the way down.
Yeah, so this will be an interesting matchup. I mean, we have both the twin skill cap teams in the losers bracket, and both of them looking very strong. And then at the top, we have Top Shelf, which we saw with that arcade image setup just dominating. They were actually the only team, I think, to get that 3-0 shutout. So well done by them. And then we have He Bought a Carry with a similar matchup. I mean, a lot of these teams, you know, TBA and Birds, they were very close matchups on their ends. I feel like these arcane mages are going to be the ones to look out for, as always, as I've been saying throughout this whole thing.
Yeah, they really are. And I mean, they're both 2 high caliber mages that are going to be going head to head in these grudge matches now. I mean, there's a lot on the line here. There's not just who's going to stay in the upper bracket, progressing through closer and closer to the finals, that route. But I mean, you know, it's the pride of who's the better in the mirror. You know, both these guys, that's their main composition. Everyone wants to win the mirror. Everyone wants to be able to say that they're better at that specific composition, you know. Granted, some teams are better like universally against multiple comps, but everyone likes that little bit of an ego boost to know they can beat teams in a mirror. That gives them confidence to move further forward into a tournament, and it keeps that momentum rolling, keeps the spirits high. And that having high spirits in a tournament environment is key to having success. It really is.
Absolutely. And we're going to see, so the next match will be He Bought a Carry versus Top Shelf. So we're going to see this action happening right now versus these 2 mage teams. If they both decide to break out the mages, we don't know yet, but that is certainly going to be a possibility. So we're just waiting for these teams to get ready and going to bring you guys those matches momentarily.
Absolutely. So with that being said, guys, we're going to go to a quick music break, no more than a couple minutes while these guys get ready, decide the compositions that they want to lock in. So just sit tight, go take a leak, do whatever you got to do, and we'll be right back really soon. Okay, guys, we're back. It's me, it's your host, Blackout, here with Glinks right now, ready to get into this next and up-and-coming series, the Winners Bracket Round 2. It's going to be He Brought a Carry NA going up against Top Shelf NA. Both of their main compositions is the Ret Mage Priest comps. Both of these teams excel at playing this comp, so I really want to see if they're going to queue into a mirror. Do they have the balls to queue a mirror against each other, and who is going to come out victorious?
Or as they say in England, do they have the bollocks?
The bollocks.
Bollocks, right? Is that right?
It's more of a Scottish thing that say that, to be honest. I mean,
right. Well, we have no Scottish representative here, but we're still rooting. We still have some Scottish pride here. Anyways, we do have TSC Red versus He Bought a Carry. This is going to be an interesting matchup. I mean, we've seen both of these teams excel in their respective brackets, in their series. As Saucy Latina with that Arcane Mage is a force to be reckoned with, make no doubt about it. We do have Manny QT on that classical enhancement shaman, which he's always been comfortable with, but he also plays Mage. So this will be an interesting composition. TSC Red has Manny QT, Sundeep, Suntosh, He Bought a Carry is with Saucy Latina, X-Pro WoW, and Delayed.
Absolutely, but the gates are about to open. Let's see who is going to be able to get the initial open here, as the initial open is so important. I'm hoping that Manny's going to dive straight in there and get some damage out, looking to connect over onto Saucy Latina, though, the poly coming out over, but he does get denied there. Great job there by Manny. The double Nova caught out onto Sundeep and Manny. The poly coming out, though, onto Sundeep. Looks like Manny's going to be the target of choice. The Earthbind has been dropped there. No wind shear available to deny any of this incoming damage. Taking a lot of damage right now. The dependency's coming out, and the healing surge does land on himself there as well, keeping himself stable and top. They need to push in further onto X-Pro WoW so that they can get some split pressure coming out onto the team of He Bought a Carry.
Yeah, Saucy is just looking to get these polymorphs off. He's blinking all around the map, trying to get this polymorph off. He's just kind of getting lost in the sauce right now. There's that offensive penance, though, or that that offensive penance coming out onto him. Suntosh looking like he's just sitting back this game, not really going in for too many fears. There's that full fear actually overlapping with that polymorph, but that's going to be okay. That's going to keep Sundeep at bay while Latina focuses in on Manny, who's going for his heals now, has to recover a little bit. He wants to keep his health bar up if he's going to be in the thick of it. He can't be, dipping too low. But Latina might just be going down here. It has to Frost Nova, but blinks away. Barely surviving. That was insane.
Survived with 6 HP, 6 points of health, keeping Saucy Latina in the game, continuing going forward, throwing that poly out over onto Manny, though. But the damage is still going to go into Saucy Latina, swapping that poly over onto Sundeep. Manny is a target of choice, denying that Arcane Blast, though. Great job there, knowing that was going to be the go time there. Suntosh, look at that positioning, playing max range, keeping out of the clutches of Saucy Latina, and that polymorph, hugging that pillar there, throwing out the smites right now. No counterspell in this bracket, so the damage can come in relentlessly, connecting over onto Saucy Latina. The execution sentence is about to take the full hodge onto X-Pro. A lot of damage coming out.
Oh my god.
Was down. Great job there by TSC Red. I knew that was going to follow. He was so perfect. The penance coming in, the huge execution sentence damage coming straight through there. The hodge over. It was ended regardless. He had so much time to finish that kill off. Great job there by TSC Red, taking that game in this series. Fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Sundeep and Suntosh, the Taiwanese brothers, I mean, they're coming in swinging these games. They're showing that Taiwanese pride, and, Manny with his Mexican heritage, they're just forming such a good combination, and they're able to capitalize on. So Saucy was barely surviving, by the way. I don't even know how he lived as long as he did. That was insane.
He survived.
Amazing heals.
He survived with 6 points of health. That's absolutely crazy. I've seen people survive on 1%, but that was 0.1% that he survived with right there, ladies and gentlemen. That was so lucky. He was on 8 HP, dropped down to 6 HP. I mean, what the heck, guys? I don't know. I mean, that was so lucky. If they'd have turned that game around, I would have been so amazed. But anyway, that's 1-0. 1-0.
And it looks like TSC Red was just able to deny that Arcane Mage pressure. I mean, surprisingly, they... by the way, I think these names are wrong. It's not TSC Red. It's not TSC Red. It's Top Shelf, right?
Yeah, you are absolutely right. Yeah, that is Top Shelf. The names are wrong there. It's not TSC Red. It's He Bought a Carry versus Top Shelf. So it's Top Shelf that are coming out on the top shelf, delivering that damage out there. So good.
Oh, okay.
Coming out of
the names are correct on stream. Okay, then we're just the ones who look like idiots then, I guess. But either way, when we said TSC Red, we do mean Top Shelf. Sorry, a little bit of a possible issue there. But
at the actual VOD, though, right there, they're not correct on the stream. It was wrong. It was written down as TSC Red. So it was written down wrong there as well. So just make sure next time that we go into the game that we do have Top Shelf written down there for you guys, so you know who is who, and you're not getting hella confused by what we're saying. But this game is going to get right into the next game really, really soon. Both teams are looking like they're locking in the compositions right now. This queue is going to be thrown out any second. So, Glinks, thoughts and predictions. Go for it.
I mean, I think the map is going to be essential here. I think you saw that map kind of not really work to Saucy's advantage. I mean, Manny and Sundeep were able to just connect pretty freely on their targets. Obviously, we had this Frost Novas breaking up that action a little bit, but I think the main problem there was, and maybe just Saucy's kiting technique. You know, he didn't really move around too much. He kind of just went back and forth with those blinks. If he would have, you know, jumped down or moved around more, maybe could have taken advantage of that. But I think he needs to watch his positioning more. Maybe another map will help out more. But I think as long as there's enough ample distance between them, we saw a little bit of pressure on Manny for a lot of that game. If you recall, if they can keep that up, if the more pressure they have on Manny, the more he's forced to heal himself, the less damage they're taking. So their greatest defense is their offense. Absolutely. I mean, it really, really is. In a composition like that, it is. You bet the best offense is the defense. You know, I'm sure I've heard a quote like this before. The best offense is a good defense. Yeah. Is that right? Is that even a thing?
Well, normally people say the best defense is a good offense, but in this case, it seems to be the reverse.
Yeah. And I think that's kind of why I've heard that slogan before, you know, kind of like an ironic innuendo kind of thing. Right. Yeah, I've definitely heard it that way before.
We love innuendos here.
Actually, right. Yes, we do. We're all about the innuendo live. You know, Top Shelf coming out on the top shelf in the last series. Looks like, though, we're into the next game. It is Ruins of Lordaeron, and there is no composition changes. I think this is really, really unfortunate here for Manny QT and the boys up on Top Shelf, because Saucy Latini is going to have a lot of space to play with here, a lot of space to get max range to throw out that damage. Easy to get polys up or over onto Suntosh the Priest. I mean, I don't think it's looking very, very bright for Top Shelf right now on the Top Shelf. What do you think?
We do have the triple Dark Moon Fair Bear dances, though, from this team, from the team of Top Shelf, and they're looking pretty confident right now, I have to say. Yeah, I mean, they're coordinated team, and they know what they're doing. This map on this Ruins is going to favor the melee, I think. I think Saucy needs to find his footing, find out how he can kite better, and survive.
Yeah, I really do think so, but I know that he's got the potential to do so. I've seen him play some great plays, some great positioning throughout this whole tournament. I know that he's got it in him, and if so, this is the map to do it on. But the gates are open, and the fight has begun. Sundeep looking to connect over onto Saucy, getting hit by that full poly. Manny there, getting caught into that hodge there, choosing not to trinket. No, he trinkets late there in the end, but that Arcane Blast to prevent that presence of mind. Double Arcane Blast coming out to follow. Sundeep sitting that full Frost Nova, but no one's taking any damage at this point in time. Polymorph again being thrown over onto Sundeep, and it's looking quite stale.
Yeah, Saucy doing a good job of controlling the team. Manny actually taking the brunt of the damage right now, about 40% health, struggling to survive. Actually, just so much burst. I think that might have been from delayed right there on the red. But now it looks like Saucy's the target of choice with that execution sentence, trying to get this polymorph off. Looks like he gets it off onto Manny. A little bit overlap with that fear, but not a big deal. Sundeep doing most of the damage now at this point. They're keeping these DPS separated with these bubbles. Oh, the bubble actually forced right there by Sundeep immediately. That was so much burst coming out from Saucy, actually.
Absolutely, and I don't even think that was our presence of mind, but I could be wrong. But the poly did get denied there. Great job by Manny, but again, poly connects over onto Sundeep there. He's going to look to follow that up again. He really wants to try and get that poly over to Suntosh, but he's not able to, so keeping Sundeep in the poly is going to be good, because Manny's taking a lot of damage now, forced to heal himself at this point. Does win share that polymorph to follow. Great job by him. Suntosh managing to pick Manny up there as well. The poly over onto Manny now. Sundeep's probably the target of choice, but the execution sentence did tick out from Sundeep onto delay, but it did nothing manifested off it there, and Sundeep managed to catch a mount up.
Yeah, and it looks like Saucy's just trying to regroup, reorganize you, trying to get these polymorphs. There's the full Frost Nova. They're going to have to be sitting that. There's that execution sentence. He wants to kite a little bit during this execution sentence, because he does have them Frost Nova'd up. There's that full polymorph coming onto Manny. You're going to be denying all that pressure, though. Sundeep, a little bit deep right now, just fucking falling. I apologize for that, but he just flopped there. That's the word I was looking for, not the F word.
He just flopped.
Yeah, he just got taken out by the other ret. That was insane.
As our good friend of mine, Ben Tilly, would say, he fucking flipping flopped.
Yeah, a little bit of
with his lift. But let's go anyway. I mean, holy crap. We knew that was coming. That bubble was down. The overextension came out there. and he just got ridiculously punished for it. But any children or ladies in the chat, I apologise for the language thus heard. We will not hear that again throughout the rest of the tournament, will we, Glink? Anyway, moving forward, that does make this 2-0 in this series, I do believe. Correct me if I'm wrong, with Top Shelf taking both of those games against He Bought a Carry. I mean, it's looking quite promising for Top Shelf right now. Oh, is it 1-1? No one corrected me.
We played 3 games, I thought.
Did we play 3 games?
Haven't we?
Interesting. Right, okay. So apparently it's 1-1. Again, I'm wrong. I always get things wrong, guys. You know, it's just the way it is. Such is life. So it is 1-1. He Bought a Carry. Took that last.
It is the 1-1. Yeah.
So this is looking neck and neck right now. I mean, both these teams have their strengths and weaknesses. I think we saw, well, that was kind of just almost like a wild card win right there. We saw Delayed, I believe, just taking that by surprise. I mean, I don't think anyone really saw that coming. I mean, we're always looking at the Mage to see what's going on, but I don't even think Saucy was part of that too much.
Yeah, absolutely. It was the Mage team that won that game. You are right. It was He Bought a Carry, so that's making that 1-1 now, Glink. And I mean, it's gone either way, but we did say on that map, though, with it being the biggest map, it's really advantageous for that Mage. So, with going up against a melee team, especially. So, with that being said, this means that now the melee cleave, they have a choice of either to roll with the mage themselves, because they do have that available money on that mage, or they can continue with the melee cleave and pick a small map like Dalaran Sewers, maybe even Blade's Edge Arena. I'm not sure what they played in the first map. I'm pretty sure that it was Blade's Edge, though, right? I think that it was. So either of those maps is absolutely fantastic for Top Shelf to be able to bring this back up to maybe 2-1. And it is going to be Dalaran Sewers by the looks of things, because we have got the pot. We are going to be entering this game. And now I'm interested to see if any composition changes are going to be made.
Yeah, I mean, both of these teams looks like they're sticking with their guns. Oh, actually, no. Manny is changing to that Arcane Mage himself. This will be interesting. We saw Manny on this earlier, and he was doing quite well for himself. So maybe he feels confident on the Mage now. And I actually feel like Top Shelf might be the better version of this mirror. I mean, we saw them play a little bit earlier, and they did quite well for themselves. So what do you think? Who do you think will be the better mirror here?
I mean, going from what I've seen and what I've seen alone, I feel that the better Mage is Manny, but the stronger Paladin is Delayed, in my opinion. In regards to the Priest, I'm not quite sure. I know that X-Pro loves to trinket early, but I've not really seen much going on to Suntosh, because his position has been so great, just like denying any opportunity to get those polymorphs off. So I think Suntosh is probably the stronger Priest, because X-Pro, with him blowing a trinket, he's in the wrong place to be getting caught out by that CC. Look at Suntosh's positioning right now. They'll stay completely lost right there, where you can see the Wild Priest, he just was right in the open for a while there. But the poly coming out over onto Manny here, it looks like the Sundeep is going to be the target of choice for He Bought a Carry. The full poly connected over to X Wild Pro. Here it is, the damage coming out onto Sauce of the team. The execution set is about to expire. The Power Word Shield, though, does come out. It does shield that damage. Great job. But Manny goes down. That Mage, the presence of man come out, and the execution sense connected, and Manny goes down. Wow.
And just like a classic duel in the Wild West, whoever pulls that trigger first just takes the victor with these Arcane Mage mirrors. And that time Saucy just had his finger on the trigger.
Absolutely. And that really caught me by surprise, because I did say I felt that Delayed was the stronger Retribution Paladin. And it's just evident, because I feel like in that game I seen him throw out 2 execution sentences, and I only seen 1 out from Sundeep. So he's really concentrating on throwing them out as often as possible to give himself as many windows of opportunity to be able to explode onto someone. And it paid off. So great job there by He Bought a Carry. Unfortunately,
we saw that Arcane Blast hitting for 1.3k from Saucy. But we actually saw, like as you said, Sundeep was doing. He actually got a 2.3k execution sense, which was the biggest ability of that game, biggest damaging ability. But in the end, it didn't really matter. I mean, Saucy was just able to get the right damage at the right time, which is what it really comes down to in these type of play.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's what it is. It's all about how hard you can hit. And just watching, Manny just get destroyed like that with such well lined up damage, the presence of mind as that ticks out. I mean, if I go back and watch this on a VOD, I tell you, I wouldn't even be able to count to 1 second before Manny went 100-0. It was that fast. I mean, it's just the kind of damage these teams can put out in this composition. It's really strong, and it's a very popular composition for that reason. Some teams figured it out earlier than others, and I think those that have figured it out before the tournament began, they're going to be the guys that are going to come out on top in the duration of this tournament because they have so much utility and diversity as the comp with that comp available to them. They have defensives with bubble, they have off heals, they have 3 non-DRing crowd controls. You know, they have racial abilities as well, which can CC, wall stomp, blanket silences. There's so much in the arsenal there to be able to really, really punish like anything that they oppose against, even in a mirror composition.
Yeah. And you know, we were talking about, you know, Suntosh and Sandeep. I mean, they have great synergy with each other. And I agree. Suntosh is very good with his positioning. I mean, we were talking with him backstage a little bit, having a little bit of an interview. He was mentioning how, you know, him and Sandeep practiced for years in the mountains of Taiwan, you know, honing that positioning technique, and he's doing it well. But I feel like the prediction of the damage coming in is what's key here with these arcane mages. If these healers are able to, you know, pre-cast a heal, as absurd as that might sound, or pre-penance when they feel like they're going to get bursted, maybe that will be the deciding thing. I mean, or you know, pre-shield that presence of mind as well. I mean, just anything to mitigate that damage when it just comes so unexpectedly.
I couldn't agree more. Whereas you do have to notice that X-Wild Priest, he did trinket pre-shield and execution sentence in the previous game, so he does know that that is available to use. But the full Hodge here coming out over onto Sundeep, choosing not to trinket the full poly over onto Manny though, and he does trinket out of that one. Sundeep now looking to connect over onto Saucy Latina. Saucy Latina's health is staying stable. Blanket Silence coming out onto Suntosh though, but no poly to follow. Double Nova coming out over onto the DPS, and he bought a carry. And at this point, it's looking like Manny's taking a lot of damage. Once again, blinking away. No ice blocker in this bracket. The full poly over onto Sundeep. No off heal is going to come out. Only Suntosh to keep him alive. Is he going to be able to do it? He needs to get the
poly's onto Saucy.
Yeah, and he does deny a lot of that incoming damage, and it looks like he is going to recover.
Yeah, very well done by Manny. Actually denying that probably the kill from Saucy with that polymorph cast. Very clutch play by him. Saucy, of course, answering with his own polymorphs onto Manny, trying to set something up here. Sandeep caught into that Nova, but getting some good pressure out now. Looks like he's just wailing onto Saucy, who needs to get away before this pressure starts to ramp up. And Manny's actually going in for that Frost Nova, getting that full polymorph onto X-Pro, who has no trinket available. Looks like it broke, though, or, you know, somehow he got out of that. And now the Arcane Missile's coming in from Saucy onto Manny. He's taking a lot of pressure. Sandeep caught in that full polymorph. Suntosh, though, still getting these heals off while behind the cart. He's able to keep up Manny, and this Mana War is looking a little bit harder on Tosh than it is on X-Pro. Suntosh just sitting behind here, not taking too much CC. Now the Reds are kind of going at it right now.
Yeah, and a lot of damage going to come into Sundeep. The execution sentence is about to tick. He's around. Damage comes out 10%, and there's the bubble. Saucy Latina before that doing a great job. Triple poly and Sundeep really far in there, waiting for that Hodge to come off cooldown. It came back just in time, but it's not over just yet. The flip of the momentum is coming. The full Hodge out over to X-Wild Priest. Is the poly going to be able to follow? I think
Sundeep is hungry for this kill.
So much damage. The double Arcane Blast comes out, and is it going to be enough? It looks like he might survive by the skin of his teeth. The off heals are coming in. Great job and great peels there by the team of He Bought a Carry.
And that Frost Nova just keeping Sundeep at bay. He was clenching his teeth, probably wanting that kill so bad, but Saucy just denying him, keeping those polymorphs out. There's another execution sentence. X-Pro, wow, at this point has his trinket coming back up quite soon. Suntosh, meanwhile, has no trinket available. So this looks to be the advantage for Top Shelf if they can get their CC going. But there's the full polymorph onto Saucy, denying any pressure right now. Both these teams are playing almost pretty evenly. Sandeep going in for the kill though right now. Saucy taking so much damage. There's the execution sentence. Sandeep doing whatever he can, but bobbing in and out, does not want to take too much damage. Recovering behind the pillar here.
Absolutely. He's falling back to the pillar. That was just about to point that out. They are stacked up though, and Suntosh does have a fear available. They need to spread out really quick. They have done so. It looks like they're on the aggressive now. The lady's looking to push in for this Hodge, and it lands. It does connect on. But the full Nova is sat onto delay there. He's not going to be able to connect any damage. But an execution sentence does come out from Sundeep over onto nobody. It did tick out and did no damage. What? I don't understand. Whatever. The double flare came out over onto Manny.
Oh.
He just go down Sundeep. He was caught far out in the open there. And the connection did come in. The double Arcane Blast lined up there with an execution sentence counted over from delayed. Did punish him there for having to use that bubble early on. Great job there. Great job.
And that was a war of attrition right there. That was probably one of the best games we've seen this whole tournament. I mean, we saw both of the teams controlling, swapping back those polys, those health bars just going up and down, the burst. The healers, I have to give it to both these healers, Suntosh and X-Pro, doing such a good job of dealing with this damage. I mean, and the mages, I mean, denying that pressure, keeping themselves alive with those polymorphs. I think they're actually just almost toe in toe right now with how well they're playing.
Absolutely. It's a shame to say, but it has to be the team Top Shelf go down into the losers bracket. Unfortunately, such a great team. But I do feel like Suntosh is playing so well with his defensive positioning. But I do feel like that is also the bane of his team as well, because on these maps like there on Lordaeron, where they came, they collected, they collaborated behind the tomb, all three of them, they then broke off, dispersed, and went on the aggression. But Suntosh didn't follow in because he's playing too defensively when his team wants to be aggressive. He needs to know how to play the offensive role whilst maintaining some kind of control and line of sight from the opposing mage to prevent those incoming crowd controls himself, whilst being able to push up to keep his team aggressive. And he's not being able to land any offensive phase at all onto any of the DPS or anything due to that max range play. So his whole team is lacking a lot of CC to help them get the pressure that they need to score these kills onto He Bought a Carry. And unfortunately, that was one of the main reasons, I believe, why He Bought a Carry took that last series 3-1, and they're now going to progress into the semi-finals in the upper bracket.
Yeah. So now we're kind of going to the business end of this tournament right now. The semifinals. Well, not quite yet, but we do see some teams moving on up there, and a lot is on the line with these people. You know, they have their pride on the line. They have this humongous prize pool, $3 million. So this is, you know, looking to be one of the biggest touring tournaments of all of history. Obviously sponsored by Blizzard. Thanks to them. Thanks to Mike Morheim for funding this from his own pocket. Cannot give enough thanks for that to Blizzard for hosting us. So yeah, all I have to say is Blizzard money.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, this $3 million prize pool that's coming out here, this is a more prize pool than BlizzCon. I mean, this is some serious stuff we've got going on right here. Absolutely. You know, we've got people coming all the way from Taiwan, or even playing from the hills in Taiwan. I don't know where they are, these guys, right in this moment in time. But they're doing a great job throughout this whole tournament. But unfortunately, getting knocked down into the lower bracket. Yeah. So what I want to do, guys, is take a look at the brackets themselves. Right now, we have seen that He Bought a Carry progressed into the semi-finals, and the next matchup that we're going to see is Team TBA versus Team Birds. Now, we've seen both of these teams play before, very dominant teams and very domineering in the series that they played, but you do remember when it was Birds versus Starter Reborn, it was a close series, but towards the end, Birds did figure out the counter strategy and managed to knock Starter down into the lower bracket. So they're doing a great job with like kind of playing with initiative and adaptation skills throughout this tournament. So maybe if they go behind earlier on in the series, that they will be able to turn it around again using those refined skills that they have obtained throughout the course of this tournament. But at this point in time, I'm not sure which way this monkey's going to swing. You know, could it go left to TBA? Could it go right to Team Birds? I don't know. The compositions that they're playing are going to be a little bit different. So Glinks, if you could, would you talk me through the compositions?
Right. Well, TBA, we've seen them pull out that Windwalker Monk with Poonfist. He does have that Warrior available. We've not seen a Warrior played at all during this tournament. It would be interesting to see it, but probably going to opt for that Monk as well as that Mage pre-setup. I mean, that's done the best for them. And they also do have that Monk and Ret setup along with that Priest, so that could be interesting. So TBA, we've seen them be kind of almost a hit or miss team. I feel like they've either completely shut out their competition or been shut out themselves, with that Windwalker Monk being kind of, you know, hit or miss in a way. And then we've seen, of course, Birds. They have Shanyon on Priest, and then they have they both have Druid and Mage available to them, as well as Mage and Ret. So with Brightening, usually opting for that Ret, and they've obviously gone with Moonkin Ret as well. So yeah, I mean, I feel like we've seen the matchup of Moonkin Ret versus Windwalker Monk Mage before, and it's been very punishing for the Monk, but if they're able to get a kill fast on the healer, it's been advantageous for the Monk composition.
Yeah, absolutely. Because if you do remember in that specific matchup, I do believe, no, it wasn't that specific matchup, but it was a Monk matchup where when the Monk went out into the open, it was actually a Monk Ret team. And this very specific team, they managed to global that Monk in a Hodge. If you remember rightly, that is this team that we're going to be watching, ladies and gentlemen. They can deliver serious damage. They know how to apply the stuns and where to put them at what time, because they know what trinkets they need to effectively get to win the fight in the long run. They have a lot of burst damage. Their burst damage really comes on a 45-second cooldown with that Lunar Strike. So, you know, you're able to see it multiple times a game. It's not something you're only going to see once during a game if they don't kill the first time round. You know, very shortly afterwards, you can expect big damage to come again on the next Hodge. So there's a lot of kill potential out of this team. So I do feel that the Mistweaver the Windwalker Mage team, they need to be a little wary. And they need to respect the damage that can come out from this team. You know, they might think
Absolutely.
that they've got the polys and stuff, but that triple Lunar Strike, the hard cast into the double instant, it is damage to be reckoned with. Granted, the same combo can be pulled with the Arcane Blast, but I do feel the Lunar Strikes hit harder than the Arcane Blast do from what I've seen. So, I mean,
I think Moonkins have more
damage.
consistent damage from what it seems like. More consistent, maybe slightly less. They don't have that necessarily complete one shot, but they do have more consistent damage going out all the time. It looks like we're waiting for these teams to get ready. I don't know if we're going to cut to music or if we're just going to go right into it here, though.
Well, let me see. It looks like that some of the teams, they're still getting ready, actually. They're still deciding what comps that they want to play in this blind pick right now. So we're just going to go to a quick music interval, guys. We won't be long. We're never long. You know that. We're pretty consistent with how fast we'd like to get things going on during these music intervals. So, guys, sit tight. Grab yourself a quick drink. Go for a smoke. Chet Lenny's not dead in the bathtub. And we'll be back really, really soon. Sit tight. Hello guys, welcome back. We are here and we are ready and raring to get into these next and upcoming games, which is going to be Team TBA going head-to-head against Birds. Both solid compositions, solid players, really, really good games that are going to be up and coming, I can promise you. And we're diving straight into Blaze Edge Arena now. So Glinks, what I want to do when we get into this game, I want you to look at these comps and you give me a breakdown of how you think these teams are going to be performing on this map.
Let me tell you something. Gucci has been all over the place as this Moonkin. He's one-shot people. He's been one-shot. Then we have Chanvi back here, the Discipline Priest. He's been holding it down, trying to keep his team together. And then we have Brightening, who's been kind of the rebellious, aggressive Ret, just going, again, all over the place. These guys are perfect for each other. They're a very aggressive team. They know how to do well together. And then we have Lazeli. No one really knows how to say this person's name because it's like an I. Not sure why they put an I there. But anyways, we have Ayazeli, Lazeli. I'm just going to call him Lazeli, along with Hot Pocket X and Poonfist. These guys have been holding it down, fisting people, running at people, whether they live or die. They don't really care. Both these teams pretty reckless, pretty wreckful even. I might even say, okay, anyways, let's jump into the game.
Pun intended. Hot Pocket, though, one of my favorite priests in this tournament. I love watching this guy play. But here we go. The gates are open. The aggressors are TBA pushing fire in here. Hot Pocket looking for that fear, and it connects. A double fear coming out onto Brightening and Chani there. The trinket coming out from Brightening, going over into that full poly. Poonfist is the target of choice. He probably needs to try and get away now. He's in so much trouble here. A lot of damage should come crashing in. Gucci Mom is who he's trying to connect over onto now. Jumping back up onto the bridge here, throwing out those regrowths, stabilizing himself. Now the Chi burst into the Fist of Fury coming out to Gucci Mom. So much damage is going in. Is he going to go down? He does. Wow. Fantastic connection there by Poonfist. Great job. He even had his trinket available, but he chose not to use it. But fantastic job there by TBA, lining up that damage, that early fear from Hot Pocket. I told you, I love watching this guy. He doesn't care. He goes all in and gets the momentum rolling consistently for this team that he's been playing for today.
And that Fist of Fury connecting onto Gucci-Mon was just, that was sealed the deal right there. With that full poly onto Champ, very well done by Lazel. They just, even though Lazel wasn't even pumping that much damage, I don't think, into Gucci-Mon, that Fist of Fury and that polymorph was enough to just take him out.
Yeah, it was absolutely great to see the connection that came at the end there, I must say. I mean, the peels at one point, they did a great job at trying to peel that Windwalker Monk, but it just wasn't enough. I mean, Gucci Mom did manage to top himself with a regrowth and even jumped into bear form. He pre-bear form that Fist of Fury and still went down through it. So much damage come crashing in there from that Windwalker team. And I love to see it, that Fist of Fury, while the healer's sitting a poly or whatever. The potential with the Fist poly combo is phenomenal, and these guys are doing a great job of executing that with those double arcane blasts from that pom. I mean, I like to see arcane mages playing in arena because, you know, in the tournaments that we see very regularly, or more often, shall I say, like endgame tournaments, you don't see an arcane mage. You know, Mitch Jones doesn't play in these tournaments. You know what I'm saying? So when you come down to these lower level brackets, you get to see these arcane mages bringing out these big one shots, and I absolutely love to see it. So I'm pretty excited for these up and coming games and seeing these mages going head to head like that. And I just need to point out as well, guys, because I did say this earlier, that when we get into the finals, that it's going to be just, you know, a best of 5, best of 7 or whatever. Sorry, I think it's the best of 7. However, the team that comes through the winners bracket, if they manage to win in the first best of, no, it's the best of 5. So if they win the first best of 5, they'll have to go into a second best of 5 to decide who wins. I'm just getting worked through about that now. So the finals, you know, it could be one of those go either way with these teams. Having a look at the teams that are going to be fighting over them spots in the finals, it's going to be one hell of a series when we get to it.
Sure.
But we are into this next game now, Glenn, and it looks like that no one has changed the choice of composition.
Yeah, I mean, both these teams are feeling confident with what they have here, and you know, you got to hand it to the team of TBA. I mean, they're able to set up that kill, get what they need, but this map's going to be a little bit disruptive. We've seen this map throw people off the track. Dalaran Swords, I mean, it's usually been beneficial to the Druids. Now we're going to see if Gucci Mon is going to be able to find his footing here, get that pressure that he needs, and really just send out those Kamehamehas against TBA and, you know, get that crazy Moonkin laser chicken damage. We're going to find out right here, though, because Hot Pocket X is able to stabilize his team so well, as you mentioned before.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they've done a great job in the past, but let's see if they can continue to do so. Chani on the mount there, looking to get a great position, keeping line of sight of Laycell, but the full Hodge out onto Poonfist, choosing not to trinket, taking a lot of damage though. Hot Pocket's not healing, but Icell's taking a lot of damage now. Big swap coming out over onto him, and it looks like he may be okay at this point. Hot Pocket did invest a trinket on a blanket balance there, and is he going to go down? He does. The following damage come, but no heals came out from Hot Pocket. I've seen no Hot Pocket heals.
just caught in a creek without a paddle. I mean, he tried to Frost Nova, didn't get anyone, then just got bursted down, didn't really do much. I mean, Lysel just needs to find his bearings a little bit there. Maybe just didn't know like what he queued up for, because he needs to get his game on. You know, he's an all-star, get his game on, go play, because these guys are not messing around here.
Absolutely. He needs to pull his socks up a little bit higher. I'm telling you that for free. I mean, they come out the previous game with a storm. They just exploded onto Gucci'mon. But this time, Birds have turned it around like we've seen in the past. Like I said before this series, Birds, when they are down in the dumps and they're falling behind, they always find a way to get out of that dumpster. It's kind of like method. That we've seen in BlazeCon. You know, they know how to make a comeback, and it looks like Birds may be able to do the same thing in this series.
I mean, they've essentially they've gotten out of the dumpster and put Lysel literally in the dumpster, it seems like. So
exactly.
We call that the dumpster trade, you know, back in the heyday of Twink tournaments. So yeah, looking like some pretty intense matches here.
Really, really intense. And it was such a fast game, you know. I didn't expect it to go that fast very early on, you know, with Trinket still being available on either team. It really surprises me. How Hot Pocket chose to use a Fear instead of cast a Flash Heal at the end there.
With these Moonkins and these mages, it's almost like, you know, it's almost like a roll of the dice. You know what I'm saying? Like they go in there, whoever gets that burst off. Again, I keep bringing it back to the Old West analogy. It's whoever gets that trigger off first. And of course, there's ways to mitigate that, ways to change that around. But when all else fails, when they don't have the CC that they need, they have to just resort to that damage. And again, when you're caught out of there like Lysel is, you need to get back to the pillar and regroup, because if you're caught out there alone, it's going to be a game over really quick. And that's what we're seeing. This high level of competition, there's no room for errors.
Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't agree anymore. But again, take a look at where we are. It's going to be the same compositions going up against each other. No change to be made, but it's on Ruins of Lordaeron. This is caster heaven in this bracket. I mean, but both teams have a caster this time. So who's it going to be? It literally is going to be the old Western analogy you've just been banging on about on this map. There's no way about it. You can't try and stall this out anymore. Hot Pocket, though, being that aggressor, he's probably going to go and push him for that early Fear, which is what we need to see from both of these priests. They need to look for that Fear. But I have my money on Hot Pocket getting that early Fear out, so possibly it could be TBA who will take this game. But if Gucci'mon and Brighton have been doing anything like they've been doing in the previous games, they're going to be able to come out like lightning and just assassinate Isley very early on in the opener. So again, could go either way. I'm excited to see what's going to happen. Can't wait for these gates to open.
Assassins with lightning, and there's no rogue or elementals shamans in this game. Make no mistake about that. But they do have that white lightning striking once again with that Moonkin damage. Anyways, here we go. Coming out of the gate right here is Birds and TBA. They're going to be, we have Gucci'mon in stealth going up to that pillar. They're trying to get pillar control at this point. Lysel just missing that Nova again. I don't know why he keeps missing his Frost Nova, but anyways, we do have this Arcane Blast coming in from Lysel, trying to do some damage onto Gucci'mon. He's actually caught out of stealth. Wow, just gets taken out. Shots fired. Bang, bang. The Old West style, just fired away first by TBA onto Gucci'mon. Not able to even live for more than a second.
Absolutely. And you have to notice that Poonfist didn't even get out the Fists of Fury. He landed and connected the Chi Burst, but that was all Lysel, ladies and gentlemen. Hot Pocket as well there, throwing in a little bit of damage to help him out, but that was all the mage. Just 100-0 in that Poonfist.
That Arcane Blast.
Fantastic job. Look at that 1300 crit on that Arcane Blast. Rising Sunkick as well, connected earlier before that with a 1600. That was a Rising Sunkick into the Chi Burst there. So a lot of damage came out, and the Fist was to follow. It would have been overkill if he would have managed to survive that. So great job there, again, by this Monk Mage team.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, these games are cutthroat. I mean, at this level, we've seen both these teams go through the ringer. And at this point, they know what they need to do. You know, there's no messing around anymore. They're not. This ain't some losers bracket. You know, like messing around, joke games. No, they're going for this prize money, this $3 million prize pool. They want that money. They're hungry for it. I mean, people have different motivations. We've heard, you know, Lysel's story backstage talking about how he's trying to fund his sister's operation, how she's blind, so they need to get surgery to fix her. He wants that prize money for a lot of noble reasons, and he's been the fan favorite here, and we're going to see if he can progress.
Absolutely. He's a very noble kind of guy, you know. He's one of the favorite player of mine within this tournament, just because of how complacent he is in person as well as he is over the internet as well. The way he interacts with all the people is absolutely such a great sportsman, you know, a very warm-hearted guy, like you say, raising that money, hoping to take this prize pool to fund his sister's operation so that she can see again and stuff like that. What a great guy. I mean, hearts in the chat for that guy. Absolutely fantastic person, human being.
Because this is his sister right now, but he's trying to make it like this. So
Yeah, they'll see it.
Absolutely. Get a little bit off topic there, but let's move back on. So it looks like it's going to be 2-1 to Team TBA right now. Very, very interesting. I thought that Birds was going to take that game up in that open map, but it seems like I was wrong again. That Maze just come crashing in with that damage, just dumping it out there, just literally taking a dump onto Gucci right there. I don't know how they're going to answer to that in the. Yeah. What I mean, I would ask you what your thoughts are, but I mean,
I don't have time to think. These games just go by so quick; they just get taken out. There's no thinking, just do. That's the motto of these matches.
It really does feel that way. It's kind of like, we could sit here and kind of bang on about all the different ways you could do things, but it's such a short window of time. It's all about who connects on who first. It really is. It does feel that way. As soon as that Hodge comes out, it's go time. For both teams, because once that Hodge gets trinketed, there's no stopping the damage. It's just all damage train from that point onwards. It's all about these priest healers. It's all about who can be in a great position, who can put out the most healing per second, whilst being able to land a fear. And that is what's going to win these games by the looks of things. But we'll soon find out. The gates are soon to open. I'm vouching for Gucci Mom right now. I believe he can make the comeback on Blade's Edge. I've seen it once before. I want to see it again. Team Gucci Mom. Go Birds.
I'm with you on that. I want to see Gucci Mom pull out a win here. I feel like he has it in him.
Absolutely.
Somewhere in that big owl heart of his. He's going in stealth right now. It looks like that TBA is just taking the top, opting for the top play. They're going to go for some setups here if they can get that polymorph off. There's actually a full fear onto Shabby, and that was well placed by Hot Pocket. And now some damage coming here into Lizelle from Gucci Mon. Not doing too much though. Again, missing that Frost Nova. Just misplacing these Frost Novas. There's the full poly though onto Chanvi, and they're looking to set up a kill right here.
It looks like the swap's going to come over onto Laceli right now. The execution's 70% AP, but Gucci Mon goes down. The damage is real.
I have to question why he's pushing in so much.
Yeah, I don't know either. I have no idea, but the Fist of Fury connected with the double Arcane Blast once again, just ending Gucci Mon's life right now. So TBA are going to take this series 3-1 over Birds, and that's going to allow them to progress once again further into the tournaments, into the semi-finals. And when they play their game, they'll be going up against Hebart Akari in the semi-finals. But before that, there is a lot more that we need to see. We're going to again be seeing Birds going up against Twink Skillcat Blue in the next up-and-coming series.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not the result I expected. I expected Birds to be able to bring one back right there.
Yeah. I mean, Birds just looking like they're flying away out of this competition. They're flying back to I believe these guys are from Pakistan. They're actually representing the People's Republic of Pakistan this game. A little bit of tensions there with the relations politically and all that, but nonetheless, they came out, they represented, and they did pretty well. But they're going to be, I believe, getting knocked down.
Yeah, absolutely. So all I want to do now, guys, is take a quick look to see whether the next teams are going to be ready and raring to get into their next up-and-coming game. That's going to be Team Birds, who we've just seen playing that Boomkin Retcon position, going up against Twink Skillcat Blue. Now, seeing as though Twink Skillcaps are all about you absolutely love these Skillcap guys. Do you want to take us through their compositions, their players, and give us your thoughts on this up-and-coming series?
Yeah, well, Skillcat Blue, and I've obviously been known to be a huge fan of them. We have a lot of fans for them in chat. I mean, their whole story is that they're trying to fund their Skillcap gaming house for this prize monies for this tournament. So Skillcat Blue, of course, they have Bop on that Druid playing that Moonkin as he does so well. They have FX on Priest, IMFX. He's been doing pretty solid, staying alive in tough situations. And then we have Original on that Paladin, but they do also have that Warlock and Shaman available to them. But we've typically seen, of course, that Moonkin, Retribution, Paladin, Discipline Priest setup, which they feel very confident on. I mean, we've seen them do excellently well. There's a lot of static coming in from someone's mic right now. I don't know.
Yeah. Sorry about that. That wasn't me. But yeah, you are right. I mean, you're talking about this team that you usually rocking that Retribution Paladin with that Boomkin Priest composition and doing a great job with that, and they have in the past. But we did see them lose a game before because of Original's play with the overextension on that Hodge. I'm not going to let that drop because that was such a bad call to make, and it did cost them the games. But with that being said, I hope that Original doesn't make that mistake again. if he can really understand where to place his Hodges with the composition that he's running, he's going to have a great shot of taking down Birds right now, who are going to be running a mirror composition more than likely. However, the Boomkin on their team, he is able to also play a mage too, so they could play Rep Mage Priest. Whether they feel as competent at that or not, I am not sure. But we're soon going to find out when we get into these games, which should be any time right now. But yeah, I just want to take a quick look over at the brackets now to have a look at the games that we have got to come. Look at the brackets now. We're in losers round 2. We're in game 10. Birds NA versus Twink Skill Cap Blue. After this, up and coming, we're going to have Top Shelf NA going up against Twink Skill Cap Red, who again are both very solid teams that we've been seeing playing in this tournament. I mean, when they win convincingly, but when they lose, they did not lose convincingly per se. So these teams are going to be really strong competitors for progressing into the finals through the lower bracket. But then again, in the semis, in the winners bracket, is He Bought a Carry, which is Fail's team, Twink Cup champion Fail versus Team TBA. Pretty excited to watch that series. 2 great teams there too. I mean, I have my money on He Bought a Carry to take that game, but I think it could be hella close between those guys. But either way, one of them's going to get into the finals, if not both of them, if the loser progresses through the lower bracket. But we're going to find out about that as soon as we get to it. But let's put our attention onto these next games. Now, we should be getting ready to get in the queue. It looks like both teams are just re-logging just to fix out some of their add-ons and whatnot, turn some stuff on, turn some stuff off, whatever they've got to do, and then we should be queuing up. All right, now, so Glinks, why don't you tell me a little more about that backstory that we've got on the team skill.
Well, the skill capped house, I mean, they've been trying to fund their house for years, and they figure if they can win this prize money, they can finally fund their gaming house. People may have heard, fans of the Warcraft Arena scene may have heard of the skill capped gaming house, which had a lot of top streamers back in the day. They're basically trying to revitalize that with a Twink sort of scene to it. And we're going to see. I mean, the idea here is that we have a skill cap victory. They distribute the prize money. They get a couple gaming houses. But of course, everyone has their own story, their own motivations coming into this. There's so much on the line. It's hard to pick favorites here. It's about who plays better. That's what it has to come down to in these intense series.
Absolutely, I couldn't agree more. They're having their own house or not. I mean, it's all about who wants this the most.
Or they live on the streets. I mean, it's one of the two. They either live on the streets or they get a house. They have to play their hearts out if they want a house, though.
Exactly. But, but it's all about which team wants it the most, is who's going to come out victorious. And we're about to find out as we get into this first game of this series. TSC Blue going hard up against Birds, who we've seen before playing on that Boomkin Ret composition, but now they're swapping that over to the Arcane Mage Ret composition, which is also strong in this tournament. So I wonder how TSC Blue is going to deal with that, with them rocking that Boomkin composition. I think the Birds knew they was going to be running that Boomkin composition and didn't fancy playing a mirror, so they brought out what they feel is the counter to that, because they've just been beaten by it, and they're going to try and replicate their previous team strategy.
Yeah, I mean, Birds, this is the first time they're pulling out this exact composition. So we're going to see how that works out for them. But TSC Blue is, meanwhile, very confident with their position, that comp they've been playing throughout this entire tournament. We have Arcane Lutz going in here, getting Moonfire, getting dotted up instantly, putting out some damage himself onto bot. But it looks like the exchange is going out actually a lot of damage onto Arcane Lutz, about 50% health, taking so much damage from that Moonkin. Again, we've said from a range, Moonkins are able to do so much damage.
Yeah, the trinket came out from original and landed him into the full Hodge there, but nothing actually manifested off of that there. But Brightening's taking a lot of damage now, sitting around 50% HP. Execution sentence did come out there onto original, but again, it did nothing. It looks like Original's now landing on with the mount, getting dismounted there by a poly, and he does bubble that polymorph, looking to go aggressive right now. The Lunar Eclipse comes out, the Lunar Strikes come flying into Arcane Lutz, the Blanket Size comes out. Is he going to go down? Catching the Power Word Shield, but he just goes down there. Great sell there by TSC Blue. Absolutely annihilating Birds there in the initial game in this best of 5 series, sorry.
That bubble
great job.
Was a huge risk, but it paid off very well. I mean, he just ran in there, bubbled, said, "This is it. It's time to end this. I'm not sitting these polymorphs anymore," and just took out Arcane Lutz like it was nothing. Well done.
Absolutely. Great job by him. And in the heat of the moment, Arcane Lutz at 2% HP, Pop's Presence of Mind, desperately trying to throw out some counter damage, but it just didn't get anything out in time. And he did go down there. Great job with that offensive bubble. And I seen the Lunar Strike get popped there. I knew that was it. That was going to be the end of that mage at that point. Really unfortunate for him. It's sad when you can just see things and just be like, yeah, your life's ended. There's no way. It's a really sad state of affairs, but it's the reality of the situation. So maybe Team Birds is going to reconsider this composition since they've
I would
seen,
hope so. Yeah.
you know, that they can actually get stormed by it, you know, but maybe not. Maybe they're just going to try it and go again because they know it's the best of 5, know they've got some games to play with, and hopefully come out on top for them.
Yeah, maybe they just need to learn how to play that arcane mage setup a little bit better, figure out how to get out their burst, and once they can do that, maybe capitalize on it. But again, I mean, skill cap just looking like they know what they're doing. They have a strong comp. They don't need to go with that arcane mage FOTM. I mean, they can just stick to their guns and pump out that crazy damage that they are known for.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, they do a lot of damage, like you say, but I do feel like that I think that was Gucci playing up on that mage, but if it wasn't, regardless, I felt like whoever was on that mage was a little more uncomfortable playing the mage than whoever was playing the druid, because it seemed like it was a little bit hesitant on when executing the damage spells and not really min-maxing the global cooldown usage. So maybe just a little bit hesitant, not probably very inexperienced upon that specific class, or maybe even the specific spec. Who knows? And that could have potentially cost them the game. Maybe they're going to not be as confident going into the next game with that composition. We'll look to change. I'd like to see it turn into a mirror or something. I really would.
That would be interesting.
Yeah, I think it's more up there, Gucci Street. You know, they won the last mirror. Can they win it again? You know? But we'll see. And going into this next game, it's going to be on Dalaran Sewers.
Yeah, Dalaran Sewers has been, I think, facilitating some of the most intense matches here, the most back and forth, because people are able to recover with that Y-axis. They're able to go down there, recover, get some health back, and of course use those crates to their advantage as well. Here we do have the same comps coming out from both teams. Okay, so maybe Birds is feeling pretty confident with that Arcane Mage. Maybe they feel like, okay, well, we messed up last time, but we know we have huge potential to just shut these guys out. What do you think about the chances here for these teams? Who do you think is going to have the advantage here?
I think advantageously the Birds have it because they have the crowd control. In such a small map, everyone's in polymorph range as soon as they come out from the pillar. But I do feel like it's also a great map for TSC Blue to unload onto Arcane Loots because he's got no escapes. With Bop having dash available as a great defensive to get in or out, can be used aggressively as well to reconnect onto Arcane Loots, staying in line of sight, bringing War Stomps out and whatnot. But it's interesting to see what's going to happen. But let's find out. The Arcane Barrage being thrown out onto Bop there. The full Nova sitting onto Original. Arcane Blast are being thrown out onto Bop right now. Not doing any kind of serious damage right now. But the Arcane Missiles coming out there as well. It's looking like a bit of a stalemate, but the burst is definitely coming soon.
Yeah, Original getting caught up in that full Hodge, though. They're not really able to capitalize too much off it, but they did get a polymorph off of it. Looks like they're trying to set up now. Brightening, pushing in for the kill, maybe, or pushing for some damage. There's the execution sentence. Kind of wasted, though, on Bop. Didn't really do too much. But Original actually forced into that bubble right there from Brightening, who is just wailing on him right there, staying in the thick of it, actually just doing so much damage.
Yeah, I mean, Original went in there with the bubble.
Wow.
Yeah. Original went in there with the bubble, got a triple blanket silence, instantly trinketed there by Channy into the full Hodge. Whilst he was in that bubble, he immuned that fear that came out by Channy, and the mage just got absolutely dicked on right there. He had absolutely no chance as soon as that Paladin popped that bubble. So great job by Original using that bubble offensively instead of choosing to retreat with the rest of his team.
Yeah, I mean, we just saw that Moonkin damage getting pumped out right there onto Arcane Loots. And again, they're just not able to get that one-shot potential. I mean, we did see Original being forced into that bubble, so maybe that was, they got a little bit of momentum there. But, of course, we have always seen these Rets are not a good target. I mean, they can survive kind of long relatively to a Moonkin or a Mage who have nothing to deal with that burst.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the bubble is so strong in this bracket. And since the bubble change in Legion, where in bubble you can do 100% of your usual damage, it's not like you even gimped offensively. You can go full aggression in that bubble with 10% HP and still score a kill. You know what I'm saying? It's like, it's insane, that bubble change, especially in these low-level brackets, what can actually be achieved by it, using it full-on offensively, not just to break CC, sitting in that bubble whilst killing someone. Feels like TBC all over again.
And that is a good feeling. I mean, a lot of people harken back to TBC as the golden age of World of Warcraft. And, it feels good to be doing these twink things because it does kind of, make me feel a little bit nostalgic.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, I loved those earlier games, earlier days.
Simpler times, I have to say. Absolutely.
But that's around where I started a little earlier than that in the vanilla expansion. But those early days for me are the best days because that's when I was a noob at the game. And essentially that's why we all enjoy it so much. But, kind of getting that feel a little bit back now with that bubble coming back to its TBC. time, you know. So the newer players can experience that just as we did once upon a time. But anyway, I will just want to just have a quick check of what the actual score is now. Is that 1 apiece, or is it 2-0 to Twink Skill Cat Blue? It's 2-0 to Twink Skill Cat Blue. Yeah, Birds they're on the back foot.
They want that money. They want that funding for their house, and they're
yes,
showing
they
it
do.
here.
And Birds, this is the final battle they've got to fight for their tournament life. If they lose this, they're going to be out, and that's going to allow Twink Skill Cat Blue to get one step closer to that big cash prize to get that gaming
million.
house. You know, but they
funded in part by Method. I should point out by Method, by Tempo Storm. We got a lot of sponsors for funding this. Huge shout out to them. Blizzard, of course. You know, cannot thank you guys enough. But nonetheless, we're gonna get into this game here, and this is the map that is the end all be all, perhaps. Ruins of Lordaeron. I mean, if something's going to go down here, it's going to go down here. This is the one-shot Wild West map, and we do have these two teams. Again, Bird's kind of questionable. I feel like they should maybe change that comp, but they're sticking with that Arcane Mage. Maybe they still figured out something. I don't know. We're going to see. We're going to put it to the test here in a minute.
I think if there's any map that they can do something on, it has to be this. It's the open, it's the Mage Dream, this map. But again, it's also the Boomkin Dream. Who's going to be the aggressors? I mean, it looks like that Birds, they're going to take the right side. They're going to push really far in. Arcane fully dotted up already by Bot. Great job. The Arcane Blast come like tunneling out right now, but Brighton's taking a lot of damage now, throwing out them flash heals onto himself. Anticipate the swap coming over onto Arcane soon, but the full Hodge over onto Original. The execution sentence comes out over onto him. Is this going to be Bubble here? The Ray Gross off the healing now from Bob, expecting the huge damage to come in then, but it does not connect very well at all. Arcane Loots looking to throw out more and more Arcane Blast, trying to get some pressure out, but right now nothing's actually manifesting.
Yeah, but Arcane Luke's looking to be the target of choice with that execution sentence. All these Star Surges and heals coming in though, keeping him barely alive. But that's those damage from the Moonkin was ramping up on him. There's the fear. It actually breaks through the execution sentence. Brightening actually chasing up Bop, but he's opting for that barrier farm, running away, getting out of there. Chavy kind of caught in the middle right now. Arcane Loots might be the target of choice right now. There's that worst. I'm denying that polymorph. Actually caught right there with that execution sentence, with those Star Surges coming in. Might just fall right now. And there's the kill. Wow, excellently done by TSC Blue. They saw Arcane Lose out of position, and they just capitalized on it immediately, not wasting any.
Absolutely, and I was watching the priest position. What's he called? Chinese positioning right at the end there. He got caught into a war stomp, which he sat and then got put into a half hodge, which he trinketed because he ran into war stomp himself. Whereas if he would have just chose to back off a little, he wouldn't have got hit by that hodge in the first place if he'd arranged it, and then the mage wouldn't have gone down there. So I think that was just a misplay by the priest, not reading that the hodge just come off cooldown from Original. So great job there by Original for landing that hodge, but a bit of a misplay there on Channy's part. But that's going to cost them their tournament lives as TSC Blue progress further on into this tournament through the lower bracket.
Birds, the Birds fly away.
The Birds, they fly away, but thank you very much for being a part of this tournament. It was great to have you, great to watch you guys play. But yes, moving on into the next series. So, you know, it's going to be Top Shelf versus Twink Skill Cap Red. With it being Twink Skill Cap, again, I'd like you to talk us through how you feel about this up-and-coming game.
Yeah, I mean, look, you know me. I've got all my Skill Capped apparel in the closet. I've not worn it today because I'm actually washing it, but I'm rooting for Skill Capped Red here. Look, I mean, I think they have shown their prowess throughout this tournament. You know, they've obviously been through the ringer, been through the losers bracket, but they have a few comps available to them. I mean, they do have that Warlock composition that they've been running. They still have Fake on Warrior if he chooses to show his face, but again, not too many Warriors here. And then they, of course, have Greasy on that Priest holding them down. Yeah, I mean, the interesting dynamic they bring to the table, I think, is that Warlock, and I think they play it well. So I feel confident with their chances here.
I think so too, but remember, Top Shelf is going to be Manny rocking on that Mage Ret team, so I don't know how that's going to fare for the Warlock team. You know, most teams kind of just crumble under the sheer power of these Ret Mage teams, but as we did see, the Twink Skill Cat running with that Boomkin Ret team did absolutely destroy Birds NA playing that Mage Ret team. You know, so it shows that they are not invincible, they are not godlike. You know, they can be taken down. Sure. They are human. So maybe the same thing could happen in this here as well, unless each team or one of the teams decides to play a different composition than their main composition. But we'll have to wait and find out about that. And TSC Red are ready and raring to get into the arena. We're just waiting on a confirmation now from Top Shelf. Then we'll be getting straight on and ahead into these games.
Yeah. And
I'm just going to take a look here at Top Shelf's composition, because I do believe that they have something interesting other than the Majorette team. Yeah, that's right. They have the Shaman. They're the team with the enhancement.
Yeah.
The Manny.
Yeah,
So they could even bring out that melee cleave and just run that Warlock down. It could be a really, really great way to counteract that team if the Majorette team the composition doesn't prove to be a success. Because we've seen him rocking that Affliction spec before, throwing out them haunts, lining up that very high consistent damage, and it was just wearing people down, unhealable damage that was coming out over a long period of time as well. I do feel that it is quite a strong composition against the Majorette team, with the mages not having ice block. So I do feel that bringing the double hybrid composition would be a great way to kind of deal with that damage, for sure.
Absolutely.
Well, with that being said, guys, we're just going to have to go into a quick 1 or 2 minute break, because one of the teams are just still fixing up the composition, still making a decision whether or not they are going to what they are going to play. So if you guys are sit tight, we're back with you really soon. Stick around. All right. Okay, guys, we're back. It's me, it's Blackout, accompanied by Glinks right here, and we're going to get straight into these next up-and-coming games, and it is going to be Team Top Shelf going up against Twink Skill Caps Red in this lower brackets quarterfinals right now. Both two very, very strong and competitive teams throughout the whole duration of this tournament, and I hope to see some great games coming out of this series, which I'm sure that we will, but the best team will, of course, win. And we're getting straight on into this game now. We are in the beginning map, which is Blade's Edge Arena, as usual. Glinks, do me a favor, bro. Take me through these compositions.
Yeah, so we have TSC Red with their signature fail QT on that Warlock, and he's done pretty well so far. He's been standing out because he is a Warlock with those Drain Lives, with those Fears. When he's able to chain those Fears, they do so well together. And I believe we have, is he playing Affliction? It's not loading for me. I think he's probably playing Affliction, right?
He is, yes.
So we have him on the Affliction Warlock, Xanix on the Ret, and then they're facing against the classic comp, Top Shelf. They've done so well. I think they're looking like one of the top teams, or they were looking at one of the top teams until they got knocked down to losers, RIP. But they do have Sundeep, Suntosh, the Sun Brothers from Taiwan. They've been practicing for months in the mountains of Taiwan and Tibet. They've been going there as monks, and now they're finally come to the Western world with their friend Manny on this arcade.
Mexican Manny, you are right.
Yes.
Taking that top on the y-axis of that bridge, but it looks like Sundeep is dropping down. Going to look for the early Hodjo one to Greasy Sorrow, but it does not connect at this point. And he's out in the open, getting caught into that full there from Fail, though. Getting those dots thrown out as well over onto the team of Top Shelf. Great job by him, but the Haunt comes out into Manny TS. A lot of damage should look to follow here. And the Penance offensively is coming into him, but nothing actually comes off of it. Sundeep is really, really fine here. He's line of sight of Suntosh right now. I don't really agree with that, but he does get fade off the pillar, fortunately for him. He needs to have a look at his position right now and just make sure that he doesn't push behind that pillar, because that is what TSC Red want him to do. They want him to make that mistake by falling into the depths of TSC Red.
Yeah, and Sundeep right here, he actually took a huge amount of damage there, even going in a little bit. But there's that full poly onto Xanax. Maybe they can push it now, get something going onto Fail, who actually is trying to get his fear off right now. He doesn't look like it landed. No, it did land onto Manny. Good job by him. But Fail's just running for his life right now, getting that Drain Life, desperately trying to keep his health up. And he might just go down right. Is at 28%. Greasy Sorrow is trying to keep him up behind the pillar here. But Manny actually falling back. Sundeep going to be the target of choice now, forced into that bubble right there as he was out there exposed. All of the team of Top Shelf is taking a lot of heat right now.
Yeah, but that's two major cooldowns from either team that's gone there. The bubble's gone down, and also the Hellstone for that Warlock. That's his biggest defensive, both down. So it's all about who can connect to the next go the best. And Greasy Sorrow still having his trinket. Suntosh, not too sure if he has his, but I'm pretty sure he should still have that as well. I don't think a Hodge landed onto him that he needed to trinket at any point during this game. Greasy Sorrow, like I say, holding onto that trinket, he will need that to stop those polys looking to follow. But the Fear being caught over onto Manny now, fearing him out into the open. Probably going to look to throw out some damage onto him while he's in a bad spot here, but he chooses not to do so. Manny's looking absolutely fine in the open there as they put some damage out onto Sundeep here, knowing that he doesn't have that bubble. That Haunt does connect. The execution sentence ticks out, but nothing really came out of that.
Yeah, and it just looks like at this point, both teams don't want to really go in. They know one misstep is going to be the end of them. There's the full polymorph front of Xanax, though, and that Hodge crossing. See, well done by them. They're trying to focus on Fail now during this full Hodge. Maybe they can get something going at 50% health, going for that Drain Life. There's the full polymorph. Fail's surely going down here. Yeah, that's going to be excellent CC chain there from Top Shelf, getting that cross CC, that full Hodge into the full polymorph, and that's going to be shutting down skill capped.
Yeah, absolutely. That polymorph did get overlapped with a Fear, but it was necessary to keep that Ret Paladin in control as well, which he did choose to bubble, but it still wasn't enough to save Fail. Fail just died in the hard, cold, relentless grasp of the power of Top Shelf on that mage Ret composition. I mean, it's just relentless, the amount of damage that they can throw out. It really is. They just ran away, waited out for that Hodge. I don't know why the Warlock team didn't choose to make a push on them while the Hodge was on cooldown, because they knew on the next go that they were screwed when that Hodge was available, because of the amount of CC that can come out of that comp. Really, really sad state of affairs for them. But hopefully they've learned from that lesson and they're going to move forward and make something better and try some better strategies to try and counteract the plays coming out by Top Shelf. Great job by them, though.
Yeah, if Top Shelf wins this, they're probably going to celebrate with some Top Shelf vodka. I mean, they've earned it, really. They've done so well throughout this tournament. I feel like they might be the favorite to win this, in my opinion. They're my favorite, maybe. Besides skill capped, of course, but
oh, of course. Besides skill capped,
yes,
because you want them to finally get that house they've been talking about for so many years.
They need that house.
They really do, absolutely. But we're going to see. I mean, Top Shelf, they are very, very strong. They are in the losers bracket, bear in mind. So there are teams out there that do know how to take them down. And it was a mirror composition they did lose to. But we were talking about that before, Glenn. We were saying that people in mirrors, they can flap, they can flutter, and they can make mistakes. Just because it's a mirror composition, because they don't know what the pace of the game should be. But when they face different compositions, they like to be the pace setters, and that really fits and flows with the momentum of the compositions, So I feel like that, in this case, was probably the problem with Top Shelf and the other team in the mirror match they faced earlier. Took the momentum, which put them in the position they are now. So that does not take away any credit from how fantastic this team is playing this Ret Mage Priest composition. But then again, we can't say enough about TSC Red running the only Warlock composition in the tournament and doing very, very well so far with it. So really, really great job to them so far. We've got Fanboy Fail up there playing on that Warlock. But the gates are open. Let's see who's going to be able to get the damage rolling first.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing this Warlock doing pretty well on this map usually. I mean, Fail's done pretty well, but it looks like Top Shelf just opting to go right in right now. They're not really wasting any time. There's that execution sentence, though, onto Manny, and actually some off-heals coming in from Sundeep, trying to keep him up. Manny's actually dipping a little bit low, trying to get his polymorphs off onto that Frost Nova Greasy Star. He gets the full polymorph. They need to capitalize on this. They need to go in there, maybe follow it up with a fear. They're kind of just laying back, though. He's getting the repoly, but they need to go in there and do some actual damage onto Fail. He's just, he's taking the blunt of damage. That 10%, 0%, just taken out right there. Wow. Okay, it all just came at once like a rushing wave of water.
It absolutely did. That was a tsunami that just come crashing in onto Barons of Taiwan right there. Holy cow. I mean, that's just absolutely crazy. The double arcane blast that came out right
just
there.
Just proving. I mean, we were talking about momentum. I mean, momentum, inertia. It's like, almost like you need a physics degree to talk about Arena these days. But Top Shelf has just gotten that CC and they've capitalized on it. They've crushed competition. Yet they wait for that poly. You know, I was questioning a little bit, like, why are they not going in? Why are they not going in? They're waiting for the right time. I mean, that's the end of that's the bottom line, and they certainly executed that perfectly.
Yeah, they do. They really know when to look out for the right time to actually go in and like go for the all in with the damage with the double arcane blast. Absolutely, they're doing a great job with that. It feels like they've really felt the comp out now, and they've been doing a lot of talking. They've probably been watching the games when they've not been playing themselves, looking at how other people are playing the compositions, how to.
Yeah, they're serious about this competition. I mean, they
really
want
does
to win.
Feel like that way. It does. You can tell that they actually want to win this competition. It feels like that they have something to prove almost at this point. Especially coming through the lower brackets. What a way to win a competition by coming in from the bottom, you know. From
they
the
still
bottom
have a long road ahead
top.
of them. Let's not count out the other teams. I mean, this is
absolutely.
far from over.
It's far from over. But I'm just saying, but how I feel the passion that's coming out of these players. I mean, it just feels like that it would not surprise me if they. No, it would surprise me if they did not end in the finals. It would surprise me.
I agree with you completely. But they still have to get, who knows? Maybe Skill Cap can win this series still. I mean, they're not completely out of it yet. They still have one more match to redeem themselves. We're going to see what happens in this best of 5 right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, because they may knock out one Skill Cap, but that would mean they progress to face Skill Cap's twin brother in the losers round 3, which is the semifinals of the lower bracket. So they've got 2 Skill Cap teams to go through. And these Skill Cap teams, they are tough, you know. It's going to be really difficult to take either one of these teams out of the tournament. So they've got a lot ahead of them, Top Shelf. But if they can keep up with this momentum, I for sure think that they definitely got the potential to go far. Okay, so let's take a look at this real quick. I'm having a look at the brackets right now because I just want to talk about some of these other teams and what teams we've got left.
Let's talk about it. I agree. Let's get into it here. So we have. Well, you can go on. You can start off. Sorry.
Yeah, I was saying we have. He bought a carry. You know, that's got a Twin Cup champion Fail in there playing up on that. You can play that mage really well. I've been watching him play that mage, and he can also play the shaman too. They're doing a great job up in there. So I feel like that because of the versatility of that team, it wouldn't surprise me if they got into the finals up against TBA, but I wouldn't count them out either because they're an absolutely solid team too. But we can't even get to finish what we're talking about with the brackets because we're going straight on into the next games. These guys are relentless. They want blood and they want it now. They just want to get straight back in there and want to figure out and decide who is going to emerge victorious. They don't want to mess around. They've not got time to waste. Time is money, friend, as the Goblins do say.
Yes. Time is money, friend. Sorry. Yeah.
Feels like I'm in Gadget Stand. Okay, so Top Shelf and TSC Red choosing not to change their compositions at all. I would have expected a little more from TSC Red. Maybe a composition change themselves to try and counteract the raw force of Top Shelves, but they choose not to. They chose Runes of Lordaeron instead.
Yeah, and we do have Top Shelf with their signature Dark Moon Fair Bears. These guys are in unison. These guys have practiced for months for this tournament. I mean, they're showing their skill and their pride, representing North America. Coincidentally, they're from Taiwan, but they're somehow representing North America. Anyways, we do have them coming in here. Damage coming out immediately onto Fel, actually. Getting that penance, offensive penance, Sundeep going right now, going in deep, as his name implies. Even going behind the pillar, possibly. That execution sentence, Blood Elf silencing that Drain Life instantly. Might even take out Fel right now on his own. Fel taking so much pressure, but Manny at the same time also taking so much pressure.
Yeah, man, he took a lot of pressure there, but he did catch that power shield. But the execution sense is still yet to tick out. Kind of connect on that at the same time, but he does get shielded up, so he's going to be absolutely fine. The full Hodge coming out over onto Greasy Soul. Fails in a lot of trouble here. It's going to be a 3v1 right now with the cross CC coming out the full fear over onto Greasy Soul. And he just goes down. Fantastic play there by Top Shelf. Absolutely immaculate setup. Caught the trinket, followed it up with CC into the full fear. Fantastic. Top Shelf absolutely deserves to take this series 3-0 by the way that they've been performing. Fantastic. Great job. But unfortunately, TSC Red, we've had a great run with you guys, rocking that only Warlock in the tournament.
Oh, no.
But your tournament life has come to an end. A bitter end.
But let me tell you something. The skill cap dream has not come to an end. We still have TSC Blue in this running. And let me tell you something. If they're going to play their hearts out, they're going to do it now because their compadres, TSC Red, just got taken out. They're going to be fighting for vengeance now. So this will be an interesting series.
Yeah, I completely agree. You know, we've got TSC Red just been knocked out there, unfortunately. So thank you guys very much for taking part in this tournament. Great job getting this far. But unfortunately, the better team has prevailed to go and face the sister guild, the sister team, Twink Skill Cap Blue, which again, like you just said, is another force to be reckoned with.
Yeah.
Now, let me take a look at what's going on right now. At this point of the event, guys, we are scheduled to take a 10 to 15 minute break going into the semi-finals, and we're going to have 4 fantastic series that will be up and coming, possibly even 5 fantastic series up and coming for you in the last half of the stream. So, guys, please sit tight. Go and grab something to eat. If you want to take a quick bite or whatever, now's the time to do it. You're not going to miss out on a thing, I assure you, if you go right now. And with that being said, 10 to 15 minutes. Don't go anywhere for too long.
Tell your friends, tell your family to come gather around the computer screen, computer monitor, watch these last games because this will be intense. We need to get everyone you know in here because this is about to be the most intense series you've ever seen in your doggone life.
Absolutely, and I'm so happy you didn't use any profanity words there.
No profanity here. This is a family-friendly stream.
It is a family-friendly stream, of course it is. But with that being said, guys, we're going to go through a music interval. Sit tight. We'll be right back really soon. Okay, guys, we're back and welcome. It's me, your host, Blackout, and I'm accompanied by my co-caster, Glink. How you doing now, buddy? Had a break? How you feeling? Energy
Pretty
levels
good,
high?
man. I took a little mental break, but I think we're ready to get back into the swing of things and, see this thing through.
Hell yeah, I completely agree with that. But first, I just need to say what teams are up and coming and what games we've got for you. So I want to take a quick look over at these brackets. The next up and coming series is going to be Hebart Akari NA versus TBA. Then straight after that, we're going to be seeing Twink Skill Cat Blue going head to head against Top Shell in the lower bracket semi-finals, and the loser of the semi-finals in the upper and the winner of losers round 3 will progress into losers round 4 to finally see who comes out triumphant to make it all the way through to the finals. But right now we are in Blade's Edge Arena, and it's going to be Hebart Akari going up against TBA. Glink, do what you usually do, bro, and talk me through these compositions. What are your
Let me
thoughts?
tell you this right now. Hebart Akari versus TBA. This is a classic rivalry going back throughout these twinklings. I mean, these people have seen each other in the 19 brackets, in the 10 brackets, in the level fucking 5 brackets. My apologies. Point is, these guys have gone head to head many times. And Saucy Latina, listen, Saucy has been one of the top mages in this thing, and so is Lizelle. So the fact that they're both going head-to-head is really exciting to me. I think it's the first time we've seen two really solid mages pulling out all the stops here, and they're just going to go head-to-head. I mean, these are two very similar comps, but that Hodge is kind of the difference. There is no stun available from the Monk, so we're going to see how they use that extra utility to their advantage, the team of Hebart Akari.
Absolutely. He does have the Fist of Fury, but with no stun on it. So let's see what happens here. The full poly coming out over to Lacell. A lot of incoming damage onto Pooh off the bat there. 50% instantaneously, choosing to roll back to recover. Great job by Hebart Akari on the offensive, sitting that full Nova over onto Delay. The poly coming out onto Poonfist, though. He's going to sit that as well. He does have his Trinket, choosing not to use it. Execution sentence over onto Lacell. The full play onto Hot Pocket. So much damage is coming out, and he goes down with a pump.
Wow.
Arcane Blast twice by Saucy Latina. I seen it coming. It was inevitable with that cross CC. Great stuff. Hot Pocket chose not to Trinket there, and he will regret that dearly after the result of that game. Wow, fantastic plays there by Hebart Akari in the open
And something
game.
to note there, Poonfist, he trinketed the poly and then immediately got feared off of it, which means, basically his team lost all of their pressure. So he was out of the game. And then literally in that fear is when Lizelle died. So that was, obviously pretty decisive.
It really was. I mean, it was a very clean-cut game, and it's clear to see who the domineering team is right now out of these two teams, and it does not surprise me one bit. I said that this team playing that Rep Mage Priest, that they would be able to assert a lot of pressure just going off that composition. I mean, the other team, granted, they're running with a Monk, it does a lot of damage, but they don't have that stun that the Paladin brings to catch those trinkets, which can be followed up by AoE CCs coming out from that fear from the priest, and that's so key.
We're wasting no time hopping into the next game here in Dalaran Swords now.
Yeah, exactly right. And I just wanted to point out there finally on the last game that the Monk did 356 damage that game. He did literally nothing.
Yeah, he basically got CC'd and the game was over. Absolutely.
So Hebart Akari, they know exactly what they're going to be doing, and they know what they're up against. So they're just gonna feel this out. They've got a lot of control going on here. Hot Pocket going to be on the back foot. Usually he's the aggressive player out of all the priests that we've seen going in for those early fears, but it looked like Hebart Akari, they really capitalized on the fact that the Lacell and Hot Pocket just kind of held back in the beginning, forcing Poonfist to roll all the way back as well. Easy triple fear there from ex-Pro Priest. So fantastic plays by them in the previous game. But this is Dalaran Sewers. This is a whole new kettle of fish. So, Glint, you take me through this now, brother.
Yeah, I mean, he bought a carry. They might have bought a carry or two, but it doesn't matter. They're coming in strong in this series. They're looking to be the favorite team to win this one. They seem like they can get those setups a little bit better with that extra CC. They're able to capitalize on that. Here comes the polymorph coming in onto. It lands onto Saucy right there. Well done by them. They're just going to be shutting down as much pressure as they can. TBA is just trying to control Saucy because they know that that's sort of their bread and butter is getting that Arcane Mage CC out. If they can deny that, Poonfist is deciding to trinket that Hodge instantly this time, not wasting any more time, and all this pressure coming in onto Saucy. He's looking like he's in a little bit of trouble right now.
He is in a lot of trouble right now. Hot Pocket getting hit into that fear, instantly trinket into the full poly though, so Lacell's going to take a lot of damage on this. If the reads out, the execution sentence will connect, and Lacell will go down. There's going to be no returning damage here. Is this going to be it? Is Hot Pocket going to be able to keep Lacell alive? He's not. It's going to be over, and he goes down. Wow. Great job again by Hebart Akari. These guys are coming out just absolutely balling right now, completely relentless the way that they just run at this team. They know that there's nothing they can do.
Delayed even used that bubble, I think, to try and save Saucy, but it just was not in the cards, obviously. Wow.
Yeah, absolutely. No, delayed
offensively
to kill
Lacell.
Yeah, that's what happened. But I just want to take a look. That Hot Pocket sat 11 seconds of CC that game. Pumfist sat 9 seconds and Lacell sat 0, whereas Saucy Latina sat 12 seconds of CC that game. And Wild Priest sat not a single second. Fantastic positioning coming out from him there.
Yeah,
so really good job to prevent all that incoming CC on himself.
Lacell was just being more proactive with his polys. I think he was able to just get that crowd control first, and that's why he's able to avoid so much damage. But I mean, in the end, it almost just came down to the raw damage and the raw pressure that was able to be combined.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree. Though, just both teams have the same style of play, but it just looks like he bought a carrier doing it that little bit faster and that much better, and it's just enough to take these games very cleanly over TBA right now. But TBA, they're fighting for their upper bracket lives right now. They will go down into the lower bracket, into the lower brackets final, might I add, if they lose this series. But they would then again, if they won that, have to face he bought a carry in the finals. And I don't think they'd feel very confident going up against this again if nothing changes in this game. So let's see what's going to happen. Saucy Latina, ex-pro Wild Priest, and Delayed up over on he bought a carry, coming out there relentlessly. Just got to point out, Saucy Latina is the main man. Fail up on that mage from #Synergy, the champ, the one and the only. So big shout out to him there. He's doing a great job up on that mage, asserting all this pressure. Lacell, though, another great mage, is able to put out a lot of damage on demand there as well. It's all about lining up that damage with Poonfist on them, Fist of Fury. But let's see if they can do that this game.
Yeah, I mean, we have both these mages who know their classes pretty well, but we've just seen, Saucy pull him out here a little bit on the edge. Poonfist going in now a little bit, maybe a little bit behind the pillar, needs to watch his positioning because Hot Pocket's going to be behind that tomb for most of this game, it seems like. Both teams don't really want to fully go in. There's that Hodge coming out, though, onto Hot Pocket, and now it looks like he bought a carry. He's going and trying to get some follow-up CC out that. Does not look like they're able to follow it up. Lizelle looking like the target of choice, but he's going to be fine for now. Again, both these teams trying to fight for control of this pillar. There's that full double fear, actually. Hot Pocket triggering that and answering with a fear of his own onto Expert Wild Priest. Well done by him and forcing a lot right there. Now Lizelle might be going down right now. He's at 10% health. He's taking so much damage, and that's it. The poly onto Hot Pocket, which was the trinket, was forced from that fear. Well done, getting that follow-up CC yet again. And he bought a carry, just decisively winning these games. I got to say, I mean, it's not like TBA is not putting up a fight, right? Because we did see them, get that follow-up fear. That was a good, fear that we had there onto X-Pro, but they're a little bit one step behind, I guess, with the CC.
I completely agree that they are just one step behind. That playing at that one pace slower. They're just down one notch on the actual speed gauge of this game, with the pace. But what I did notice there is that Lacell did a great job stopping the poly off of that Hodge that was put out there by the Paladin on his team, because what happened was he got Hodged over one side of the pillar, and then the mage tried to come over to get a poly off it, but he got Nova'd on the other side of the pillar, so he was still line of sight with no dispel available, and I don't think he had blink either to blink it. So, he wasn't able to get any follow-up CC, but that's when Ex-Pro World Priest came in there with the fear, which then got trinketed into the poly in the end. But I do think that off that fear, if he didn't trinket that fear and trinketed the poly to follow, and the mage played defensively, because he did have blink available there, Lacell, he probably would have lived. So I think that was just a bit of a panic trinket because it was a triple fear. Even though the fear would have been effective, don't get me wrong, but that was not the game-winning fear. The trinket on the fear was the game-winning fear. So I think that was a little bit of a mistake there. I think he could have held that a little longer.
Right. And now TBA is going to be moving down to the losers bracket finals for having gone that far in the winners. And he bought a carry is actually moving on to the final. So they could win this whole thing. They've been one of the favorites this whole time. I still have it out for Top Shelf. I'm rooting for them. And Skill Cap. I mean, this is going to be a hard one for me because I like both these teams. This next series that we're going into here, which is, speaking of, it's Top Shelf versus Skill Cap Blue.
Absolutely. And I mean, I'm taking a look at the brackets right now with you guys and just having a look at all the teams left in this tournament. You've got TBA in the lower bracket finals. We've got He Bought a Carry in the finals. We've got Twink Skill Cap Blue in losers round 3 with Top Shelf. All of these teams are really, really good teams. It's going to be sad to see any one of them go. in these next few series that we're about to see. But someone has to go, so let's find out who exactly that's going to be. It's going to be Twink Skill Cap Blue going up against Top Shelf in the losers round 3, which is the semi-finals of the lower bracket. So Top Shelf, great team. They have Manny up on that mage playing that Rep Mage Priest composition. That's their main composition during this tournament. And Twink Skill Cap Blue, I've not seen them play for a little bit, so I'm just going to have to quickly check up exactly what the composition it is that they'd be playing, because TSC Red, I've seen them last, and they're so confusing with the similar names. This is Bot's team with IMFX and Original. So they've been playing that Boomkin Paladin Priest composition as their main composition. And they've taken down a few of these Rep Mage Priest teams as well. So this is a really, really good
That seems to be the answer, possibly.
Here. It seems to be one of the only answers, but it can go either way, as we've seen, because we have seen these Rep Boomkin Priest teams go down to Manny's Rep Mage Priest teams. So this could go either way. It's all about who wants it the most right now, and it's going to be the first game coming out on Blaze Edge Arena, as usual. TSC Blue versus Top Shelf. I'm pretty excited to see this series going.
I love this matchup personally. I mean, this has always been an interesting, intense matchup. These are two probably of the best comps in this tournament. Would you agree? I mean, I think these two comps are the top comps in this Twink bracket, in this level 20 bracket. And I think we're going to see, we've seen from Top Shelf probably the most synergy of any of these teams. And they're very well coordinated, very well synergized, my bad. And TSC Blue, though, they've had a lot of damage, a lot of unexpected wins, and they've been able to pull through some pretty tough situations. When their healer's getting trained, when you don't expect them to win, they've pulled through and won. So this is going to be a pretty invigorating series to see who can take it.
I agree, but I mean, IMFX a couple times, he's pushed in a little too aggressively with his team, a little huddled up, and has been punished for it by melee teams in the past. But Sundeep, he does a lot of damage on his own. He could punish him for pushing too far in, so he's got to be really careful here. But the Moonfires are being tossed out there by Bot, the full poly coming over onto Original. It looks like the Manny's going to be the target of choice, as we expected. The Arcane Blaster coming out now, he's got 4 stacks. The Repoly coming out over onto Original, the full Hodge onto IMFX, and a lot of damage should be coming out now to Bot. The execution setting does connect, but Bot is absolutely fine in the middle of the arena right now. It looks like he's going to drop off down the side there, catch a heal, but the half poly coming out onto IMFX, so he's not out of the woods just yet. The War Stomp coming out over onto Manny's great job, but he does go down anyway. I think he just panicked.
His kiting was admirable, and I liked his idea there, but I think they should have looked to stopping the CC or getting out their own pressure instead of, because look, these Twink brackets, it's not a matter of surviving. It's a matter of getting your CC, your damage out first. Even if IMFX is CC'd, I think they just need to go, full on green light mode, just do whatever they can to turn up the pressure, turn up the knobs. That's the only way they can counter pressure. It's not by running, I feel like, unfortunately. Unless it's just for a short amount of time. But when you're chaining those polymorphs one after another, you can run for as long as you want. It's not going to help versus an arcane mage.
Oh yeah, it's not going to save you one bit. I mean, the arcane mage, the damage is on the move. All the burst damage comes on the move, so you're not really going to be able to escape that. And even if you manage to outrange him, he's going to just chain those polys over onto your team. So you really need to find a way to kind of put some counter pressure out to try and force him to go back on the defensive. But at that point, I did notice that the Boomkin dropped down onto one side of the bridge, a little bit of miscommunication. And instead of going under the bridge, because he wanted to end up on that side where the priest was, even though the priest was at the top, he went over the bridge. And he took about 40% of his health in damage by going over the top. So he definitely could have survived there. I think it was just a miscommunication in the heat of the moment because the cross CC had landed. The Skype comms must have been going crazy, saying, run. So he panics. It looked at that point. With the Y-axis as well, it is kind of complicated in such a bursty bracket. So, I think that was just a first game jitters, really, getting this far into the tournament. You cannot be a really bad team to be this far in the tournament with the level of players that we're seeing within this bracket. So, I think he just need, he's not played in a couple of series now. I think he'll just get
his bearings.
Exactly. He's one of the admirable players in this tournament. I mean, everyone knows this guy. He's a really, really nice guy as well and stuff. So I do think that he's definitely got potential to redeem himself here at this point with this composition. I just hope it's Ruza Water again, that Original doesn't go for that max range Hodge, as usual, without putting out the execution sentence first. I'm not going to forget that. He needs to be putting that Hodge over onto Sundeep. He really does when Sunflash gets hit with that poly. But let's see how this unfolds. The gates are open, so Glink, bro, take me through this.
Yeah, we have Top Shelf coming in on the triple bear mounts, and these Moonkin dots are just being sent out right now, those Moonfires. But now Sandeep looking to connect right here onto Bop if he can, going right there in the thick of it. There's that War Stomp coming out, the triple Frost Nova as well. Manny's looking to set up something here, trying to get these polymorphs off. There's the full Hodge onto IMFX. Original caught into that full polymorph. Bob needs to run, needs to be on the run right now. This is where the pressure's coming in. IMFX in that full poly. Bob's going to be going down right here. The same scenario that we saw last game. Those polys are going to be shutting down any healing, and Bob needs to just turn on the pressure. They cannot wait for those polys to end or anything. They just have to go.
They cannot. You are absolutely right. They need to just open with up. They need to get 3 Holy Power on their ret, open with a Hodge, and go, and just commit absolutely everything before the execution even ticks out. I mean, it's just so important that they do that, because they're not getting any damage out at all. They're not using the instant Lunar Strikes. Because of the cross CC that's coming out, it's really shutting them down early on. You need to invest the trinkets, maybe even Original use a bubble offensively, and holding his trinket for after the bubble so that he can actually get out some damage. I think that that's probably the best way to go.
And this next game might be the last hope for Skill Cat Blue to get that funding for that gaming house. They've been looking for this win for years. They've been wanting this prize money, this $3 million prize pool. So much is on the line for these teams. Top Shelf, they're looking to take him out. They're looking to secure their victory. They're trying to prove something to Hebota Carry. They're longtime rivals. I mean, this is an intense series. So much is on the line here. Skill Cap might go homeless. They might live on the streets. We don't really know what's going to happen, guys, but everyone has invested so much time, effort, and money into this tournament. Again, I have to thank all of our sponsors, Blizzard, Method, Tempo Storm. You guys have invested so much money, and we're so happy to be here, out here in our Los Angeles headquarters. We've flown out from all over the world. Blackouts come all the way from England, and we're so happy to all be here.
Oh, thank you for giving us a warm welcome and whatnot, Glink. I really do appreciate that. But I must say, I do feel that this is getting more and more heated the further that we get into this tournament. I mean, these guys are just coming out with style, and people are going out in style at this point. It is absolute blood, sweat, and tears that have been put into this at this point. And I mean, these guys, like you said, they've been preparing for a long time right now. And they're just coming out strong. All these teams are coming out strong. Although we do feel this Boom King composition, they really need to invest in their go time sooner. Once they do that, we know they've got the potential to unleash this amount of damage that it's going to take down that mage. But I think that we should be getting into this next series real quick. We're just waiting on a response from TSC Blue right now. It looks like that they're going to be probably talking some tactics and trying to figure out what
they should be. I mean, this is their last game possibly. They need to be really reorganizing, getting inside their heads, figuring out the strategies. I'm sure there's a lot of frustration, a lot of angst in their Skype call right now, and they're trying to get this sorted out because there's a lot of line. They're probably nervous. They got the jitters. They've probably not used to a land setting. So we're going to find out right here in this possibly last game. Maybe Skill Cap can pull out a win, though. They want to avenge their fallen comrades, TSC Red, and we're going to find out.
Yeah, this LAN event is really the pressure's getting heated up right now up in here. I'm absolutely boiling. I feel sorry for these guys that are sitting downstairs. But anyway, let's see what's going on now. In Dalaran Sewers, not sure whose map pick this would have been, by the way. But I'm pretty sure if it's going to be anybody's map pick, it's going to be TSC Blue. I feel like in the past they've excelled on this map, with it being such a short map. They have no polys to worry about. They just need to get in there and get that early Hodge out, get the early Holy Power built up on Original, and just unload. So I feel like that
the Hodge is crucial.
It really is crucial. We can't have anyone who that want to put that Hodge on to be avoiding it for very long at all. As soon as the Holy Power's up, the Hodge needs to come out and the damage needs to be unleashed. So at that point, on that point, the gates are about to open. Let's see if TSC Blue can take a game off Top Shelf in this best of 5 series, or are Top Shelf going to take a 3-0 clean sweep? We're about to find out. The Moonfire is being tossed out onto Sundeep and Manny's right now. Manny's always been the target of choice. Sundeep is looking to chase down Bop there, but Bop's dropped down to the bottom there, just line of sight in Manny's damage. Really good job at this point. But Sundeep, again, he's really fine. Original's pushing out now, getting caught into that full poly. The Hodge did come out to IMFX. Trinket comes out of the poly over onto Original. Bop is in so much trouble. He's so far in. What is he doing? Like, he needs to be trying to run away.
Sundeep bubbling that to kill.
And he does go down. He stayed behind that pillar for far too long. He needs to get out of there.
I agree.
Bop,
I think he might have been caught in a Frost Nova for a moment there. That might have been part of it. But yeah, Sundeep just bubbling to secure that kill, as these Reds often do, just to make sure that they get those kills. Completely reckless, and it's paying off. Wow, that was shutout right there from they've come here to play. Top Shelf is really wanting this win. I think they're trying to prove to everyone that they're the best in the Twink Leagues, and so far I think they are. I mean, I think they're the favorite to win, even better than Bada Carry.
I don't know.
Unfortunately, to Skill Cap, we have to say goodbye. We're going to send them home packing. They've come all the way from all over the world, from Uganda to Northeast Africa. I mean, they've traveled far and wide, but this is a cutthroat competition, and that prize money is not going to be for them, unfortunately. And we're going to move on to this in this tournament.
Yes, we are, and we're going to go into the finals of the lower bracket right now, which are the semi-finals of the whole tournament. It's going to be TBA going up against Top Shelf. Now, two really, really strong teams. TBA did lose convincingly to He Bought a Carry NA, which is playing the same composition as Top Shelf. So it's looking quite promising for Top Shelf right now. If TBA have not found an answer to this Rep Mage Priest composition, they could potentially lose their tournament life after this series here as well. But you do have to notice, if Top Shelf advance into the final, it was He Bought a Carry earlier on in a mirror that knocked them down to the lower bracket. So He Bought a Carry is looking really, really strong right now.
This is getting intense now.
It is getting really, really interesting, but we don't know what's going to happen yet. TBA could advance back into the finals and go up against He Bought a Carry again, like they did in the previous series that they weren't very successful in. He Bought a Carry is looking really, really strong right now in this tournament. It's getting interesting. Let's get into these next games. I just want to have a quick check to see if both of these teams are ready.
They were born ready. I think that's the answer they'll give you.
Yeah, looks like we're waiting on one guy, and
no, he was born ready. We're not waiting on him.
He was born ready. There we go. He is, and that's it. We're entering the arena now, guys. Let's take a look at these compositions. Is it going to be the same composition that we've seen before, or is there going to be a change out? Well, I'm happy to say that both teams are playing their main compositions. We have TSC.
This will be interesting.
It should be TBA. It's not been updated, but it's where TSC Blue is, guys. That should be TBA. That's Ponefist, Lacel, and Hot Pocket going head-to-head against Sundeep, Manny TS, and Suntosh, the Taiwanese duo with a Mexican up on that mage.
Interesting matchup.
Been showing some strong colours in the past couple of series, much more so than they did earlier on in the tournament, to the point where...
My favorite to win this... Oh, sorry, go on.
I would say to the point where I feel like He Bought a Carry may even be getting a little scared.
Yeah, I mean, this is an interesting matchup because both these teams have, exchanged blows with He Bought a Carry. They both play, pretty much similar comps. My favorite is Top Shelf, but of course, TBA has a very good chance in this matchup as well. And they're both coming out of the gates here, looking strong. They need to set up these CC chains for these Arcane Mages. Manny's going straight for that polymorph immediately. Both of them actually going for those polymorphs, not wasting any time. And we have Poonfist here getting in the thick of it right now. Trying to get as much damage off as he can, and it just looks like that they're kind of exchanging blows with Sundeep. Both of melee are next to each other. Manny's is kind of just sitting there, opting to not really going for too much CC, whereas we do have right here, I can't see the names for some reason. Lacel just sitting back with these Arcane Blasts.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, as you see now, as soon as that execution sense connected on Ponefist, he rolled back behind the pillar, but he's pushing out, being aggressive now, and Manny goes down in that double Arcane Blast Fist of Fury. Great job there by TBA, coming out strong in this first game of the series. That happened so fast, I didn't even get time to digest what was going on right in front of me there. But you guys will once again get to take a look at that at a replay. You guys can see for yourself what happened. I missed it. But needless to say, it looked like when that fist connected with that double Arcane Blast, that was all that needed to be said. Manny just got deleted out of the game right there by TBA. Great job.
TBA looking to be, trying to deport Manny there with those crushing blows at the end. I mean, they're just not taking any of it. I mean, this is just some intense series. Again, that map, I think you have to be super aggressive on that map. I mean, obviously this whole series you have to be super aggressive, but especially that map where it's mainly... It's on a narrow bridge. When you're all on top of the bridge, someone's going to die quickly. I mean, there's not many ways out of that situation. So as we just saw their TBA decisive win, we're going to see if they can carry that on through the series. Typically, we've seen that Red Arcane Mage has been the favored comp in that matchup, but it looks like Poonfist was just able to connect successfully, and that's pretty much all you need. Once you connect with that fist, with that arcane, with those Arcane Blasts and missiles, I mean, it's basically game over.
It pretty much is. As soon as that arcane missiles is procced and you've got that to follow off the double instant arcane blast, you know that it's game over. It really is. There's not a lot you can do, even if only one player on the enemy team is in crowd control. If 0 of the enemy players on the enemy team are in crowd control, it's going to be so difficult to heal through the damage anyway. It's so punishing the amount of damage that these comps can actually deliver when they really want to. So it's about time that Top Shelf step up their boots. I think they really need to step up. And
yeah, they got to prove that they're actually top shelf.
Yeah, you know, your favorite to win is not looking so favorite at all right now. But yeah, with that being said, guys, one of the teams, they're taking some technical time now. That's TBA taking out some technical time. They're on a quick break trying to figure things out. I'm not sure what it is because they was victorious in the last game. So you think that they'd want to carry on with the previous composition that they ran, the previous strategies, but maybe they want to discuss some stuff. I don't know. So we're going to go to a quick music break, guys. I'll leave you with that for a couple minutes. Go grab a drink or whatever you need to do, and we'll be back really soon. Sit tight. Hey guys, we are back, and it looks like both of these teams are ready to get into the next series. So far in this series, it's TBA versus Top Shelf, and they are taking this 1-0 in the first game, looking very confident, coming out with strong colours. Pretty much to my surprise, actually, because I was expecting Top Shelf rocking that Ret Mage Priest composition to come out and be showing them dominant colours, but it wasn't. It was the Monk team that came out and was just absolutely exploded all over to the Mage of Team Top Shelf, and they did a fantastic job at lining up all the damage there. But I do not count Top Shelf out for the count just yet. These guys are a force to be reckoned with at best, and they are also Glink's favourites to win this competition. So I'm sure he's rooting for these guys right now in this Dalaran Sewers map that we are now in. So tell me, Dalaran Sewers, who do you think that this is going to benefit the most?
Dalaran Sewers is said to be, the resting place of the rats. And in this case, though, that is the complete opposite. This is the resting place of the champions here. No matter who wins this, they're both champions in my book. But of course, Top Shelf, I want them to be on top. I want them to be the victors because you know what? They've had these Taiwanese twin brothers training in the mountains of Tibet for years now for these types of tournaments. They've been there as monks, out of, completely estranged from society, and they've now come back into society. They're trying to win this for the glory of Taiwan, and, that's a heartwarming story to me. So we do have Top Shelf here. They're going to be coming out of the gates with this Ret Arcane Mage Priest combination, which usually has edged out TBA's comp of Monk Arcane Mage Priest. So we're going to find out how this goes down on Dalaran Sewers.
The way it's looking now is that Top Shelf are looking to be the aggressor. Sundeep is pushing in deep here, connecting some damage over onto Pump. It's a lot of damage is coming out here early on. The Arcane Blast is going in the offensive penance there as well, looking to pull back. He's going to probably want to pull back on the initial execution sentence that will come out from Sundeep there as well. He doesn't want to be caught in the clutch with that actually, but execution sentence is there. As you can see, Pony, he's not stupid. He's on the retreat right now, throwing out those off fields. The full hodge coming out to Hot Pocket. Fit onto Lacell. Pofist in a lot of trouble. The trick is coming out, catching the power word shield into the blanket silence on Hot Pocket, and the monk goes down. Fantastic stuff. But from Top Shelf, we said these guys know how to line up CC with damage in this composition, and they've just proven it. This is why these guys are your favorites to win, and why these guys could possibly make it all the way to the finals and take down the mighty TBA.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that setup using it's being as effective as it can. You know, maybe it was just a fluke on Blade's Edge. You know, that's entirely possible. But this game, they looked decisive. They looked like they knew what they were doing. They went in there, took care of business. And, you know, as the monk, he's just so susceptible to that damage, able to just be deleted instantly when they are connecting.
He really is. And you have to notice that at this level, he doesn't have Flying Serpent Kick either. So there's no getaways other than the rolls, but the rolls is not going to save him. He's not going to get far enough away because the Rep Pally, you know, he has Blade of Justice and he has Judgment as ranged abilities with the execution sentence ticking over there as well. And obviously ranging out a mage. If he's in the open or anywhere in his line, he's going to be able to take full damage from that mage. And on such a small map like Dalaran Sewers, there is line of sight, but you can't escape everything. A lot of damage was coming out there as well by Suntosh upon that priest, throwing out those offensive penances at the end. So he was doomed from the word go at that point. So it's just great to see the Top Shelf are coming out, making this a 1-1 now, showing that they can take down the mighty TBA. But let's see if they can do it all the way through this series and get themselves into the grand finals.
The way I view it is if they can do it on Dalaran, they can certainly do it on Ruins. And I mean, this map, I think, also lends itself pretty well to Top Shelf and their style of play, going in there, getting that CC quickly. It's just being caught off guard by Boonfist is the only way that TBA you know, has the chance of edging this out, I think. But of course, I mean, you never know. It's a very quick game, so very quick decisions need to be made, and if you don't make them quick enough, it could be the end of your team completely. So this is going to be, it's always unpredictable with these Twink series, which is pretty great. I mean, you can never completely rule a team out or completely count on a team to win, and that's some unpredictability that you don't necessarily see with endgame play.
Exactly right. And the thing is, this game is a game within a game. This bracket right here, you know, this is just a niche community with a niche play style playing within a great game. So a lot of love goes to some classes and not so much to others, and no one ever does anything about it to try and fix it. But these guys play through it anyway. And the full Nova coming out onto Sundeep there. He does manage to break from damage though, so that's really fortunate for him. He's not going to get caught out into a poly there, but the full poly coming over onto Manny now. The missiles going out onto Sundeep, but not a lot of damage is following from it. They're going to look for the swap over onto Manny anytime now. Look at his position there. Ponefist is throwing out those FUs. He's ready to connect onto Manny, and it looks like here it is. But the counter damage is coming out to Ponefist here as well, and the poly is coming out defensively onto Sundeep. But is it going to be enough to save Ponefist? The trinket coming out from Hot Pocket to try and keep Ponefist alive, and it looks like he's going to live for another day. But the full poly onto Hot Pocket. The fate over onto Lacell. Ponefist in so much trouble now. He's desperately trying to heal with the FU's damage, but it's not going to do anything with the execution sentence about to take out, and he goes down. Top Shelf taking out the monk on Team TBA, looking so strong in this Ruins of Lordaeron. Your favorites to win this are looking like they're going to win this with the way they're playing. These guys are absolutely on fire. Great to see it coming out of these guys. They deserve it.
Yeah, I mean, the monk is just the chink in their armor. When they're able to focus on him and shut him down with enough pressure, he can't really do anything. There's no way he's going to be able to go offensive. There's no way he's going to be able to push in and really do anything. It looks like TBA is still trying to maybe get something out of this. They're trying to get a cross kill, possibly the full polymorph onto Sundeep, but I don't really think they can. I mean, there's that Arcane Mage one-shot X factor here, as always, but Manny's is just looking like he's going to be falling down here any second now. Once this poly on Sundeep is over, it's going to be game over for Lizelle, rather, not Manny's, my bad. Lizelle's going to be falling down here. Yeah, that's going to be the game. But, yeah, I mean, I just think that once Top Shelf has kind of gotten to their groove and their rhythm, they're able to focus down that target, that Poonfist, and take him out.
Absolutely. And, I mean, it's going to look very, very, very grim for Team TBA right now. They need to figure something out. They need to find what they can do about it. They need to find the counter. I know we've seen the Boomkin Rhett compositions do well against this, but again, Team Manny and the boys, they've just been shutting down those Boomkin Rhett compositions as well. So it's not looking quite bright for the future of TBA right now. Their tournament lives is on the line in this next game. If they lose this next game, they are going to be completely knocked out, and they progress the majority of the way through the upper bracket. So that's really sad for them.
TBA does have one other comp available. Well, I guess two, but Poonfist does have that warrior available. Now, that would be interesting if you pulled out that warrior. I would love to see that as their last-ditch effort. Maybe it just completely blows everyone else out of the water. You know, who knows? That warrior could be something interesting. But no, looks like he's going with the monk again. And that's all right. I mean, they still have – I believe it's their last chance, actually, right?
You are right. This is their last chance to keep themselves in this tournament, so a lot is riding here for Poonfist. But when they won their first game, they won it on Blades Edge Arena, so I presume this is why they chose this map, because they really like the position that they can get on this map much more than what Top Shelf have been looking to get in the history. Because I've noticed Top Shelf on this map, it's not been one of their strongest maps out of the course of the tournament, actually. They've lost some pretty sad games. I don't believe they should have lost just because of Blaze Edge Arena. So I think this is one of the weaker maps for this team. And I think that this is one of TBA's strongest maps. So we might even see a 2-all answer in this best of 5 series right now. But we're about to see. It's 10 seconds until the gates open. Let's see who comes out rolling.
Yeah. Comes out rolling as the operative word here, because Poonfist is that monk, and he's going to be looking to try to live long enough just to secure that kill, because he is pretty much the key to victory here for Team TBA. Sundeep caught in that Frost Nova immediately. Lysel caught in that Polymorph, gets dispelled, I believe, and that Blood Elf Silence denying that Polymorph getting repolyed immediately by Manny. He's pretty good with these polys, but now Lysel's got the counter poly onto Manny, and Poonfist is actually just sitting back right now, does not want to risk it too much. Lysel now taking the brunt of the damage. Now Poonfist going in, exchanging blows with Sundeep, who's coming in really hot now, and there's the Polymorph onto Poonfist. They're keeping that control. Top Shelf is doing a good job of getting the setup that they want. They're trying to get all the damage that they want lined up for when the time is opportune.
I love how Team TBA the Team Top Shelf, they're trying to edge their way in onto TBA right now by swapping the polys over from the Paladin.
Poonfist might be going down though.
Yeah, Poonfist is taking a lot of damage right now, but it looks like he's going to be fine. Throwing out that Chi Burst, no Black Heat available. Sundeep having to bubble there. Great retaliation damage there with a full Hodge onto Hot Pocket. He does have Trinket available. He needs to make sure he doesn't get polyed off that, but Lysel is sitting that poly. He should be fine right here. Poonfist, great job. He just needs to take the bottom now. No one having a Trinket. They do not want to be fighting up top of the full poly. He's going to come out onto Hot Pocket. Poonfist needs to run for his life here. Desperately fighting for his tournament life right now. The execution sentence is going to take onto him. Does it crit? It does not. The Effuses come crashing in. The Blanket Silence mitigating that heal there, but Poonfist is just running for his life desperately as the DR poly fades from Hot Pocket, and he just get picked right back up. Great job there by Team TBA.
Now Lysel's caught to the full poly. He was denying that pressure from Manny's earlier by keeping him poly, probably keeping Poonfist alive, but now there's nothing keeping them at bay. Sundeep is connecting. Poonfist going down 18% healthier. Will this be the end? Lysel's in the last poly that there is. The last chain poly. There's another Frost Nova. The Fist of Fear comes out there onto Manny. Can they reverse the pressure here? Manny's got Suntosh just caught in that full polymorph. A lot of pressure on the Manny. He might just go down here. This full poly, if they get any more CC, there's the repoly. Manny's at 24% health, 36% health, barely surviving. I don't know how he's alive. Poonfist taking him out. Possibly. No, the polymorph denying that. Poonfist caught in that full polymorph, not able to finish that kill onto Manny.
Not be able to finish that kill indeed, but it looks like the swap is going to come back over to Poonfist, slowing down. Doing significant amount of damage to Hard Poly onto Lysel. This is the time he needs to punish Poonfist. Is the Hodge going to come out over onto Hot Pocket? No. He's trying to go for it. Poonfist is in a lot of trouble now. Hot Pocket taking that Hodge into the full fear. Is he going to go down? It looks like it's going to happen. He's trying to get the Effuse out, and he goes down. Wow, fantastic plays there by Top Shelf. It was so back and forward.
That
TBA,
was crazy.
Top Shelf, TBA, Top Shelf. But in the end, Top Shelf emerged victorious, taking this series 3-1 against a mighty TBA. Really well done there by this team, this Rep Mage Priest team. They deserve taking this victory. That was a fantastic game to end on in this lower bracket finals.
Yeah, but it feels like
really blew me away, that game. That was really good. That's one of the best games that I've seen thus far throughout the tournament. Both teams knew what they needed to do, and they managed to do it. But unfortunately for TBA, they didn't do it just hard enough to take down the mighty Manny up over on that mage for Top Shelf.
And it's amazing to me how low health Manny lived at for so long. And then Poonfist just before that was living at low health. I mean, it was, like you just said, back and forth, crazy amount that we haven't, typically these games will go, someone gets low, maybe someone else gets low, but they get taken out usually when they get low enough. But, both of these guys were hanging on. Manny and Poonfist were just hanging on to dear life, barely. That could have gone either way. But Top Shelf, my favorites, they won this. They're going to go to the finals, and this is going to be a really interesting series.
It is going to be an interesting series indeed. Both of these teams name the composition Rep Mage Priest. Both of these teams have proven that there are veterans at this composition. The only factor we need and we can take into this is the fact that the people progressing through the upper bracket, Team He Bar Akari, beat Top Shelf NA earlier in the tournament 3-1 in the best of 5 series. Is this going to knock Top Shelf's momentum? Is it going to knock their confidence going into these grand finals? We don't know. We're about to find out. This is going to be a best of 7 in this grand final series, and if Top Shelf actually manage to win this best of 7, there will be a further best of 5 series to decide who will win these grand finals. But with that being said, guys, we're going to go to a quick music interval so that these teams can get themselves ready and prepared for the greatest arena series of their lives. You guys sit tight, go grab a drink. We'll be back really, really soon. We are back, guys. Welcome. And this is going to be the grand finals of the 3v3 Arena Championships for the free-to-play community. It's going to be Top Shelf versus Team He Bought a Carry. These are two fantastic teams who have come colliding all the way through the tournament. They face themselves off against each other in the upper bracket round 2 earlier on in the tournament. Top Shelf did lose that though, but they've shown the strength of their actual colours. They're wearing them with pride through the losers bracket, managing to get themselves all the way through into the grand finals to go again head to head against this solid team He Bought a Carry. But with that being said, Manny has now, he has the option to be able to play something other than the Rep Mage Priest composition. He can play that Enhancement Shaman. Whereas He Bought a Carry, we've only seen them play this Rep Mage Priest because they're so confident with that. And I wonder if that's going to be able to translate over into this finals here. And it does look like that we've locked in the Rep Mage Priest composition from Top Shelf. So that does not come to my surprise. And again, He Bought a Carry there as well, rocking that Rep Mage Priest composition. So this is going to be a pretty interesting turn of events, but we're going to find out what's going to happen here. So Glinks, with these compositions in mind on this Blade's Edge Arena, what are your thoughts?
Well, to me, it's interesting that Top Shelf opted to play this comp instead of their bread and butter, which includes the Arcane Mage. Maybe they feel like they have an advantage. Instead of mirroring, they're going for this. So there's the full Hodge, though, onto man. He's going to be sitting that full. It looks like he's fine out of it, not taking too much damage. And they're connecting right now onto Saucy. Actually, they're caught up in that Frost Nova as I say that. That Polymorph was not connecting, but maybe this one will. That's a full Polymorph onto Sundeep right there. That's going to be shutting down that Reds damage. It's going to be giving them some more control of the game. Maybe they can push in right now, but no, they're just opting to get some more polys. Maybe now they're going to go in. They forced that Trinket actually off the DR poly. Well done by then. Sundeep taking a little bit of damage now, forced to use those off heals on himself. And Sauce is going to be looking, trying to get some polys, but needs to bob in and out as Manny is connecting onto him now.
Yeah, absolutely. And that poly did get locked there by Manny, so great job. But the free poly got followed over onto Manny, the full Hodge coming out onto X-Pro Well Priest, which he does decide to trinket there with the poly out on Manny. No pressure was coming out there. I think that was a little bit of a misplay. The next Hodge coming out from Sundeep could be the end of the game here if they can just about survive. But the execution sentence over onto Manny now with a double Nova onto Suntosh. Is this going to follow into a polymorph? Maybe it's going to, maybe it's not. Manny's in so much trouble, he goes down there.
They don't need the polymorph.
Was unable to heal through that damage. So much came out there from Delayed and Saucy Latina. The double Arcane Blast again just destroyed Top Shelf. Fantastic. This is the man himself, Thale from Team #Synergy, the Twink Cup champions, playing on that mage. He's showing why he's won these Twink tournaments before, because he knows how and when to assert the damage.
You have to wonder what's going through Top Shelf's mind. I mean, I guess they're just not confident in the mirror matchup. They clearly have been playing that all tournament. It was kind of a strange seeing them pull out this Enhancement Shaman thing where they clearly lack CC. They clearly lack control. I mean, I know they're just going for brute damage, but imagine if they would have had a mage on that. If Manny was on his mage, they could have got some polys. They could have set something up. It's just, I feel like they should pull out that comp and go for the mirror match.
I think so too. I think the best shot they've got at this is in the mirror matchup. I mean, they've been playing it so well over the past 5, maybe even 6 series. I don't even know that they played it in the lower brackets. I mean, they've done such a great job with it. So it does surprise me to see they didn't try and go up against He Bought a Carry again, because He Bought a Carry have got themselves into the finals through the upper bracket, but they played less games in this series, whereas literally Top Shelf have just come out from 2 back-to-back series in the lower bracket, the 3-0 Twink Skill Cap Blue, and then they 3-1 Team NBA with that Rep Mage Priest composition that already warmed up, ready for the finals. Why don't they keep to that composition in that first game? It was so important to win that first game, as that does set the tone for the rest of the series.
It absolutely
really
does.
Misfortunate for them. But yeah, your favourites to win Top Shelf. They are now 1 point down against He Bought a Carry, which is who I wanted to win. So let's see who's actually going to take this whole thing. We're going to get into this next game really, really soon, I hope. It looks like that Top Shelf, they're asking for a couple of minutes out of their technical time while they discuss a couple of things over, which I don't blame them. They they got their nut cracked, so to speak, in that first game, and they really need to figure out what their answer is going to be to the relentless force that He Brought a Carry is throwing out at them.
Yeah, let me tell you something. It is not fun getting your nut cracked, especially this time of year. It's almost, Christmas time, and we all know about the Nutcracker story. And if Top Shelf does not want to end up in a Christmas jingle, they have to pull through. They have to pull out their main comp. Stop messing around with this Enhancement Shaman thing. That's what I say. I mean, they got to just put the pedal to the metal and go all out. I mean, it seems like a little bit of a weak move. I know they're my favorite team, but why are they going with that comp? Did they not feel confident with the mirror? Come on, I know they're better than that. I think they know they're better than that. We're going to see if they truly have what it takes to win this whole series.
I couldn't agree anymore. This is not just a matter of who about pride now. Are they going to lose twice to Hibata Carry, or are they going to go out fighting, or could they emerge victorious? They need to play their main composition. They need to make it an epic mirror. And that is the best composition that we've seen consistently throughout the tournament. So why aren't they playing it? They're one of the stronger teams playing that composition. But the two strongest teams playing that composition are in the finals.
Maybe they know something that we don't know. Maybe something just went wrong in that game. It's possible. I mean, we can sit. It's easy for us to sit here as commentators and make all these, different, statements. But the fact of the matter is, we're not the players. We're not in their minds. Again, these are land players. There's $3 million on the line here. Can we all get a little bit of a cheer for that in the live audience that we have muted? You guys can't hear. But listen, we have thousands of people show up to this live audience in our headquarters in Los Angeles. We have so much funding from Blizzard, from Team Method, from Team Tempo Storm, from Arena Junkies. I mean, this is so much on the line in this Twink tournament. One of the biggest Twink tournaments of the past 5 years, easily. We do have, Fail playing on Hibata Carry. He's one of the top Snuts subscribers, biggest Snuts fanboys. He's trying to show his colors here. We have Top Shelf here. The Taiwanese twins, they've been training in the mountains of Tibet for years now as monks, and now they finally come out with their friend Manny, who they discovered from across the border, and they're looking to take this multicultural win for their respective countries.
And with that being said, I think this is a great map for them to do that on with this composition. Such a small map is Dalaran, so they can really push all the way in there and get a lot of pressure out, be in range to shield both the mage, the paladin, and the priest at the same time, can really pick and choose who he wants to lock out at what points and when they want to connect some damage. I hope that they do push in here. Suntosh, though, looking to take that pillar. Manny getting caught up into that full hodge, though. The pre-shield comes out, Penance goes in. Looks like he's going to be fine. The poly coming out over onto Sun Deep from Saucy Latina. The double Nova, because the poly got trinketed from Sun Deep, but the execution settings did go out onto Saucy Latina as well, but it was not affected the damage. The poly over onto Manny. Sun Deep's the target of choice. Execution settings going to connect here, and he just bubble! He did not choose to bubble there. Oh my god!
Wow, Top Shelf just throwing this game. I don't know who's paying them, but they're 100% throwing. Maybe they've decided to split the prize money or something. I'm not entirely sure, but it just seems to me that Top Shelf, they're not giving it their all. They could easily be playing their best comp and doing well, like we've seen them do well, but they're playing this, knick-knack, paddywhack bullshit, basically. And I want them to bring out the real guns.
I think they need to bring out the big guns. Indeed. I mean, this composition, it's not designed to counter players of this caliber playing this Ret Mage Priest composition. I mean, the Ret Enhance can take down a Ret Mage Priest, but not a Ret Mage Priest of this caliber. These guys know what they're doing. They know how to set up CC. They know when to go. You are going to get punished hard and regular playing that.
I mean, Hibata Carry's just going through the motions, playing it cool, doing what it takes. And they're looking to mop this up. I mean, to them, this is like a lower tier losers bracket match. I mean, they're saying Top Shelf, we beat you, we knocked you to the losers bracket, we'll beat you again. They're feeling confident. I want someone to knock them off their high horse, and that has to be Top Shelf in this situation, but they're just not delivering on what I've been expecting, and I want them to. But we'll see. You know what? Maybe we'll be proven wrong.
Absolutely. They really need to deliver. We know that they've got the potential. It's so sad to see it happen this way so convincingly. Wins being taken over them by Hibata Carry. Although Hibata Carry, I want those guys to win because I have friends upon that team. I do have friends on Top Shelf as well, but I have a little bit of a soft spot for Hibata Carry because failed.
And I don't have any friends, but I want to see a good competition.
You are all about the spirit of competition. I understand that, and we know Top Shelf can deliver better. So we need a little bit of encouragement, guys. Let's throw out some PMs. Let's whisper team captain Manny there and try and persuade him to bring out the mirror composition. It's all what we want to see.
Everyone send him whispers.
Exactly. Just bombard him with whispers, everything you can. We want to see him rocking this Ret Mage Priest composition because we know they've come so far, such a long way throughout the duration of this tournament that they can compete with the brute force of Hibata Carry's team. They really, really can.
I am getting word now that Top Shelf was backed by Qatar. So I guess they're also representing Qatar in some way. Maybe that's just some hearsay in the chat. But regardless, we're coming into this game 3 right now, and you got to be. All right, let's give it up for Top Shelf for delivering on this comp. This is gonna. We have a series on our hands. I don't even care what the result of this is. This is what we wanted to see. This is what we all came here to see. This is a $3 million prize pool tournament that's on the line here for these teams.
Absolutely. Manny heard our calling because he has locked in the Ret Mage Ruins of Lordaeron, guys. Going in here hot, going in here strong. These teams both so competent and play this so elegant. Both these mages are confident and fluid with their abilities. They know exactly what they need to do, but it's all about who's going to do it first. It's possibly going to be a battle of the priests. We know Suntosh is that defensive style priest, but ex-pro WoW priest, he knows that he can be aggressive. We've seen him time after time pushing for those fears, playing in the clutch. He is that guy. He loves the clutch. So let's see who's going to come out on top. Is it going to be Team Suntosh? Is it going to be X-Pro Woe on them Priest? We're about to find out, and the gates are open.
Yes, and we do have them both converging on the middle tomb right here. Sundeep and Manny's actually trying to take over this tomb at the moment. Sundeep actually opting for those heals, immediately delayed, getting caught in a weird spot. Maybe they can capitalize on this. There's the Frost Nova, and actually getting Blood Elf silenced on that polymorph. Saucy Latina not able to get those polymorphs up. Manny's positioning is excellent right now. Now maybe he can get a polymorph of his own. No, he actually gets polyed first by Saucy, trying to chain those polys now. The advantage is for Hibata carry. They're going to be able to set up some damage if they choose to go in, but they actually didn't capitalize too much on that situation. Sundeep now exchanging blows with Delayed and Saucy, trying to get the damage out. There's the execution sentence, and they're both teams are kind of just sitting back trying to play it as smart as possible.
Yeah, they are trying to. They know that they don't want to overextend because both are aware of what happens when you overextend, leaving your priest behind at the back without being able to stop and deny those polys out of the enemy team's mages. They know that. They're looking for the right time to go in. As you can see, Sundeep and Manny's looking to push in near him now. Suntosh is ready to get Fears out onto the DPS, whilst this X-Pro Woe is going to be sitting at the back here at this point in time. I want to see a poly come out over onto any of the DPS from Manny right now so that they can go aggressive. We want Top Shelf to give this a good shot. We want them to go and make something of this go, but the Hodge comes out over onto Sundeep, and Manny just gets globaled by Saucy Latina. Fantastic damage. There was no time to react there, no time to trinket anything. That Hodge came out before that Hodge even ticked for half a second. Manny was dead. That was just damage that came out there, just raw damage, nothing but damage. Fantastic by Hibata.
Speaking of damage, let's take a look at the damage meter here really quickly. I mean, you have Sundeep. He actually out damaged Delayed by a ton. But then you look at Saucy. Okay, so Manny did 377 damage that game. Saucy did 2.6k. So Manny was going more for the control, more for the CC, and he was just not able to deliver. You're trying to find his damage button, trying to find that arcane blast on his bars, not able to find it, whereas Saucy just going straight for the damage. I think that's what you have to do. I mean, I understand Top Shelf is trying to be calculated, trying to be synergized. Listen, sometimes you just have to put the pedal to the metal and you know, smack people around, because that's what it takes with this kind of comp, with this kind of brute force.
That's exactly right. I mean, at this point now, you can just put on the gas pedal all the way to the floor. And what you'll tend to find is that even if you don't score the kill in the CC you've got available, you can still kill after that at this point, because if someone's HP is so low with a Rep Paladin and a Priest off healing through that, the amount of damage that can be output by both of these teams, because they're playing in the mirror, you know, they could still score the kill off that. And they just need to realize that and not try and pussyfoot around a little bit too much and try and play too technical. They just need to stop being so coordinated and control. They just need to calculated is the word I'm looking for, not coordinated. Of course, you need to be coordinated with the damage, but it's too calculated. You're right, they're overthinking things. Once they've caught something, they're backing off. No, keep going forward. Get the momentum. Use the snowball them into the ground. Use your racials, all your instant CCs, and eventually you're going to get a lot out of the enemy team.
So let me ask, I'm not even completely sure, if Bada Carry wins this next game, do they win the entire thing? How many more do they need to win? One or two more?
He bought a carry. If they win this next game, they take the entire tournament.
Oh, man. This is so... Everyone, $3 million on the line here. He Bought a Carry could win it all right here, right now. Sponsored by Blizzard, by Team Method, by Tempo Storm. Everyone's flown out here. He Bought a Carry. They've flown out here from East Germany. They're looking to take this in their native German language. They've been talking. They've been yelling, screaming over the mic in the back in the LAN tournament. And everyone here has just had so much on the line. And it's winding down to this possibly last game on Blades Edge Arena.
Absolutely. It all comes down to this. The all or nothing now for Top Shelf. Are they going to pull out anything? I hope not. I just want to see them play that composition that they're also comfortable with, that they have proven themselves worthy of competing in this grand finals with. And I want to see them actually make something materialize in this game. Blades Edge Arena is what's locked in. Both teams playing the same composition. This is a mirror in the potential final game of the tournament. Top Shelf's tournament lives is on the line right now. He bought a carry and in such a comfortable spot right now. But in the past, I have seen crazy turns of events before where situations like this go down for the worst. But
and
we're
I have
about
to say,
see.
After this game, he bought a carry. They might start selling carries after this amazing performance. And of course, Top Shelf, you don't want to count them out yet. I want this to go to game 5, to game 6, to game 7, maybe even the next series. I believe they can do it. They just got to find it within themselves. All that training on those Tibetan mountains, I know they can channel it through them, through their chi, get that chakra going, get that meditation going. There they are. They're triple Dark Moon Fair mounts, and they're looking to take this next game if possible. Saucy going straight for that polymorph, does not connect. Oh, it does actually connect on Manny. Manny caught out of position, not really sure how that poly connected, but Saucy going straight in here, maybe a little bit reckless, but at this point, Delayed caught into that full fear. Sundeep trinketing instantly and going for a lot of counter pressure onto Delayed.
Oh my god, and Power Priest got poly downstairs. He fell off. That's the bubble out for Delayed. Can they sort the damage over onto Saucy right now? They are just running for their lives because of
the full Hodge.
The full Hodge is over onto X-Pro Priest. He has no trinket available either. This is really, really bad now for He Bought a Carry. They need to be able to get a great position and recover at this point, and it looks like they managed to do so. So great job by them there now, regrouping on the stairs. As you can see, we've got he bought a carry on one set of stairs, Top Shelf on the other, and Sundeep looking to push in again, waiting for this Hodge to come back up, and then it's going to be go time, I think. At this point, He Bought a Carry are looking like they're behind on cooldowns right now. Top Shelf are looking in a very, very strong spot.
Delayed has no bubble available. If they can focus him down, they might actually kill a ret for the first time in this tournament. But Saucy looking to be like the target of choice at around 60% health, 30% health, getting chunked down right now. Oh my gosh, the pressure reversed onto Manny. What was that? That just came out of nowhere.
Absolutely.
It's so unpredictable with these mages.
Absolutely. I mean, Delayed took him down with the execution sentence around 45%.
Gosh.
And then it was the double Arcane Blast again that came out from Saucy Latina. Absolute overkill. Look at that 2015 Arcane Blast one of them hit for. Absolutely tore him a new butthole,
And that
guys.
is it.
That is what.
They've won $3 million. Everybody give it up for He Bought a Carry. They've come so far from East Germany through all the struggles, through all the border patrol. They've made it here at this land. They've won $3 million. We're going to have a post-game interview set up for you guys in the studio in just a moment after this stream. This is insane.
Yeah, we are for sure. We're going to be getting one or maybe more players from the winning team into the Discord now to give those guys a winner's interview. So congratulations there to He Bought a Carry. You guys played fantastically throughout the whole tournament. And Top Shelf, really sorry to see you guys go, but the better team won in the end, guys, unfortunately. Yeah. Even in the mirror matchup, you didn't pull your weight. We know that you had the potential to do well. You could have done better than that.
We'll see you guys next time.
Sure. But next time, there will be a next time. And I do think that you guys will be meeting that team again in the finals, and maybe, just maybe, you can take it next time. But with that being said, let's not take the focus off He Bought a Carry. Congratulations, guys. You've won that $3 million, as Glink has just said, so we cannot wait to get you guys.
It will be in your PayPals within a couple of weeks. Don't worry about that. So
we're not going to wait a couple of years like some tournament hosts do at all, of course. Ooh, but with that being said, guys, we're going to go to a quick music interval while we give these guys the Discord details and get them in here so that you guys can have a quick so that we guys can have a quick chat with them for you guys to see how they feel about things. So give us like 2 to 3 minutes, something like that. So we'll go to a quick music break. If you want to have a smoke or whatever, now's a good time to do so. And we'll see you back here really, really soon. Sit tight. Well, guys, we're here. We are back. It's me, it's Blackout, with my co-caster Glinks, and we have the champions of today's Arena Championship in the free-to-play bracket. We have Team He Bought a Carry here, and we have Team Captain Fail. We have the Retribution Paladin Delayed, and that Discipline Priest. I forgot his name already, but I don't even care. He'll tell you in a moment. With us right now. So, X-Pro, that's the guy. I could never get your name right while she was playing, but X-Pro, welcome. Delayed, welcome. And Fail, welcome. So how do you guys feel? Fail, this one's for you. How do you guys feel taking this, the win in this victory today?
To be honest, it's pretty surprising. My main team didn't come in. We weren't available, so I just picked up these guys yesterday pretty much. I asked Delayed if he wanted to play, and he was down. And then I had Payne, X-Pro WoW Priest, right? His name is Payne on my real ID. He was just there randomly, so I just had to pick someone up. And I just wanted to play, have fun today, and it worked out.
Great stuff. Well, what about you other guys? I mean, how are you guys feeling about it?
I'm feeling great.
How do you guys feel about winning $3 million? That's
dude, wait. Dog, I donated.
I have planned my whole life ahead of me with this $3 million that we have just won. You don't even know. College is all planned out. House is already paid. Wife is all ready.
That's a great story.
Kids, they're all set. They don't have to worry about a thing. We're going to get through life pretty darn happy if you ask me. That's
I have to
ask say at the moment.
I have one question for Fel that I have to ask. Is it true that so you've often cited Snuts as being one of the biggest inspirations in not only your WoW career but also your life? If Snuts were alive today, what would he think of you doing so well in this tournament? And do you think he'd be proud of your success?
No, I think I did him pretty good today. He'll be so proud of me. As far as I know, I'm pretty sure he's still alive. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Okay, right. If he was watching us, I meant.
If he was watching us, yes, I think he'd be.
Maybe he is watching from above. You know, maybe he is.
Yeah, he might be. I think.
So why has he been so influential though, as well?
You know, I've watched Snuts so many times over the past years. My main is technically a Warlock. So he inspired me to play Warlock, but today I'm playing Mage just because Ret Mage in this meta is just completely broken. It's obviously the best comp, and it just won it for us.
Evidently so, and we didn't see the other classes that you had available to you guys come out anywhere during this tournament, which is pretty sad to see because I'm pretty sure you had a warrior available to you. Am I right? I do think that you did.
It was a shaman and a warlock.
A shaman and a warlock. Yeah, exactly. Didn't see any of those coming through, unfortunately. I was hoping to see some more variation in comps throughout the tournament, but you guys, consistently solid through and throughout. No reason to change. I expected nothing less from you guys. Returning champion Fail, taking the free-to-play bracket championship now, and also joined by Delayed and X-Pro WoW Priest as well. Probably I think it's their first time taking an arena tournament victory, so congratulations to you guys. With that being said, I don't want to ask you too many questions because we could go on all night, but do you guys have any shout-outs that you'd like to say to anyone or anything at all, any thank yous or whatever?
Go ahead.
Oh, you go first.
You got it.
Start with the captain.
All right. Yeah, team captain first.
All right, cool. Yeah, I gotta first take a shout outs for my boys, Synergy. They didn't make it here, but obviously I would not be here without them. And also Delayed and Payne here. I can't compete without them, obviously, and we played pretty well throughout the tournament. And just all the other teams here, Conk, Blackout, G-Links, and Link behind the scene. You guys ran a tournament pretty well, so thank you. And all the fans out there, of course, watching.
Appreciate the kind words. Okay, other guys, Delayed, how about you? Have you got
I want to shout out my friend Tyler. Sadly, I kind of wasn't able to make it to the thing, so I was without a team. Then Phil was asking me if I could get a team, so shout out to him for popping me on the team with Payne. Shout out to Payne with making those great fears, getting that good setup into the kills. That's really all I have to say.
And finally, Payne, what have you got to say?
Yo, what's poppin'? I'd like to give a shout out to all the casters, and also my boy Gas Pedal, Young Gas, RIP, RIP. Anyways,
Gas Pedal.
Anyways, yeah, thanks for putting on the tournament. I'm pretty new to the bracket, but it's cool to win a tournament, and so yeah, thank you guys.
Yeah, I'm really happy to have you guys here. You guys did a great job. Made this tournament worth watching for sure. I mean, the way that you was executing all of your setups and stuff, it was near perfect the majority of the time, which is really great to see. And I hope to see more competitive teams coming out of this low-level bracket in the free-to-play bracket in the future, in any future tournaments. But with that being said, guys, this is going to be it for today. Thank you very much, everyone, for tuning into the stream today, showing all your support by being here. And thank you all the people who followed today. And we really appreciate that too. The NWL, this channel here, we are a wargaming channel, and all we do on this channel is we provide wargames from any area of the game. And our next up-and-coming wargames, we're expecting them to be some more end-game content kind of wargames. So feel free to follow the stream if you haven't done already. Check us out on Twitter. You can see all that on the stream there yourself. You can follow those links. And if you want to find out a little more about myself or about my co-caster Glink, you can see our Twitters on there as well. But with that being said, guys, thank you once again very much for tuning in, and that's going to be it. Good night.
Yeah. Good night, guys.